I mean, what is happening here with Justeria? How do they keep going to these engagements and dying?
It's the Spectre, right? The Spectre is nearby the fight. They have to help the Spectre. And I feel like Ramses just kind of has to dodge these situations and trying to make plays on the side lanes instead. If they come to the side lanes, then at least he can get into the trees, try to get away, or just farm the triangle area. But it looks like Era feel like they need to fight in order to come back. They can't just farm their way back into this game. And it's kind of true because they just gave away way too much in that mid fight and the fight in the triangle area. It all even goes back to the first Shadow Shaman Serpent Ward usage on the bottom tower or bottom team fight that kind of stopped their momentum as well.
The roadblock, which has stopped Justeria from gaining anything in the game, and since then it's just been a slippery slope.
Yeah.
Ramses, what's he going for here? Is he going for the... Oh god, he's going for a Yashri. He doesn't even have it yet. 16 minutes into the game. Ooh. That is a very sad...
Thompson?
Although they might get Thompson here. This is his first life for sure. There he goes. Aegis is popped. Meanwhile, Zayat, he's in some trouble. Cax is going to connect with the roll and stuck in this little crevice. He's going to turn around with the shackles. Not going to do much, but they throw down the horn. Ramses wants to try and fight this one, but they've seen the real one. They throw a bit of damage down onto him. Meanwhile, Thompson, he's dead again. He just gets caught out. Meanwhile, bouncing around mid one with that slide of fist, but they're just going to turn around and deal with Saxa. Very calm, very collected from the side of Justera as they take down that Morphling. They turn around, they deal with Saxa, and they get themselves a much-needed win in this game.
Oh, that was a really nice blink purchase from Sumail. Just seeing that the Morphling got caught out without his attribute shift on. Blowing him up. Yep, that's how he blew him up. And then they're just playing into their triangle area here. Error. Just trying to force OG maybe to make some errors around that area.
You'll stun. Doesn't quite connect. A couple of pixels or a couple of frames off from Sumail.
Yeah, I'm not sure mid one would have died anyway. There was No Tail ready behind him with a Nightmare. Just to break the combo and get mid one out. But yeah, like this...
Yeah, go.
I was gonna say, this vision here that they have and playing with the Tombstone is exactly how Aaron need to come back into these fights at this point in the game. Thompson really putting his team in a very awkward position by actually going deeper into the fight and not actually getting on top of the Tombstone as well.
Yeah. They don't really have someone who can commit to killing that Tombstone, right? It's like Morphling.
Oh, Morphling's very good. But... He's very good at killing it, but
okay.
It's a matter of him actually wanting to kill it, right?
Yeah,
he might have bigger targets.
Like full agi attacking a Tombstone, that kind of just sets him up for this Blink Lina to come in, which I didn't want to circle back to. Like, what is this Blink Lina about?
I think it's just to get better positioning or initiate better. Like, this Bane is very annoying. If he grips the Spectre and you can't actually get to him and cancel that grip, like, your Spectre is just a sitting duck, right, for 7 seconds. So I think this Blink will allow him to get there or even be able to combo off an Elder Titan Echo Stomp to make it like a really quick kill so they can't actually see him come into the fight.
Okay. And I think it also means that Thompson cannot play as freely as he wants to. Like, he really wants to just be full agi, blowing up someone on the side for the first kill of the fight. But if there's a Lina Blink, like, if she blinks in and yules you, and you're full agi, you're dead. Like, she's just going to bring you down very, very quickly the moment you come back to Earth. Sumail will very unlikely miss the Light Strike arrays afterwards, so it's been very, very hard for Thompson to play into this Lina with Blink. I like the pickup a lot.
It was great. That's pretty much number one reason why they were even able to start that engagement in their jungle area.
Now in the bottom lane, they're going to drop the snakes just to bring down this tower. OG, though, they're looking for a bit of action. They have smoked up, and they are moving into the enemy triangle. They want to find somebody. At the moment, 4 heroes on the side of Justera are on the bottom side of the map, aiding this push. Meanwhile, the Spectre, she is at mid, being careful until she sees someone. No one... Could be in some trouble here. Pops one smoke and pours out from the Shaman.
He's looking quite dead here. And I don't think Error are going to take this engagement. They don't have the Undying behind no one to be able to put a Tombstone on this high ground. So...
Alrighty, folks. Time for some chat engagement, guys. If you think that Elder Titan, aka no one, is going to die in this situation, please press 1. If you think that Elder Titan, aka no one, is going to die in this situation... Please press 2.
No one is gonna die?
Is no one gonna die? Is he gonna die? Press 1 if you think he's gonna survive. Press 2 if you think he's gonna die. I might have said die twice. My bad. You'd be pressing 2 now, wouldn't you? You think he's dead?
I think he's gonna change his mind and not walk up there. He doesn't see anybody hitting
Okay.
top. So this pause might have actually saved his life. And Phoenix doesn't have like a Yules or anything. Saksa might roll in, but Saksa also doesn't know where Solo is. So if he rolls in, he might put his team in a very awkward position if Solo was actually behind no one. So they're all thinking about these like possibilities. And in the end, I expect Error to just, or no one to just back off, and OG to be like, go, 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 we know where they are. Just go. You know, in OG fashion.
Yeah. See hero, kill hero.
That being
Yeah.
said, though, I was quite surprised they made the smoke play when Ember was actually 100 gold away from BKB. He has the gold now after killing this creep camp, but he needs to go back to base to pick it up.
Yeah. I can do so with a Remnant
Ooh.
TP.
Yeah, he's going to do it right now. I just noticed that he's actually throwing a Remnant out as we speak. It's going towards the ET.
They want him bad. They want him bad. Meanwhile, Thompson's finished off his Aghanim Scepter, by the way. If you haven't been watching OG's games as of late, the reason for this is because he wants to turn into Saksa. We have seen him do this before. I mean, the hero is just absolutely bonkers, turning into this Spirit, flying around the map at 1,000 miles an hour. His catch, his reach, his damage is just absolutely absurd when he
All
gets
right.
his Hags.
Hear me out, okay?
Yeah.
Instead of turning into Saksa, he turns into Seb. And then you double Sunray. You double Sunray the Spectre. And then she just dies.
Okay. Yeah, we'll put that one in the maybe suggestions, I think, Theban. That's all right.
No, I've actually seen Morphling turn into Phoenix and double, like, they're actually double Sunray. It's some crazy stuff. So if like Earth Spirit and Ember Spirit roll in and they start locking the Spectre up, like I wouldn't be surprised, you know? The last time we saw Thompson play Morphling, he turned into like 4 different heroes in one engagement.
Yeah, you're right. And also the Bane. We can't forget the Bane. With the Ags on Thompson, he's going to be able to cast this Brain Sap. I think it's 1.5 seconds, which you can cast it every time. Like 400 damage once the Bane's max level, that is.
Interesting.
So it's going to be pretty scary, and I might see that later on. Maybe if Thompson wants a little bit of extra burst. Hey, if he goes Ethereal Blade, I can see Waveform in, Brain Sap, Ethereal Blade, Brain Sap, Agility Strike, Brain Sap. That's
Pretty.
that's meaty.
That's a lot of magic damage. I remember the days when
Indeed.
Brain Sap was a pure damage skill. When Bane was actually
yeah.
a good hero. That was nice.
Yeah, good times. Poor old Bane. Getting his time in the spotlight now, though.
Only because a lot of the other position 5s have been banned out already.
True enough. Yeah, pods 5s and pods 1s do seem to be the priority in these drafts, and of course, as always, the mid laners. But anyway, just looking at a couple more of these items, it is scary how far behind Ramses is. I kind of feel like they need a good fight on the side of Just Era to bring themselves back into this game. Otherwise, they might just
Definitely.
find themselves getting run over.
Most definitely. This is a very underfarmed carry hero at the moment. And can't help but feel like Ramses just tried to put himself in a very awkward position earlier in the game after having a pretty decent laning stage. Maybe trying to take too many fights, you know. This mid play was the big one, right? Like they jumped from 1k to 5k goalie. They completely dominated the triangle area, and the other jungle area was also very hard for Era to enter once again. And the only thing that's keeping Era in this game is that play where they got the Morphling kill on top at the moment. And that's kind of like neutralized OG's progression in this game at the like until this Ember finishes BKB pretty much, and then he's gonna go crazy again.
Well, let's find out. Is no one gonna die, or is no one gonna die? You get what I mean? And they both disengage from each other. No one wants to take this fight. Cool. Huge anti-climax. All that pausing, and for what? As everyone just runs away, kites each other out, and yeah, nothing happens. Literally nothing happened.
Mid one
Back
got
to
his
it,
BKB. That happened. He went back to base.
Yay! All right, he's ready to go. He's ready to play some dotes.
No one-
OG are very fight ready.
No one also went for the Meteor Hammer build. This is the exact build that Seb went for in game 1.
Copy paste.
Yeah. thought maybe he would opt for like a Yules or something different, but he's still going for the Meteor Hammer. Here it is, mid one with the BKB.
Oh, in they go. They get the chains off, but the Hex is very, very quick out from the Shaman as they jump forward, though no one's still going to get brought down by Topson regardless. Not much to be done about that one. They might have just found themselves an extra hero as they look on Sumail here. The roll from Topson, very, very quick. As they move forward, Rock connects, wave 4 mid, Sumail getting ulted up for half a second. It's enough to bring him down, though. Sumail gets killed off, 500 gold going to mid one, and now they're looking for more. I mean, what is this? Like, I asked this last time, but he's just everywhere. Topson flying around the map like a freaking jet plane.
And every time he casts Morph on the Earth Spirit, he gets back all the boulders that he used. I mean, Earth Spirit can also do this, but he doesn't want to do it because he has a recharge time on his Stone Remnants. So, yeah, Topson just went like this in one morph duration. Next morph duration, he's going to turn to Earth Spirit again. And they just can't farm anywhere in this area anymore. Like, that's what's just going to keep happening for... they're just going to keep running back and forth. Ramses does have a Manta now. I think they're going to want to look for a fight.
Lane, Zayas being jumped here. The Hex does come down onto the Emperor. He hasn't popped that BKB, so still going to be able to get a kill onto Zayas. No, now pop the BKB, getting through solo as well. Both of these heroes going to get dropped. He's open over, not going to get killed off. Oh no. And now they look forward. They're going to have to use them up. Mid one is pretty low. Can they finish the job? Yes, they can. One goes down. Meanwhile, Seb got to get stunned up. A Gouda Blade cut through Saxa. They get another. Seb in some trouble. They didn't have their Morphling for this engagement, and OG are actually going to be the ones who lose 3. The calls on no on the side of Justera keep themselves alive, turn it around, and make a pretty big play in the middle lane.
That is big. That was the Manta into a straight haunt, and they got 3 kills for Error. That being said, though, this is the position that OG want to be in, where the haunt's on cooldown. So as soon as everyone's alive, they're just gonna start running at Error once again. They ain't gonna stop. It's like you've triggered their trap card, you know. This is exactly what they were waiting for. Although they lost 3 heroes on their side.
Yeah, it's kind of painful. It is kind of painful losing those heroes. It's going to take a bit of the momentum away from the OG side, but we're expecting them to get straight back at it the moment they're back up again. Spectre, though, now finishing the Manta, you know, she's got the ability to really do some damage in the fights now. And they jump forward onto mid one. He's going to get hexed up, shackles through as well, but the Nightmare's going to interrupt it from No Tail. Allow him to get up that BKB and maybe look for the turnaround. Sumail, very, very low. He needs a way out of this one. Zeus comes out onto him. There's nothing to save him. Sumail's going to get left behind as the rest of Justera try to get themselves away. Mid one doesn't quite connect with those chains onto Solo, and they'll send the illusions back to try and deal with mid one. Chase him back with a bit of damage. Doesn't really care, though. No, Solo still very, very low. Adaptive Strike going to connect, and Saxa comes rolling on in to finish off the kill. Solo's gonna die. 2 heroes down on the side of 4 and 4, and onto the high ground we go. Topson, he is not done at all. He's looking for no one here as the Meteor Hammer's gonna come down. It's not gonna save him though. It's not gonna do anything as they will lose the Elder Titan as well. OG, they take 3 in the middle lane, getting revenge for the earlier series of events.
There it is.
Oh no, Ramses, really? Topson, there's no chill for this guy as he goes on the high ground, kills off the Spectre under a tier 3 tower. The disrespect from Topson here is just killing off everyone with the rest of OG. The whole team coming together, and I'll take a lovely warm bath in the ray of the Phoenix. Yum yum. And down goes that middle tier 2 tower in the same time.
Can I say Nomad? But I told you so. You triggered OG's trap card. As soon as they're alive, they're gonna run right back at you. 13k gold. They amassed almost 8,000 gold from this one engagement. Like from the time that Spectre clicked Haunt, and by the time it's back up again, 8,000 gold. And they're not done yet.
They are not done as they roll in once again. Zayat's going to be the target here. The sleeps pretty good as it puts 3 down. Topson in the backlines just trying to deal with these heroes. I mean, 3 of them all gathered up together. Saxon will fall, but Zayat's going to go down immediately afterwards. It looks like Solo's in a bit of trouble as Topson's going to finish the job. Now look across towards Sumail. Meanwhile, well, Spectre trying to make something happen here. Can't finish off no one. Will be able to kill off Seb. Meanwhile, they're diving deep on Sumail. They'll get that kill. In the backlines, though, Ramses is causing a bit of an issue as he's trying to run down No Tail, and the sleep's going to help him do that as the dagger does connect. Is there a sleep available? Yes, there is. Illusion's going to take it off. No Tail does get finished. Topson's now in the neighborhood. Spectre trying to bring him down the blade mail, doing a decent amount of work, but Topson with the strength morph will be okay. Roll across onto the Spec. Now with mid one jumping in with the sleight of fist. No one trying to do something to help Ramses out here. They might actually be out of spells on the Morphling. But guess what? He's got another hero to turn into. He turns to the Ember Spirit, and together they will take him down. Ramses gets double sleight of fisted, and he is gone.
He removed the first chains only to get hit by the second one.
feels
Oh
bad.
no. Yeah, this feels really bad. I mean, they got a couple of kills, but having your Spectre dead is by far the worst thing. The item has 1,500 gold. At
Ramses.
least an ulti orb or something, right? Before the next fight breaks out. But OG, Bane's back alive. Morphling just needed a little bit of mana. Mid one, he's about to complete his Octarine core, and OG is gonna go back on the offensive again.
Really?
Oh, yep, Roshan. Roshan first. Roshan first. We're
Okay,
just gonna
Rosh
take
first,
a nice
Rosh
small Rosh break.
Okay.
Short
yeah.
Rosh. Yep.
Well, I'm sure Juster are going to relish in the time they've been given to actually get some items, but this will mean they're not going to contest Roshan. This goes down so quickly to Thompson anyway.
This is why almost all the other teams have banned Morphling first phase against OG.
Yeah.
It's just such a treat to watch this guy play this hero.
He's just insanely good with this hero. Still get to see the Bane morph. That's the one thing I'm hoping for this game. Even though obviously their Spirit morph is just completely broken, I'd still like to see it. It could be fun. He's going for
I
the
have a
Ethereal Blade
feeling
next.
that he is not even considering it. He's got like
Aw.
3 other amazing heroes he could turn into who actually have mobility spells.
Yes, but the other one would be a good meme, and that's what it's all about. Meanwhile, Snakes get dropped as bottom. Zayas is trying to put in a bit of pressure. Not doing a bad job, you know. These Snakes, they're doing their work. Pushing the tier 2.
Go high
Probably
on
won't be
top.
able to take it, but yeah.
Yep. Snakes tickling bottom tower while big bad Morphling about to start smashing your tier 3.
Yeah, they'll definitely have to respond to this one. Lina now with a BKB finished off, so she can stand her ground. Meanwhile, they've actually caught out Solo down here. No one does drop the hammer, but it looks like he will be dropped. Now the ultimate from Notel on the sideline, controlling up no one as they've lowered
Tombstone's still
Saxa.
alive.
To be fair, they have killed Saxa, and the Tombstone is still alive, but the Supernova's going to come crashing down as Mid One goes deep onto Samael, kills him off. Zayat's going to fall as well. Under their tier 4 towers, they are still not safe. Solo with the buyback, drops down the Tombstone, still getting killed off by, or maybe not, as Spectre trying to turn it around, but it has to kill off the enemy Tombstone first. They jump forward onto him. Totson's on top of him. Spectre's going to die, and in the fountain, they're going to look for more as they run onto the Shaman inside his very base. This is just brutal at this point. They get the full 5-man team wipe. Everybody on the side of Justera is dead, and now OG can do what they came here to do, and that is take some goddamn buildings.
All they got was a Saxa. That's all they were able to get, and that's it. GG, well
That's
played.
it. That's it. What a
Speed
series.
run.
Speed run in this
Speedrun
series.
series.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know what to say, folks. I mean, that was a game in which we watched, in which we cast, in which these guys played. Beyond that, I mean, the rest is pretty evident. 23k gold advantage at 28 minutes in game number 2. Game number 1, it was even faster. This was an absolute demolishment from OG. And, you know, this is what happens if you give this team Morphling and Earth Spirit, then these guys can do some pretty filthy stuff with it. They've got 2 excellent Morphling and Earth Spirit players. And that's just not something you're able to give up to this team. But, I mean, were there any other faults you could have drawn out of Just Aaron from the series?
Well, they just don't seem like they got their, game plan down, right? In game 1, they took like a Warlock, which is not suitable for the current meta. Then game 2, they have a pretty decent early game, but how they transitioned that early game into a mid game was just so awkward. Like, they're just not bringing enough numbers to the right places on the map. They're not making things happen like a team. It's just really weird. Like, even how the mid tower died, that catapult was alive on mid for almost a minute and a half before OG actually made a play to take that mid tower. And then Era's like, oh, guys, there's a catapult coming in. We got to defend this. But, some other teams, that would be their number 1 priority, to kill that catapult first before, they do something else. So
Yeah.
a bit awkward from them. OG, though, like last week, they were so dominant in the series that we watched. This week, they're still dominant. So I'm beginning to see maybe a pattern here that, they're getting back into some kind of form that they would like to be in. I know they're on boot camp, so that probably helps quite a bit too. So this playoffs is going to look really good if we see top tier OG.
It certainly will, But of course, we've got the play-ins to go before then, which it looks like OG is going to be heading towards. But you know what, cowboys and cowgirls, we're done. It's it for us. Just a very short day for me and Theben. But we're going to send you back to our very gorgeous panel, which is patiently sitting and waiting for us to send it across them. Take it away, guys.
Thank you, Nomad. The fabulous panel is back, and we've got tiebreakers confirmed. Unless I'm misinformed, I think the battle for the bottom will commence tomorrow. Just Error, Alliance, Mud Golems, all battling for life in Division 1 with a 2-7 record.
I think it's kind of fair, right? Like all of these three teams, they're where they kind of deserve to be when you think about the group stage and how it went for them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can be sad for them. And let's look at Mud Golems. They started off really strong, but then failed to really continue that stride. The Lions, they didn't show up really, in my opinion. And Just Error, they're completely new. So, but let's see who's going to really take it to and win the tiebreakers. It's fun. Like
it's always good, especially because yesterday we thought, initially it was like, Mud Golems are up, but now it's like, oh wait, there's actually that lifeline of the tiebreaker. If Just Error were able to win today, then completely not. But I think if you had to rank them, I think Alliance is probably like pipping them slightly. Then it's Mud Golems and Just Error. But I'm happy to be surprised and shocked when we do play those tiebreakers.
Yeah, another dismantling here from OG. I think that's the best way to frame it. Took him a little bit longer than it did in game number 1, but a pretty similar story. We are going to be graced with an interview from none other than NoTail himself. So, gentlemen, I hope you've got some brain busters ready. Production, let's bring him in. Hello, NoTail, can you hear us?
Hello.
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
Hey,
Congratulations on the win.
Thank you. Let me turn on that webcam if you need me.
Well, we'll see if production can do something with it. Either way, it's nice to see
that.
you. Looking good, man. I'm loving the merch.
Thank you. It looks, I'm a fan too.
How's life over at OG right now, buddy? You guys feeling good? It looks like you're in proper form here coming into the playoffs.
Today was great. Dota brings good and bad days. I would say every team struggles now and again, even OG. But today was an amazing day and a great fun day to play Dota. Play some really broken Earth Spirit Morphling. Yay!
Oh man.
Yeah, it's
There you
looking
go.
better and better, man. Can you tell me, you're in Portugal, right?
Yeah. I'm in Portugal.
Why did you choose that country? Like you weren't born there, right? Like why did you move there? What's is it
born
just
in-
sunny and
Exactly. Born in Denmark, you get 2 months of sun a year, and you're like, these 2 months are the best months or like the best time of year. And then you look around and you realize that other places might have like an extended summer or more than just 2 months and then 10 months of gray. The weather is the factor for me.
how is
now
it?
that you've sorry. Please.
Go,
After you.
Tiga. Take it away.
Thank
Take it
you.
away.
Okay, so now that you finished your group stage, who do you think, what opponent was like the hardest to play against, or maybe you learned the most from playing against them in the group stage?
I would say the team to really learn from right now is VP. At least certain things. There's a lot of good teams in Dota right now. There's a lot of good teams, and it's funny because there's a lot of uniqueness. Liquid do their own thing entirely with how they play and with what heroes they pick. A lot of people, of course, have been looking at Secret and what they're doing and what they like doing. But I would say VP is kind of the group of new players that I really like looking at. They play a lot of pubs. They have a lot of good ideas.
Cool.
Epileptic kid.
Yeah. They've been a pleasure to watch so far. NoTail, what are you most sick of on this patch? New patch coming out. What is your number one pet peeve right now of what you got to deal with?
I'm so tired of getting bashed by Void and the double bash. Like, Slardar bash effect is cool. A lot of carriers are probably really tired of playing against Slardar. But I'm pretty sure everyone that has gotten the one hit from a Faceless Void and then double time lock from that, they're level 1. They're really fed up with it. And when you have to endure this for a few months, I can't wait for something like about Void to be nerfed. Also the time walk heal. It's it's rough. It's really annoying to play against this hero.
Man, he bashes you, then he denies the creep that has half HP with one hit that bashes as well on the creep. Like, what the hell?
All your calculations go out the window, right? You play against Slardar, you play against IO Slardar, you're like, with overcharge, they can maybe kill me from full HP. With Void, you don't know. He could kill you one hit full HP, or he could not really kill you, and be a normal hero. But the percentages, and then the damn time walk and time dilation and chronosphere, it's a very hard hero to play against because it's very hard to itemize. You want something for time dilation, you want something to also burst him because of time walk, and then you ideally have something for Chronosphere, but only Aeon Disc works in terms of like items you can buy. If not that, you need heroes.
So do you want
Yeah.
backtrack back on the hero then? Maybe not on the 25 talent.
I mean, that's also a percentage bullshit spell, like a bullshit concept. So I'd rather that they change something and make either time lock like not this percentage thing, maybe make him a little more reliable and then less damage, and also make him more killable. Like time walk healing all this instantly. I think Mid1 had a great idea. Like time walk should heal this HP. If it's going to heal it back, it heals it back over 2 seconds as well, like over the last 2 seconds, but then also over 2 seconds. Because right now it just feels like a very stupid hero because it's hard to itemize.
That's a cool suggestion. I'm also, since you opened up so much about Void, I'm curious about PA. Where does she rank on your level of broken relative to Void?
It's not the same, but I'm of course a +5 player, and I don't think there's +5 heroes that ever enjoy playing against this PA. Once she gets this Deso, or even later on, like there's again nothing you can do, nothing you can buy. Ghost Scepter. I hear people telling me to buy Ghost Scepter, and it doesn't work like that. Like you get critted one shot, it doesn't work. I played
What
it
about
yesterday.
Sven?
Sven's another carry hero that's pretty enjoyable.
Yeah.
But I feel these are more dealable. They're way more dealable. Yeah, I think the carries have had a really good patch. Hopefully they had a good time, but I think it's time that they feel a little bit of the pain, at least early on.
Let's switch it up a little bit. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
Some role reversal. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
All right, last question, No Tail. This kind of format we're seeing here, the Division 2, Division 1, we're moving into the play-ins. As a player, do you like this format? Do you like the group stage carrying some weight where if you're at the bottom, you fall down to Division 2?
Of course. I think the tournaments that seem where the group stage seems redundant are the ones where the group stage doesn't really matter as much or at all. Sometimes the group stage really doesn't matter at all for the playoffs. I for sure think having merit in the group stage, if you're going to have it, is it's very ideal. Not having it can make a lot of these games just seem very redundant. But here, you incentivize people to play for their lives every game, every point, everything matters. So I like it. I mean, I didn't play in the Division 2, but I from what I see, there's a lot of Dota going on. We have Dota the whole week. I think the Tier 2 scene is doing better than ever. Funny enough, even during Corona, but I can't say that for sure or for a fact, but I like to see, Dota every day, every week, see some Team Empire. Haven't seen them play in a while and all that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
it's just
the
been good watch.
consistency is a big upside, man. That's definitely true. All right. Well, thank you so much, No Tail. Always a pleasure to hear from you. Hopefully we get to hear from you again. Good luck in the playoffs, man.
Hope so too. Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Thank you, man.
You too.
Bye-bye.
See ya.
Ciao.
Cheers. Okay. Well, great to hear from No Tail indeed. Boys, we got plenty of time to fill here because we're way ahead of schedule with that quick series. So per usual, we can bring it back, and anything else you want to break down about this dismantling?
I think Lizard touched on it after that first game, is you just have to look at how OG play their heroes within the lanes, right? Like you have that in the second game especially, you have this Earth Spirit's now farming bottom, the Morphlings jungling, Bane's mid. You now have the offlane and then the carry playing that offlane duo together. And just this distribution of farm on the cores, or the heroes in general, allow for everyone to get that little something. And then when they're suddenly invading that jungle, guess what? It's now 5 farmed high-level heroes fighting up against like a starved solo, a Spectre who's been under pressure. It's that kind of philosophy of the game that allows them to have this sudden like 5k lead. And I think just a lot of people can learn a lot from just looking at these two games and how to play the lanes and as a team. And it's just, beautiful to watch.
Yeah. It was though David versus Goliath, right? Like,
Yeah.
it was difficult for 404. When you look at that second game too, the first game I was thinking, okay, it's rough. The draft is difficult, but they have an idea. This second game, it didn't really look like they had the general idea about with that Elder Titan. Let's say they pick it just because it's good versus Morphling, but does it really fit their draft? What does he bring with that Meteor Hammer? Later on in the game, it's not a whole lot, is it? Versus everyone else that's so mobile. For me, OG played like OG, but 404 they still need some time to really match up against them.
Yeah.
The key thing with that though is just you fall victim to the strategies that you're playing against, right? Rather than bringing your own flair to the game.
Yeah,
You could see in the draft that OG was controlling it the entire time. Like that ET picking game too, it just felt like well, they picked ET. Why not? Why can't we do it?
Yeah,
You know, we're
why
pro
can't we
players.
make it? Yeah,
Exactly. And it's like that level of learning and trying to bring it to a game that should happen, for example, when you're scrims. Maybe they have been practicing it, but it didn't translate into the game. And it just felt very much they were in the back in both the draft, in the game, the pacing. So again, David v Goliath, but hopefully with Error, they have that tiebreaker, that kind of lifeline.
Right.
And especially when they're a team without an org, right? You'd expect them to get one in the DPC season, but I think coming last doesn't really help.
everyone wants to watch them, right? Like when
Yeah,
you look
exactly,
at these
yeah.
names, when you look at this team, everyone is expecting a lot, and it would be a real shame if they just fell out of the first tournament that they're in. Obviously, it's not the end of the world for them, but still, they can't be happy. They can't be satisfied that they're even on the bottom three right now.
Yeah.
The Yellow Submarine rematch, though, that could happen if they somehow
It
get
could.
through then the playoff. If Yellow Submarine come first and these guys come bottom of the tiebreaks, then maybe there could be some perfect scenario where it's Yellow Submarine versus Just Error for then the life of the different. Oh my, that would be so hype, actually. Okay, I want that rematch. I don't get
Now-
how it happens, but I need it.
That would be hype, but you know that's play-in territory. We still got tiebreakers, and we've still got 2 more series for this group stage. And these last 2 series we've got are pretty hype. Secret versus Na'Vi. This is a big one. Both these teams have been looking good. Have been kind of interesting as they've changed throughout the group stage. Secret currently 3rd, Nigma currently 4th. Both of them 5-3 in series score. So I think there is a potential tiebreak type scenario for this top 4, middle 4 break point, and I don't know if there's a head-to-head there or what happens exactly. So we'll kind of wait for results to come in and then update as that happens. And then we've got Liquid versus Nigma. That's our final series of the group stage.
Yeah.
Another good one.
Yeah, the last one, the Liquid versus Nigma is probably the closest one, I would say. But we'll stay here on the panel for the second game, and don't be surprised. Na'Vi is looking real hot at the moment. The last couple of games that I've seen after the Virtus Pro series, in which they played pretty much the same strategy 3 games in a row, they've been more and more dominant, and they've had some different drafts, some different ideas, and the way they're playing is reminiscent of the Virtus Pro when they just started this tournament. So Secret, obviously the favorite, but you never know. It's not the same Secret like a month ago.
It also depends what Secret turns up, right? When they played up against VP, they were trying to be very creative with their picks. Not in terms of like they're slotting in an Axe, for example. They didn't have like a Furin 5 and a Lone Druid. They're trying to just kind of open up a bit more greed within their lineup, and VP picked that apart. So if Secret are still going down that line today, then I can easily see Na'Vi just outpacing them like VP did. But again, it just depends how creative Secret want to be, and if they want to reel it back a little bit and just try and put a lot of pressure on Na'Vi.
Creative. That's the word we're using. Okay. And yeah, our tiebreakers have already been scheduled. December 6th, we will have matches. Alliance versus Error, Alliance versus Mud Golems, and then Error versus Mud Golems, a little 3-team round robin. And, well, we've got more Dota on the menu. So excited about that.
Is it too late to add new tiebreaker rules where it's like if you're forced into a tiebreaker, then you can't pick Sven, PA, Mac? Like you have to really be creative to survive.
Oh, I see. You want to do like elimination mode for the tiebreaker.
Yeah, exactly. Like take away like the top 10. Yeah, like they weren't good
like
enough
that.
to get through themselves, and they have to play tiebreakers, right?
T-Gov, you introduced me to the right people, and I'm down to have that conversation, buddy.
All right, let's
We've got
go.
it ready to rock and roll, so you let me know. But folks, we're going to have a break. Come on back in about an hour's time. Then we're going to carry you through Secret versus Na'Vi after this.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Start it up.
Hello there, dumplings, and welcome back. We've got the best looking panel in Dota 2. It's Zyori, Trent, and Lizard bringing you all the action of Secret versus Na'Vi. Lizard, you're looking good, buddy. How are you? You're letting it loose. I like the no buttons.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, this shirt actually can't button it down anymore, so
Oh,
that's
shit.
that's pretty
subtle-
much.
You're just
flex.
too ripped? Is that what it is? Too much at the
No.
gym, huh?
Whoa.
Yeah, a little bit too much for this shirt, and I love it. So white shirt and button down red one, it'll have to do. Come on.
Oh, those
fine.
biceps are busting out of there, bud.
Wow.
Jeez, you gotta take it easy.
Yeah,
Putting us to shame here.
Or buy some bigger shirts. I think that works as well.
Pumping
That's
iron
just
in
unrealistic.
Ukraine, man. All right. Well, we had a long break. Thank you for coming back, everyone. Na'Vi Secret. This is a good one. A little bit of an org rivalry there. You know, it's Puppy. He's been on both sides. This should be exciting. And as we confirmed earlier, tiebreakers tomorrow. The battle for the bottom. The Mud Golems, Alliance, 404. They're all going to be playing each other again to see who's going down to Division 2. I think we're in pretty good shape otherwise in terms of additional tiebreakers. If Secret and Nigma both win in these last two series, then I'm almost positive that it's just that battle of the bottom. So,
Trent, how did you call it? Is it toilet bowl?
Oh yeah, toilet bowl.
Is
You
that
get
what
zero
you're
wins,
waiting for?
you know.
Yeah.
It's a good one. Got to keep that one fresh. Hey, that's kind of new. I feel like we have
However-
not seen a lot of PA first picks.
it is. Now, I want to get the stakes right here. Na'Vi 5-3, Secret also 5-3. If Na'Vi win this, they are on the cusp of being in the top 4 instead of the middle 4. So a lot on the line here. We are blessed with a group stage where these final two series actually are significant in terms of placing into the bracket.
Yeah.
So
I mean, they're both 5-3, right? So it's just
Yes.
like win. You really want to win this series. Do not lose.
and
Get
there's
upper
two
bracket.
teams, Virtus Pro and Viking, already confirmed top 2. So it's 3 teams fighting over 2 spots for the upper bracket. It's going to be interesting because Nigma is also 5-3.
Okay.
Will Secret show up? Will they play their A game? Or I mean,
yeah.
picking PA definitely looks scary already, but they did let go the Chen through, which is Navi's like #1 hero to go for. That Chen Storm strategy that they're rolling out every now and then. Was it yesterday or the day before?
I think it was yesterday.
Yesterday,
Pretty
right?
sure.
When they,
Yeah,
when
it
they
just
ended
came
the
back
game
again.
so fast. Yeah. Chen, Troll, and Storm, man. That game was quick, so yeah, let's see. It's Puppy, right? Like if he's playing a best of 3, he's gonna let you have your best thing in the first game and then try to counter it out, see how it goes.
Yeah,
All right,
yesterday
now-
it was the 22-minute game 3 with the Storm Chen.
So we have no mag. It's already first phase ban. Is there a reason not to snap pick Slarder? They want the Mirana versus the Chen. So they're more concerned
Alright.
about Na'Vi. Because, like, you know you're not getting the Slarder more than likely now. And now Na'Vi have the exact same situation with the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, but don't you just pick Slardar and let the Mirana go through? Like chances are they won't ban out Mirana. They'll ban something else different, right? But well,
There it is.
Slardar being banned out, that's like 90% from Navi, I would say.
But boys, this strikes me as the classic. All 3 of us have said this multiple times in drafts. If we can see it, you know Puppy
course.
saw this yesterday. So there has got to
Yeah.
be some sort of a big brain strategy here. There's a reason that will somehow come to light that the Slardar was not picked up and why he let this combo through. Puppy knows. I
mind
know
games are
better than to
beginning.
doubt the great puppet.
Who was the puppet? I thought he puppeted the others.
No, he's the master of the
The
puppets.
puppeteer.
The
Yes,
puppeteer.
The puppy
Fair.
tier.
Puppeteer. All right, they ban out the Rubik. Like
That was
this
key
is
yesterday
against,
in that lineup. Yep.
Yeah, it was played on position 5 as well, right? Like that's how they roll.
Well,
This
always
Ru-
want to fly plays it. And he's
Yeah.
like, but he plays 4 when
Yeah.
they do this.
But this combo of Rubik and Chen, like Rubik Chen and Shadow Demon Chen, that's something like 2014 CIS votes. Every single scrim, every single game you would play versus CIS teams, this is the go-to combo, and they would just run across the map together and make stuff happen. Yesterday they made a lot of stuff happen, so a deserved ban. Slardar, by the way.
Well,
Well,
Who could have guessed?
I don't
Trent,
know.
what do you got pinned today? Is that a DR? You got the rapier?
Oh
on the
yeah,
lapel?
we had so many rapiers this tournament.
Okay.
I picked up the rapier this morning.
Last day of the
you
group
know?
stage, repping
Yeah.
the rapier. I think that's appropriate. It's been
I
a
feel like
pretty
it's one of the-
rapier-heavy event.
Yeah. I mean, okay, the when the patch first gave Rapier True Strike and we had Medusa rolling, then there was a lot of Rapiers. That was pretty crazy. I feel like this is like the second highest amount of Rapiers we've seen with all these PA games and chucked around. What we've had games with like 3 Rapiers, 4 Rapiers.
We did see a couple of games in which Rapier on PA is unnecessary. They buy it, they lose with it. We've seen a couple of those too, but
Yeah.
I don't mind it. I like that Rapier that actually gets picked up regularly and not only by Hwost. You know, it's all right. It's cool. I dig it.
What's the deal with Morphling here? Can Secret Morphling in this situation and do like the aggressive Nisha Dota Morphling and give PA the space? Do you think?
Yeah.
Because it has to go mid versus Storm.
I think it's totally possible.
It's not the best versus Storm overall. He can reach you. He has a lot of damage, mixed damage that can deal with the Morphling. But overall, if they want to, why not? They can. I'd rather see them with something like a Puck.
I keep
More
thinking
standard.
about what is Secret going to do in terms of invading to kill stacks, right? That is the linchpin of this Navi strategy with the Storm Chen. You know they're going to do it. You know the stacks are going to be there. How can we jump in and secure them? And the more I think about it, Mirana is an okay utility for that because of the Starstorm. You know, it hits a lot of targets. It's a lot of AoE damage, clears up creeps. That's one piece of the puzzle.
Or you just take all of their big camps, right? Like you jump in with Mirana, you arrow the creep, go away. Once they stack again, take another big creep.
I'm just curious what they're thinking for Zai this game. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's why you see Navi targeting it. I mean, they're still like Batrider, but I mean that all just depends on the matchup too. So maybe Sand King looks kind of all right as well.
I
That's
was
a good
thinking
ban.
the same thing.
Get rid of the Omni.
Hey, it was played, right, recently. Was it Secret played Sand King, right, on offlane recently, 2 days ago.
Someone, it was them. They beat Alliance with it.
Yeah, I
and
was
Alliance
watching one
actually
of the
played
games.
it in Game 2 of the same series, so it was
They
a
did
Sand King
beat
heavy
Alliance
matchup.
with it.
Yeah,
It was also
so-
a Magnus Void game, though.
So interesting, though, Sand King out of the sudden, like, we need a stun, let's pick Sand King, whatever.
It's a bit of a Zai classic, though. He's really good on those elusive, like highly mobile stunners like that.
With the Mirana, it could be cool. There's also Mars in the pool still, by the way, that hasn't been touched. Something like
Yeah.
Mars Phoenix is still out there. Like you could go in the
Venge
second.
Drow is still out
Venge
there too.
Drow, yeah. For Navi, that would be pretty sick. You have the Storm that creates a lot of space, and then you just follow up with Venge Drow. The problem is you would be playing Drow into PA, but I
We've
don't
seen
think
that
you
go
mind.
both ways,
Yeah,
too.
yeah. I don't think you mind at all.
Yeah. It's kind of like the Drow Morphling, where it's like sometimes you'll see the Morph team ban the Drow, and sometimes you see the Drow team ban the Morph, and you're just like, I don't know who doesn't want to play what in this matchup. Like,
Well,
It's
you
weird
also got
because-
the Chen, too. That helps a
Yeah.
lot against the PA to offset some of the burst. You get one
And
reset.
you get marksmanship, right? Like your ultimate. They snatch the Mars. So this could be Navi playing the Phoenix Mars, actually.
yeah, that looks really strong right here because he
Could
plays
they grab
the Phoenix, right?
for Zai?
The thing is, if you're Secret, maybe you aren't really that afraid of it because you have Mirana already. And it is one of those heroes that's picked into the Phoenix because you can always get on top of him, or on top of that egg that is, and you have bonus attack speed with the leaps, and you can just clear it out. So maybe they're not really worried that much about it.
It's just interesting seeing the off lane targeted so much in terms of bans. Like, are we getting into Axe territory for Secret? Is that
Yeah,
kind of
seriously.
what we're down to?
That and DK, right?
Yeah. Okay, that's a good
I
one.
think the instant stun would be really nice versus the Storm.
And there's the Undying. All right.
That's a pretty clever one because if now they go Mars Phoenix, you have Undying versus the lane, which is always really good,
Yeah.
and they do
There you
because
go.
you
This
kind
is
of wanted to go
classic
like
Navi, man.
like Oracle could have been kind of good, right? And so, for some other reasons in this draft, but the matchup in the lane is just bad.
Yeah, just imagine buying a stick on this lane on Mars and Phoenix. You're playing versus Undying and PA. Like, you're going to have full sticks every 5 seconds.
Yeah, and then you lose all your strength, so when you stick up, it's like, oh
Yeah,
yeah,
full HP. We literally
That's pretty
just played versus this. Literally played versus these two heroes today, and stick galore. You just heal up so
Yeah.
quickly. It's crazy.
Secret needs some control though. A little bit light on stuns now. It's the one weakness of the Undying. He doesn't give you anything in terms of stuns. So you've got him Potom Arrow
DK.
and the DK. Hey, look at that. A
Nice call. Good job.
We're
Reliable
back there,
stunner.
guys.
Woo.
Yeah. This is. I feel like they've had this exact same draft. They've definitely. I don't know. They're not picking a whole lot of heroes on Secret lately. Like I was looking back, no one's even banning Morphling versus them. Whereas at the start of this tournament, I feel like Morphling was like first phase bannable versus Secret because so many teams were running this mid morph, and now Secret are just kind of mixing and matching the same couple heroes over and over.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's banned out versus OG, right? All the time. Today we saw them pick it and they just dominate with. I think maybe their strategies are a little bit different overall when it
They
comes to that
banned the
Morphling.
Drow.
Yeah.
There you go.
I'm not so sure. Like you ban out the Drow, but there's no big buff up in Venge, right? You have Chen, which is nice, but no Venge, no Slardar, no Beastmaster, nothing like that. Nothing to really buff up that Drow to get her in that dangerous zone of DPS.
So
Sand
who's left
King as
then?
well.
We got Sven still hanging out.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm like what?
He's also kind of awkward though, and in the same reason, like without buff up. But I mean,
Wait
in terms
a
of the carries right
second.
now,
Wait
he's
a
one of the better ones.
second. The V-Tune Void is still here.
Damn, there's so many carries actually at the moment that are still in the pool. Void can be problematic versus PA, also versus Dragonite. The stun is pretty solid versus PA. It forces you to itemize differently, and if she's ahead, she can just blow you up in that mom.
10 seconds remain.
See, Navi, obviously, they need a hard carry now to finish it off. Secret, they banned out the Terrorblade. It's one of those V-Tune heroes. There's also Troll available for Navi too, something they played yesterday, right? With the Chen and the Storm
Yeah.
Spirit. And it's solid here. No big silences to mess with him. You're playing versus PA.
It
Could
just
this
gives
be
them a
an
very
AM game?
balanced draft.
Yep.
Could it be AM for Navi? Does it look like an anti-mage game?
AM's kind of gross versus PA.
In
It
a
doesn't
good
offer
way
that
or a
many
bad
benefits.
way? Bad
Like,
way.
bad
Like-
way, yeah.
Okay.
No go.
Yeah, you can still scale maybe a little bit better if you reach that, not extreme late game, but that mid, when you get Manta and Basher.
It's just like with Storm and Mars, you just have the ability to break up the map and just be very, very annoying with the anti-mage. It would be a different play style for sure. Kind of dancing around, split pushing.
So they ban out the Sand King and the Bloodseeker. So they're
Yeah.
expecting Team Secret to pick an offlaner last, it looks like.
I just don't think there's that many good offlaners left, and I'm surprised they opted for that.
5 seconds.
Maybe they're more concerned about the
Is
lane
this-
pressure that a Sand King and a Bloodseeker can give. So they're like, okay, well, let's try and force them into the off-lane
the
Dragonite
LD?
this way, right? Because then whatever carry we pick is going to be more comfortable in the lane compared to those two heroes.
Yeah. I still really like that puck or anything like that. That gives them some extra control. I think they go with the Timber. All right.
Well,
Damn.
Navi read it right, I think.
Yeah. It should be Timber Zai on the offlane, right? Timber Mirana
Yeah, I
most
think
likely
so.
over there.
Yeah.
It's a rough game for Mirana in terms of like the early rotations and everything. I feel like it is going to be very creep focused, like we kind of hinted at the start of the draft. Right? I mean, they picked it into the Chen, so that's probably the main reason, but expect him to be very annoying and hiding in the fog a lot because Zai just wants the whole lane to himself anyway, right?
And it's
Slark.
Slark. So the other really mobile carry I was kind of thinking for V-Tune. But Timber, I mean, who better to invade the jungle and clear out stacks? And also has some decent options against Slark. So
That matchup's weird, man. I don't know. The Slark one, like sometimes it looks so good for Slark, and then other games where the Slark doesn't have that good start, he just gets shredded apart when he tries to Shadow Dance because the Timber
Yeah.
absolutely does not care.
One thing though, with this Slark pick, I think you're tying Yabzor to the lane a little bit more. It's not a lane
That's
in which
true.
Yabzor can completely just. Their idea was we'll have Zion Timber, whatever they pick, Yabzor will just rotate around, arrow creeps 24/7, get so much farm that it doesn't really matter that Zai is a bit sacked. But
Yeah.
now versus Slark, that could be problematic because Chen and Slark, they could threaten him.
interesting stuff. Quick predictions. Who do we actually like to win this game one?
Ah man, PA's looked so good. I'm gonna go with Navi though. It's Storm Chen. I'm not running away from that combo now.
Not going to
Man.
doubt it now.
No,
okay.
no.
Fair.
Man, I'll go with Trent as well. Secret is secret, but this is Storm Chen on Navi. This is Mars,
Wow.
Phoenix, Sonavi plus Vitun Slark. It looks good. It looks solid.
Okay, so comfort zone for Na'Vi, according to the analysts. Folks, last day of the group stage, EGB.com. They got you for the bets. They'll take your action if you're in the right country, and you can do it and have some fun. Oh yeah. Now let's get into the casters. We've got Killer Pigeon and PyCat. Please take it away, boys.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. We here. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Na'Vi versus Secret. An important one as well. PyCat. One of these teams can guarantee themselves the upper bracket by slaying the other here. It's a case of who's it going to beat, though. And I mean, we were kind of looking at this draft at the end. You messaged me. You kind of saw the slot coming. It's V2 and it's Na'Vi. Is it that final oomph to go with these other two combos that puts them over the edge, or do you just have to bow down to the almighty Phantom Assassin?
I mean, I was a little bit surprised because I feel like it was kind of telegraphed by the bans, and I feel like if you watched Na'Vi play, then you would kind of know that they want to go for this hero. It's not really bad against like pretty much any of these heroes. It's a pretty decent Slark game. The Timber matchup can become lighted. But it should definitely be a pretty good Slark game, and I don't feel like the Chen has really been checked. I mean, there's the Mirana, but they don't really have that much to stop. If Na'Vi group up and start to go like just start to ball up and go as group, it's gonna be pretty hard for Secret to fight unless they do really well in the lanes.
Yeah, it looks like Secret's heroes, like, operationally, they're more independent, right? Like, a DK can rotate, make some things happen. The PA just wants to farm up. Timber can absorb space, but when you talk about that 5-on-5...
always want to fly, and the general, they might be in for a rough one here. It's the puppy boot. Oh,
General was going to die. Oh, Fairy Fire will keep him up. The decay might still get him.
Sticks.
Looks like Puppy decides it's not worth it. He's like, no, the message has been sent. I am against double strength heroes. Bow down.
This lane might be pretty dicey for Na'Vi.
It's something you don't really think about until recently, right? Like, Undying hasn't necessarily been that much of a popular pick until recently, while the Mars plus Phoenix combo has kind of been the go-to whenever you're thinking Mars, right?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this Undying pick, I feel like it very rarely works, from what I've seen. There are a few games every now and then where the hero looks pretty good, and so far, this is looking kind of like one of them. They don't really have any amazing tombstone killers. Slark is not bad, but not the fastest.
Yeah, well, inside Secret, when it comes to that egg, they are going to have the Mirana. I guess the Mars can mess with it a little bit, but the Mars is the one being messed with right now, as he's going to try and run into the tree line. We'll get the salve off.
Oh, Puppy, no. No.
Wait, what?
He lost his mango. This is gonna be kind of awkward for Puppy. He also has a sentry on the courier. He wants to bring it out, remove the sentry to get the bull camp. Now he's gonna be this kind of useless block here. It's just gonna. Yeah.
All right. Well, we're starting to see why the Undying it can be a little bit of a finicky one, right? Like if you get that kill, this looks like a completely different lane. But now giving that over to this combo, it could get a little bit dicey for Secret in this top lane.
Yeah, because once you get the Fire Spirits on the Phoenix, the balance shifts a little bit since the Undying can't really trade efficiently anymore. You have both the nukes on the Mars, and so contesting them, it's not really going to be the same anymore. You had your chance to bully them and hopefully get a kill, or at least secure kind of a lead in terms of HP and everything and resources. But now that kind of falls a little bit off.
Yeah. And when you look at the other lanes, I mean, Na'Vi, they're doing reasonably well, right? Like, you actually look at mid, Iceberg's one getting a few denies in, bot as well. It's going to be a good lane for Slark being up against this Timber score.
Yeah, I think this is one of those lanes where, I don't know, I've seen this played like a couple different ways. I've seen some people who just go for like you don't even go that heavy into the reactive armor early on, but rather you just max the other spells and you just try to harass the Slark. Make sure he can't trade efficiently.
Makes sense. I mean, if you feel kind of counted out by the reactive armor side of things anyway, right? Like, why would you double down when you know Essence Shift is just going to screw you?
Yeah, with that said, this build though from V2 makes that almost impossible. He's got the Ring of Tarrasque, and he's got the Chen, so his region is yeah, I don't really know that you can get through this.
Well, sometimes you kind of forget about this item, right? Like, you remember when it first came out, and it was just, you'd start the game as like an offlane of Ring of Trask, and you were unkillable. Got kind of battered into the ground, and seemed to be more or less ignored for the most by everyone since then.
Yeah, I feel like carries pick it up every now and then, like some Terrorblade, Slark, etc. There are a couple of heroes that seem to pick this item up just for the sort of extra bump in HP and region.
Oh, pressure on him. Matumba, he might go down. He's got nowhere to run. Maybe he always want to fly, but if he goes down in response, it looks like Puppey's got the blocks, though. General needs to be careful himself now, because they could reinitiate as the Salve's been used on Matumba Man. Let's jump in. Spear to get him away isn't going to be good enough. It's going to be a double kill for Puppey.
Alright. Undying strikes back.
Now he just needs to get a crap ton of mangoes brought out with that new influx of cash. Courier's on the way. We'll go to meet it. So he can kind of keep that bullying up. We can see if he can actually maybe shut down this combo. Because this is a greedy combo in terms of XP, right? When you got the Phoenix, you need to make sure you're the ones getting quick levels.
Yeah, this is such a kind of rough time for Matumba now. He really needs to get like a soul rip from a lot of creeps. Puppey doesn't have mana for it just yet. But Matumba, he needs to get his region out. He's already queuing up the Battle Fury, so kind of knows what he wants this game.
Makes sense when you look at the other cores as well, right? Like, he has to be accelerating his farm. He has to be delivering the clicks in the late game. Puppey being clicked onto is going to be brought down.
Yeah, I think the first death was kind of awkward for Puppey, but I think this one actually almost helps him.
Yeah, when he comes out, when he respawns, he's going to have all of the regen, so he'll be able to actually, you know, sustain there, instead of just being in the situation where he's a liability, he can't protect Matumba Man, can't protect himself.
Yeah, it's pretty much the last thing you want as Undying. You don't really want to be a liability. Your hero is picked for, you know, a lot of the reason is to help in the lane.
Well, pick on a Chen. Seems that although they can't really pressure V2, if they just go straight for the Chen, it seems like an easy enough pick right now, especially considering he still doesn't have boots and has no intention of picking him up.
Yeah, I remember a game which was sort of similar for, I think it was Roger. I'm not entirely sure, but I feel like there was this one game where there was like no impact from the Chen. So far, aside from kind of the healing and trying to help the Slark in lane, we haven't really seen much from Roger. I guess a lot of it's going to come down to the stacking that he's going to be doing for Iceberg.
Yeah, hopefully that doesn't get screwed with too much by the Mirana, because of course it is in Yapzor's best interest not only stop their stacks, but being able to take away the big creeps constantly with the arrow, as is present.
Yeah, and now you can see that Zai, he's just going to be completely, you know, self-sustainable down here in the bottom lane. You're just going to...
This kill, I don't know if it's going to happen, but Timberman, he's going to jump in, always want to fly, will go down, but Timberman's still alive though in general. Got the spear on cooldown, one more second he'll have it, he will be able to get it.
Imagine you get the blur there. He was going to have the spear anyway, so I guess it doesn't matter. Puppey though.
He's got the soul rip, so he'll be fine, but General definitely getting the better side of this lane so far.
Yeah, he's slightly behind Matumba, but he's definitely happy. He's halfway to 6. Actually, Matumba Man is also... They're just about even.
Yeah, it's the fact that he's kind of bogging Matumba Man down while V-Tune is free to do what he wants in the bot lane so far.
Oh, the arrow connects.
Minute. Clean up. General's gone. Always want to fly. He did show mid, so it made it a little bit obvious that they could actually get away with that, considering Iceberg is just back clearing up those stacks Roger had made.
And it seems like Anisha had done really well in this mid lane. He's quite a bit ahead of, or was before these stacks. Storm just went through like a triple or a quadruple stack, and he's still behind the DK, who's also pressuring the tower, the arrow.
They got damage, they might. One more hit will do it, they bring him down. 1 point stunts. Nice easy setup for those arrows to Yapzor in general. Still not level 6, so being in this mid lane just feels like a detriment, because now who's pressuring PA?
Yeah, the Na'Vi, like, I feel like they really want this diffusal on V-Tune. He becomes like a really strong playmaker once he gets this item. I feel like he becomes really active, just scurries around the map.
Yeah, while the PA won't want to fight for at least a few minutes past that point is the idea here. So it's kind of important that once Na'Vi have that first item, they need to find a way to group up and make some plays. And once they have their 6s, you can see that should be fairly easy.
They might use their mid tower though.
Yeah, that's the problem, is like getting there. Like XP-wise, Secret have definitely got the better side of this first 10 minutes. It's just allow them to do this. Puppey hasn't got the new skin. I'm upset.
What's the new skin?
The new skin, they just added it with the season, the new season Dota Plus. It's like a Spartan type thing.
Ooh.
It was the only skin I wanted. Guess how many packs it took me to get it?
5?
There's 11 in total.
I was okay. That doesn't
11.
sound too bad.
It took me the whole 11 to get my hands on it.
Oh shoot.
My precious Dota shards that clearly are a measure of my Dota capabilities, okay, were very heavily bitten into by that. God damn.
I mean, I haven't really been like the biggest fan of Dota cosmetics in general. Just like you know, I'm more about the playing the game, but there are some. I feel like there are some cosmetics that are just, you know, they make the game a little bit better. You know, they make playing the game a little bit more fun.
Yeah, the most obvious ones are taunts, right? Like, we all love some good taunts. Like Kunkka, you know, it's a great hero, but once you get the dance, it just feels 10 times more enjoyable.
Yeah, I don't know. Some taunts, I feel like they're okay. Some taunts are.
Some are really weird, like the Lightfiller one. Ooh, Puppey. Stunned up, baits him in, but the arena's gonna go down. Iceberg's free to clean up one kill. Nisha might be in trouble as well, as Yapzor has no way of assisting him anymore with the arrow on cooldown. Nisha will burn down and be killed off. They can turn around, maybe try and look towards Zai. The egg is going to be forced out. Iceberg in a lot of trouble. He's going to drag him to make sure he cannot return, but the damage is still going to be there. Zai able to move away, so they waste the egg for nothing.
Yeah, very nice price high to get in there and help out, get the kill on Iceberg.
Oh no, the Chen creeps. He loses most of them. Yapzor might lose his life though. Spearthrower is good enough.
Yeah, but this is the thing. The Chen, he was not even level 6 there, and I feel like once you get this army, you get this diffusal on Slark. I do feel like you have a pretty strong team fight. I think you should be able to control the map kind of decently here. You know, you're gonna have your timing with the Orchids on the Storm. There's gonna be a diffusal on the Slark. Of course, the egg level 2 is also gonna be a big timing. Na'Vi definitely have some good tools in this game to deal with the Secret lineup.
Yeah, and we see as long as they can try and find fights where Zai isn't, it's quite easy for them to take an advantage, right? Like I think that's the only kryptonite they have right now. Is a lot of these heroes hate playing into the Timbersaw.
Yeah, in before Phoenix gets Vessel and a couple points in Sunray,
Yeah,
Timber
exactly.
he's kind of hard to deal with.
I need to get for this build. I just keep seeing this more and more just casually on offlaners at the moment. It seems like the stat value is just too high to pass up.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of people, you just want that urn for like the extra damage or extra healing or whatever.
Yeah,
I guess the build-up is also very nice now with the circlet and the Rigor Protection.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just 1.5 mana regen, like for that type of kind of money investment feels really nice as well. A lot of these heroes that are a bit more mana demanding.
Just trading tier 1s here, and Nisha's getting close now to this blink.
It's just easy to find kind of casual pickoffs. Plus, now that the Hand of God is there for Na'Vi, it should be a little bit harder to burst through these targets quickly, because outside the Timber, you might be lacking in that instant kind of burst of damage, right? Your PA isn't going to want to fight anytime soon, after all.
I think the last time I saw Matomaman play PA, that's the game with like the 3 rapiers, isn't it?
I think so. Was that not the one where he decided that if he gives his opponent enough rapiers, then his opponent's hero is going to be worthless, and he can just get rapiers back?
No, actually, okay, the last time... Okay, yeah, no, it is.
Yeah, it's where he kept giving rapiers over to a Faceless Void until Faceless Void had no attack speed and nothing.
Yeah, that was against the Lions, right?
Yeah, and then he was like, okay, now I will have those rapiers back. Thank you very much for holding on to them, buddy. Now, if you'd done that to a Slark, oh, that would be on a similar level to doing it to a Faceless Void, right?
Yeah, I mean, yes, Slark does not really enjoy having rapiers, I feel like. Not really the best. I mean, it's okay, but he's not really the best rapier carrier.
I like how this is how we will now measure Matuma Man's PA performances. How many rapiers does he need to give his opponent to break them?
I mean, it's a pretty kind of, you know, it's sort of a fascinating step, or a little.
It's a unique way to win a game of Duh, you know?
Just overload the enemy carry so that he doesn't have any more item slots for normal items. He only has rapiers, and then once you kill him, you win the game.
It's like that teammate that tells you the reason he fed his lane is so that you can then go kill them and you'll get loads of XP and gold, right? It's like this is part of the strategy. We're going to give them that overconfidence and then they're worth a lot of money.
Feed now, in harvest,
Get
return
returns later.
Yeah.
Top lane. The man got found. He cancelled the TP. I don't think he got Vortex there, right? He just cancelled the TP.
I think, yeah, he might have, but, you know, General was probably close enough for the spear. Either way.
Nicely done. Take a little pick off. They did, of course, use the arena to make sure there's no response, but now with Matuma Man down, it's not like Secret can go make a play to create space for him. Instead, you can see Na'Vi just starting to absorb this top area.
Yeah, one thing I kind of like here is, like, I feel like most Undyings, all I see them with is Tranquil Boots, and maybe, you know, maybe a Ring of Basilius if they're lucky enough. But Puppey's actually, he's kind of close to this mech here. It's gonna be a bit more tanky, not just go down all that easily. Provide some more support in these fights. Might have some mana issues against the Slark, but
overall, it's just, as you said, it's impressive that Undying has something. Like, you know, you compare these two pos 5s, you'd expect the Chen to have more gold in him at this stage of the game. But it's just something about the way Secret play. Puppey, he always finds that extra bit of change in his pocket.
yeah, I just feel like I'm kind of worried for Secret and by the Slark. I think this hero is kind of unchecked in this game.
Block is here, ready to fight with Phoenix now here. Nice body block, V2. Bodyguard is Phoenix. Egg's going to go down. Diffusal used, Nisha dragged in, they can't get rid of the egg. Zaya's deep inside, trying to actually distract them. Nisha's going to be zoned away. Puppey is going to burst through and drop, as he will be brought down. They do commit the arena in the end. I don't know if they can get more out of this, though. Diffusal has been thrown out to Zaya. Oh, no, that is... I actually feel for General there. How does that not hit any of those trees?
I just had to check, just in case Nisha or Zai had used their Quelling Blade there, you know.
Just look at, I mean, it's like the trees, they are bending
yeah,
to the side, right?
I know. I was pretty certain. I was just like, oh, she's about to get this spear to a tree. But...
No clapping occurring here, but it's enough that they will feel confident about going into the pit, it seems.
Yeah, I just think in these fights, it's hard to deal with the Slark. The way I think Secret deal with the Slark is by killing his teammates, removing this Chen and Phoenix from the equation. Like if Matuma Man gets this Desolator, and they can start jumping these targets and exploding them before kind of the fight happens. I think that's a way where, you know, past that point, then Slark can't really stay in the fight any longer and fight all these heroes. But killing the Slark is incredibly difficult with these heroes. It's very easy to dark pack most of these stuns. Well, the only real stun is the Dragon Tail and the arrow, and you know it's kind of hard to get these onto Slark unless he's snoozing.
Yeah, unless you blink right in his face and stun him, it's unlikely you're going to be able to actually chain stun V2 up. And even if you do, it's the fact that he's got this double heal, right? He's got the Sun Ray, he's got the Hand of God, you've got this big kind of zonal denial with the egg in the arena. It's very hard for Secret to control the ebb and flow of these fights.
Yeah, it's just so far so good, I think, for Na'Vi. About to complete the Vessel on the Phoenix. Always on a fight, though.
That tombstone feels awkward. Iceberg, he goes in, though. That's got the Aegis, so he doesn't care. He'll just move away. Forces out the Elder Dragon form, the Tombstone as well, so they're kind of happy with that. V2 looking to go in now, needs to be a little bit careful. So it looks like the rest of his team does one out. Oh, stun control, good. They're bringing him low. V2 and he's gone. They bust through him. General, the arena is not going to achieve anything. Maybe it stops them from finding more heroes, but considering use the egg, they just jump back in and look for more. Roger just tries to distract Nisha. They'll hunt back towards the back line and look to see if they can find Iceberg, who's low on mana. They've already cleaned up the bird. Chen's going to fall as well. Iceberg now out of mana. They do have eyes on him, but it looks like he's far enough away they cannot punish further.
Yeah, and you know, I take back everything I just said. The only way to kill Slark is to kill his teammates. Not, but they kind of thought they were safe on this high ground. Secret have this ward up here, and so they choose to take that fight in that area because they know they have vision here. And yeah, you see the Slark. Yeah, he dies like I think at like the last point something second of that stun. Doesn't get the Shadow Dance off. I'm not sure. I think Roger might have been a little bit slow there on the heal because it's still up, so that might have actually saved the Slark.
I mean, maybe they just didn't expect that much burst damage out the Timbersaw in that moment, because that was really what sealed the deal there, is he couldn't even hide the Shadow Dance anymore. It was just kind of funny the way that plays out, right? Because everyone else on Na'Vi is kind of determined to move away. They're like, okay, I think this is done. Let's just retreat. And I don't know if V2 was trying to cover their escape or just went into you what main mode. As that's what Iceberg is doing now. He'll at least be able to get away with this, but he needs to be a little bit careful. Not really targeting and initiate on. They're going to try again on Anisha. They're going to pin him against the wall, but the arrow's going to come through. Connects on the slot. Does start packed it off. Nisha is still alive. Dragon Tail stun's going to come out. Nisha will fall. Zai just being ignored for all of this, but General being brought low needs to be careful. The Zombos, they are stacking up quick here. Handigot to try and get them out. Iceberg low on mana, but able to escape. Not committed, but they are the ones who come out a little bit ahead there as they do claim the Dragon Knight's life.
Yeah, I feel like both these spells in this game, the Egg and the Tombstone, they're going to have quite a lot of value. Could see these teams start to focus and center their fights quite a bit around these spells.
It's kind of awkward to use them very well as well, right? Because both sides, they have these kind of elusive heroes. You've got the Timber, the PA on one side, the Mirana. And on the other side, you've got the Slark, the Phoenix, and Storm Spirit. So kind of amassing that CC that can screw them over is a little bit difficult. They are determined to try and kill this Timber, but it just feels like they're jumping the gun a little.
It looks like Matumba, he's decided to go for the BKB first before he's going into the Deso. Maybe he feels that he doesn't really want to have to deal with the being able to survive the Phoenix as a Vessel Spirit, Spirit, you know, the Fire Spirits, the Vessel, the damage from the Egg. It's just gonna be kind of nice for him. You can still get that Vessel so quickly right after, as long as you're surviving.
Yes, in that case, anyone who gets kind of pinned to the arena wall is probably going to die, right? Like that's the issue Secret has right now. While an Undying can clutch save you to an extent with these heals, it might not be enough.
Do you think that Dragon Scale should give twice the value on Dragonite?
Why are we? I mean,
and on like a couple other dragons.
Why should he get any value? He's already got plenty of Dragon Scales. He wishes he had more though. If Nisha has found him out, he's going to be burst through and killed. So why don't we just why don't we just take this a step further, right? Like we just need any hero that the item seems to have some connection to. Like Iron Talon should give double the attack speed.
Iceberg?
Oh, what? The Aegis has been reclaimed though, so Iceberg is going to play around a little bit, not risk it too much. Reinforcements coming in, but Timberman caught out and killed off.
Iceberg with the finds here, with the big find. He gets nets the kill on the DK and the PA by canceling just their ports. And all of a sudden, Na'Vi are looking to go and get this tier 1 tower bottom. Iceberg is very close now to the Bloodstone as well.
Yeah, he's a hungry boy, so once that Bloodstone's online, you can guarantee he's going to be filling it up pretty quickly with the way this game's gone so far. Yeah, the question, like, where's the response from Secret? They are getting close to having the double BKB because Nisha is just one component off. So that might be kind of their go, right? You get those 2 BKBs as a way you can fight into Na'Vi.
Yeah, I think if you are grouped up and you're ready to initiate on the right target, I think you can still 5v5. It's just it's getting more and more difficult, I would say. Always want to fly, going for the Shivas here. I really like that he's deciding to try to properly scale here. The level 18 Phoenix with Shivas could be quite the issue for Secret.
Sorry, you just got me thinking about these neutral items more now. It's like the
You're
Dragon Scale one.
you're trying to see if there are more heroes that
I
should
mean,
have,
they
like,
kind of are, right?
added
like
value.
net for a Meepo, right? Just give him a little AoE net instead.
Yeah, but it's not called Meepo's net or anything, right? At least the Dragon Scale, it's got dragon in it, you know?
Let's see if this dragon can actually find a pick. There's smoke them moving. So they want to set up in prep for when this Roche is next up. The problem is Na'Vi are aware. Always want to fight, does step up though, despite this. Alright.
And this is
pick.
Yeah, pretty much. You know, any target that just steps up like this, you tank the Dragon Tail to the face and then an arrow to the knee, and that's pretty much the last thing that you will see.
He barely saw it, he disappeared so quick. I'm not sure if Iceberg is going back to a darker time, or if this is a misclick, because his next item of choice is another Bloodstone.
I mean, you gotta have the added value of a Bloodstone.
No.
On top of the Bloodstone.
Not again. I remember those dark days. Some still do it, where they build like 4 Bloodstones. I don't think it's like they changed it, right? So like it's not as valuable as it once was to do this.
Yeah, I do feel like they changed it. I recall also those sort of dark days.
The infinite mana almost Storm Spirit.
He's
We'll
not
see if
switching
he-
it up, but you know, there are a lot of these pranksters with their builds. They like queuing up weird things and then just
Well, most of
switching it
them are hiding it from you, right? The only one who's always been true is Yapso. I still remember that game where he kept just buying plate mails.
that also sounds like a puppy thing to do.
I think they all started queuing up plate mails. I can't remember. It was like a minus armor strategy, and instead of building like true items, they were just stacked full of plate mails at the end.
It's a pretty cost-efficient item, to be fair.
Most definitely. It's just when you get a late game, you kind of look back and you're like, what do I do with this now? Am I an AC builder? I guess Lotus is always good.
Silly Iceberg, he's gone from the double Bloodstone build.
Imagine if this was later in the game and he just mashed the quick buy and didn't realize what he had. Oh.
Yeah. And the Rockman is he's back once again, waiting for new challengers to fight him. I think both of these teams can take out Roche pretty quickly. You've got now the 18 PA with Deso, and on the side of Na'Vi you have this Alpha Wolf creep. Got a bunch of chain creeps. It shouldn't take too long for them either.
I'm just looking at this Hellbear that is kind of... It looks like it's trying to challenge Roche, but is looking the wrong way. It's kind of fitting, actually. Liz is wearing a red shirt today, and he looks as built as this guy is. We'll see if Secret figure out us in there. Let's say the Hellbear being in the pit, Na'Vi are fully aware. Well, Hellbear, Korea, they've just brought the entire kit to try and war with him. Positioning wise, like Puppy might be in a pretty fancy position to just try and draw the attention on him though, with the Tombstone, with like the Glimmer Cape. It's not the quickest kill to find for Na'Vi.
No, it's like yeah, he does have the Philosopher's Stone, so I guess it makes sense. But you know, you've got already a Glimmer Cape and a mech on your position 5 Undying. And this man, he knows how to scale on his position 5s. You gotta give him that.
He's just kind of doing that classic, always just want to die type pos 5, right? Like when Roche is up, you just try and force a fight awkwardly for your opponents. And considering they saw Storm was bot, they might be able to do that.
And do you see that little item there that Matoma Man's queuing up?
Oh, yeah. It begins. We've arrived, ladies and gentlemen.
Ah, yes. And
Oh,
so
yeah.
it begins, yes.
Yes, the legacy of the divine rapiers and how Vitun did not want them. I mean, look, it'd be very hard. Imagine if he had a rapier right now. Vitun would have a hard choice. Do I drop the wand or do I drop the Ring of Tarask?
Yes, that's the kind of tough decision making that really throws people off.
I know, right? And then all of a sudden, you don't pick it up in time, and then you just notice your Phoenix has dove in and stolen the rapier from you. We've all been there.
I mean, he's ready to battle, right? He's got the clumsy net. You don't want to be facing this guy with the...
You just question mark the Phoenix. He simply just all chats, I am strength hero. Oh, okay. Looks like they're going to back up the awkward AFK issues, apparently. It's a secret. They're going to be well postured to try and go in the pit if they want to. It's just it may be a tiny bit risky against the Mars Phoenix combo. I actually might see Na'Vi smoke up. They got one coming out. Yes. It is go time. They are now going to fight towards this high ground, though, because Secret, they've renewed the smoke.
Yeah, some
Just
smoke
gonna
on
drop
smoke
there.
action.
Be careful, you might get smoke. Puppy.
Oh, they got the
Arrow.
crossbow.
Oh, Frostmage's gone. They jump into Puppy. Able to survive for 2 seconds, but is down. General, the BKB activated, needs to use the Elder Dragon form. There is going to be a Spirit Vessel on top of him, though. General stands his ground. Backline, Matumman is hunting, but the egg is going to go down. They turn around. Nisha has burst through. He's gone. Jump across with the leash onto Matumman, forced to use the BKB and TP away. Will be successful, but the arrow does reveal where Yapsa is. He has a triple leap away quickly, which means they've all but forfeited the Roche across to Na'Vi.
Nisha was holding on to the BKB there for such a long time that Iceberg managed to just roll in, pull him, and yeah, he died before he got to use anything pretty much in that fight.
That's like a bit awkward. I mean, once the timber cuts through as well, you're just going to burst through you so quickly. It feels like maybe they felt overconfident. We talked so much about Puppy having a decent amount of gold. He can kind of like start these fights, but you just saw him instantly disappear. He didn't even get a chance to really cast any of his proper spells. Like the Flesh Golem and Tombstone went unused.
I mean, he got initiated upon when he was just like completely alone. His team was close by, but just not near enough to actually help him. And so when you start the fight just one man down just like that, then the fight does pretty quickly become quite hard.
The real question is it going to become harder or easier when some man does make it to the graveyard?
So Matumman is opting to go for the Paladin Sword over the Orb of Destruction here.
Huh. Well, we had yesterday we saw a carrier that really loved his lifesteal. So this is another one of those heroes that could very easily just refill their health pool instantly with one big crit.
And it's gonna be that Blur Evasion talent. Even though there's already an MKB, of course the MKB is only what 75%. So there is still kind of a high percent chance to miss every fourth hit.
Do you want to go into the elaborate maths of the percent on percent?
Uh,
You know what would happen? You'd almost calculate it perfectly, but considering there's an 84% chance to miss the PA, it wouldn't work. Aegis already gone. That was a big crit. BKB Arena to cover him as he comes back up. Jump in's going to be there. The burst of room. Storm Spirit's gone for the second time. V2 will get through Puppy, but the BKB's running on Secret. There's no one else they can target. Instead, Secret will now pursue Na'Vi, who need to get out quickly. Dragon Tail's going to connect. The jump in, one crit would seal the deal. Always want to fly, is going to die. Beatstone trying to jump into the PA, will turn and fight with the lifesteal coming out. It's enough. Slark is stunned up for a long time. The follow-up stuns, good enough to bring him low. Has to move away. General's being ignored. They want the big fish himself. Iceberg with this flyback, trying to find maximum value. Starting to get up on the PA, but he's going to turn around and fight him. They found the kill in the Slark, but Superman not able to move across just yet. Zai with the ultra kill. Punishing the side of Na'Vi, is going to hunt forward, looking for more. Yapsaw in with the arrow through. Iceberg able to dodge it just about. But having a fight in that type of area is just enabled Secret to look towards your base quickly.
yeah, the initial engagement, Iceberg kind of just wait. Okay, yeah, he's okay.
Just storm pick. Oh no! They know. They
Yo,
see him.
Iceberg, get out of there.
Okay, he's gonna make it out. That was a little bit too close for comfort, though.
Yeah, finding the storm right there so quickly, and him not having the BKB.
At least he makes up for a little bit there. Make sure they don't lose any of the base. But it kind of shows how vulnerable Iceberg is in this game, right? Like, I think it took them 2 seconds to get rid of that first life. All they need is 1 casual crit, and half his health pool is instantly gone.
Yeah, and he comes back and he just tanks the Dragon Tail to the face, and he's just gone.
It's like we said before, yeah, you were right. You were just right too early. You remember when we had that Slark engagement where he went down awkwardly earlier on, and you said they have to kill all the other opponents first. I mean, we just got a preview of how cleanly Secret can do that.
Yeah, if they bring down, you know, this Storm Spirit in the start of the fight, then it is gonna become very easy. And Zaya also, he hasn't died this game. This is not like the most amazing Timber game by any stretch, I would say. You've got the Phoenix, and the Slark is sort of dubious. It can go both ways, but
It's going to feel a little bit more vulnerable because they did actually just snipe out almost a completed Solar Crest alongside a kill on Puppey. So we'll see if they can actually capitalize on that. It feels unlikely because right now Na'Vi, it's almost like they just need to get that next item that gives them that way of locking in and finding one of these big cores.
And Iceberg now at least getting very close now to the BKB. He's gonna finish this wave, go back to base and buy the BKB once you sell one of these nulls.
Meanwhile, on the other side, the mid component of Secret, he's about to have his Heaven's Outlook complete. Which, I mean, in this type of game, if you get on the Slark like that, then this completely makes sense with the Blur, because nobody else on the side of Na'Vi are going to be able to hit Matumba Man at all.
Okay, so Matumba Man, he's just gonna go for the static first. What a
controlled and responsible choice.
I was gonna say what a chicken move.
Cow,
Man, you know?
yeah.
I had much higher thoughts of. No, it's,
we done the maths. We were figuring out how many rapiers it was going to take for this Slark to break when he has them in his inventory. We went the whole mile, and Matumba Man, he takes the safe route.
Yeah, I mean, it does make sense. This game, you really want to have some more sustain. You don't want to be just pulled by the Storm Spirit immediately dead. The status resist gonna help you quite a bit. You know, the BKB with the Satanic and the Paladin Sword. We've seen what that can do.
You ever think that there was maybe a stern talking after that series against Alliance, even though they won it? It's like, Matumba Man, don't do that again, buddy. Okay, that's a one-off gambit. Once the enemy team knows what's happening, they're not going to stack all the rapiers on one hero.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. What kind of mood Secret are in. You never know with these guys. General,
they know where he is. General's got the Invis rune as well. B2's being a little bit obvious. Looks like Matumba Man will be able to back up. Have you ever had, like, what is the most outraged your teammates have ever been when you bought a rapier? There must be like one where they were like, why did you, what was the thinking behind this item choice?
I mean, in matchmaking, it has happened on, you know.
Oh yeah. Well, we know matchmaking happens all the time.
Numerous occasions, but
we want the
actual
deep
games. Actual games. I'm not sure if I've ever like bought just, you know, like one of these casual rapiers. I'm sure I have at some point. I played a lot of Gyro, so I'm sure I have at some point, you know, bought the semi-unnecessary rapier that makes the game a bit scarier than it has to be.
You might have to pause your thoughts. They're fighting. General had the BKB here. They did throw down the Tombstone. He's going to get the better side of this, though. Nisha is moving in. He's hit up by the burn, so he's not able to blink forward. He'll be able to back away. I mean, it was a BKB, but it's BKB for the Elder Dragon form. So there's never been one of those ones where your teammates scream, this was a bad item pickup. You shouldn't have built the rapier in this one.
There's some there's something like in my brain, like saying that the PBD probably at some point has like, you know, why did you do that? There's just like something. I'm not even sure if it's true, but
This makes sound like
there's
brainwashed
something
by
there.
PBD.
No, it's just like it's like the voice of him saying, you know, like why, or you know, like
okay.
questioning. It's just like
It's like one of those strong ones that sticks with you. You know, like Bulldog and Runes, right?
mm-hmm.
Just it echoes in your mind. All that. Secret now just backing up. With the Elder Dragon form on cooldown, they are reluctant to fight. And oh, they sniped out Yapsu's Scoria. That was the complete E-Blade. So, a dicey situation for him, missing a big chunk of his change, and also keep in mind, you know, he still doesn't have buyback for 3 minutes. Wait, 3 minutes? No, sorry, it's buyback on cooldown. Not cooldown, words. He doesn't have the money. There we go. That's what I was like. Word hard, me not good.
Herk Dirk word.
How do if word if do?
Matoma Man, he's getting closer. He finds a leveler too, of course. I think this item is very nice for PA because PA's attack speed is really not that amazing. You don't buy any attack speed items except for treads. You just rely on the Phantom Strike, and whenever you're like chasing someone and then just having this added attack speed, also of course for the buildings, but
in general, yeah, it's that fact that you become less reliant on the Phantom Strike, which means you can also kind of save it as your get out of jail free card. Also, they found a timeless relic on a DK. Like,
and we've
these
got
tier 4 items are looking spicy for Secret.
The third Mr. Rockman here.
No axe though.
This Roche has to be contested by both teams. If Secret
It
get
is.
it, they get the rapier on Matoma Man, and it's gonna be some scary 5 minutes for you.
It has been contested by the valiant efforts of the Wild Wing Ripper community. It was him. He scared Secret entirely out of that pit.
I think this has to be Puppy's favorite item in the game, the Witless Shaco.
Oh yeah, as an Undying as well.
Either that
I
or
mean-
the Magic Lamp. It's just like it just screams Puppy. You know, it's
Yeah,
just
but look
like
at his mana pool. Just
I'm
look at his
tank. me tank. I go in, guys.
Yeah, but Pycat, in this type of game, like 2 spells, he's going to be scratching his head going, what mana, how use? Like, look.
Yeah, but
Yeah, he
no-
just got
no
rid of it. He's
problem.
like, no, it's a bad idea. I don't have enough mana for mech plus my combo. So I've given it to Zai instead.
Why is Puppy carrying 4 neutral items?
You can't decide, man. Just stop pressuring him. There's so
Why
many
does he
good
have the
ones.
Orbital Destruction in his inventory?
That casual punch he goes in that'll set up a crit that one hits someone.
Is it the value for if they win a fight, then Puppy busts out the Orbital
Ooh.
Correction to hit the tower and add...
That could be.
The added
He's-
value.
Someone's got to be thinking on the next level, right? You knew it'd be Puffy. Everyone else are like, nowadays, they just like, which one, maybe 2 items do I want? He's sitting there, 3 or 4, just juggle them around.
And there we go. Matoma Man is he's ready to game.
But is 1 enough game? One is definitely enough game, good lord. But Navi,
It's
they
cold.
weren't expecting this. It's too late. Egg's going to go down, but they already got Aegis, Cheese, and Refresher. And that means you now do not have Egg for a noteworthy amount of time.
Yeah, but Matoma Man, he committed the Phantom Strike. So he has to wait now for another...
That's true. For
Wait a minute.
another 0 seconds.
Wait a minute, this hero has no cooldown.
Hold on. Well, that's unfair. Blur is 45 seconds, Pycat, okay? He had to put it on cooldown.
They do have to wait for the DK form at least.
And there is the BKB, but it's a measly 40 seconds, and that's going to be at least half a minute window where you can try and jump on top of Na'Vi and just punish them for this.
And Iceberg is going for this the Axe build with the Vortex, extra seconds on the Vortex. Just to add a bit more control to the team. Maybe pull them all into the arena egg, or just allow Slark to keep hitting.
The big brain play is you do on the edge of the arena and you keep pulling them into the wall. Actually, does that break the Vortex? I want, because there's a bunch of things that like break on the arena wall.
I honestly don't know. Sai though, he's got the Witless Shackle. He's sitting at 4k HP with his
No
40,
boots, though.
50 armor. Boots.
Who needs
Who
them?
needs them?
You just park somewhere. I spoke jump on Timberman. Trying to bring them low enough, but a lot of this means they just don't add the damage. You can kill them once. Do you want to see what it'll do to you on the second try? I don't think I'll want to be in the neighborhood.
35, 42. That's the crit.
A reasonable number. Dragon again, jump in, BKB's activated, they're trying to pin him, they pin him against the tower, not the wall though, and he's just going to stand. Phantom Assassin beat soon with the Shadow Dance now, turning on the Timberman as the BKB runs out. Puppey able to move away, and the egg once again, not really achieving anything, at least forces Secret back, but Na'Vi, they just committed a lot, while Secret, not really cooldown reliant, are they?
Yeah, Matomaman, I mean, he kind of found the worst target possible. He's trying to go kill this this Mars with the AC and the Bulwark. He just stands his ground and faces the PA, and even with a Rapier Desolator, the Leveler, you're not even dealing that much damage.
It's an attempt that would take far, far too long. 'Cause that's the thing, when the magic immunity is gone, you know that Na'Vi have the magical damage to just burst through this PA. It's why it feels almost like Secret need to try and find some big value out of this Aegis, right? They have to get a lane, considering they've invested in this Rapier the way they have.
I mean, that's what you think. But
But if he gets enough gold, the problem is he's queued up an axe. Okay. Okay. So now he doesn't need. We can have the level up, but also do spider legs. He did sell his boots, so it looks like he's more committed to the spider legs than the leveler. Now bringing this top wave, so they want to try and expose the base. It would mean that, at this stage of the game, Na'Vi, they lose one fight. Secret could have the means to just end the game.
Easy backdooring the tower alone with the Leveler and Rapier.
Seems reasonable. I mean, you're a +1 hero, like... Everyone knows this patch is all about the +1 heroes, podcast.
Aren't those the best patches?
I knew you'd bring that up. No, the best one is the one afterwards that nerfs the crap out of +1's relevance. The Timberman jumped in on, trying to burst through him. They've got the first life. Storm is stunned up though. They're trying to keep him alive. Arena's going to go down. Storm Spirit is dead though. Beatsoon trying to dish out the damage with Timberman. Looking for the target general. Standing his ground to get rid of the tombstone. And Timberman down for the second time. They're going to find him. Puppey is also going to fall. Zai trying to move away, but that means they're leaving Nisha behind. Arrow through is blocked by the creep from Chen. Nisha down to half HP, soon to be to 0. And they're hunting for more. Always want to fly, keeps an eye on Zai. He's at least able to TP away. Yapsel doing the same. But this is a big problem, because not only did you fail to breach their base, but you just gave a Rapier to the Slark. Wait a second. Wait, oh, sorry. No, this is Timberman. Okay. It's halfway to being a solution because he just gave a Rapier to the Slark.
Yeah, this one does look a little bit different though. Once again in that fight, Matomaman, he doesn't really have a good target. The Chen, he's got the Ghost Scepter. Matomaman without a Nullifier. So he can't hit the Slark because he's in Shadow Dance. He can't hit the Mars because he's not doing any damage to him. So he can't use the Satanic to lifesteal. So he just doesn't have a target to hit and get his life back. And he just goes down way too quick. I mean, it looked amazing since Iceberg died and he doesn't have buyback. But now all of a sudden, Na'Vi are the ones with the... I mean, some very good winning chances here.
Yeah, I mean, they've definitely pivoted back into this. But you're being a bit unfair, pal. I mean, have a look. This is a 4-slotted Phantom Assassin. What do you want from him? He's only... See, he's only just got Boots of Speed. It's hard life. Jump in, Zai. They're bursting through him pretty quick. Down half HP, but have you got what it takes to get through the rest of him? Instead, they just start hitting the buildings. And PA is up. Beatsoon needs to be a little bit careful here. Shadow Dance, BKB will escape. He says, I'm not giving this back. Okay, no refunds with Timberman. Egg will go off. Doozy always want to fly, but Nisha looks the wrong way. He will get out.
That's a very close call.
Stupendous. Scanning for enemy.
Yeah, they gotta somehow find this Slark. It's not gonna be easy though. This guy he's tough to kill. You've got all this heal from the Chen. You've got the Mars with the AC. You have Phoenix just the egg whenever, and well, of course the status resist from the SNY and just the raw HP.
It just doesn't take him long to get through.
It's gonna sell.
He
He just goes for it.
Okay.
He goes for the Abyssal, so he's gonna have that Abyssal now on the Slark. He sells his boots, so both carries just, you know, buybacks, boots. Nah,
I just love the
not for
comparison.
me, man. And he actually goes for the extra Shadow Dance duration. I think it's something you don't see. It's not that common, I would say, but in this game, it definitely does make sense.
I mean, yeah, like how many stacks are you really gonna get if you're 4-hitting people, right? It's not worth it. That extra second though, especially with the extra heals that come out, right? Because of the Divine Favor interactions, like it could easily save his life. I wonder if he loses this Rapier, will we see him go for the Boots of Regret as they will now come to be known? Because Matuma Man, he hasn't upgraded his Boots of Regret, so it looks like he just wants a new Rapier again.
Yeah, I mean, you know how this works.
He'd sell them again anyway, so why upgrade them?
And we're just gonna be up in 25 seconds.
Possibly. The awkward issue also.
Oh, it
Matuma Man
may
has
respawn. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So, right. Could respawn.
red, minimum, yellow, definitive. I'll just say that the awkward part in this one as well, right, is like if you feed over Divine Rapiers, Slark's probably not going to get overloaded because Mars is quite a good carry of Rapiers as well.
Yeah, in this game, the Mars would he would very much love getting that item. If the next Roche happens to spawn also with an Axe, which it will since it's the fourth one, then
oh, jump in, gets the control. Zai pinned on the high ground. They got the damage though. Nice E-Blade save from Yapzor. Chain out is going to be a fail though. Zai in a lot of trouble. It's going to fall. Turns out 4,000 health is not enough to save a Timbersaw.
Yeah, kind of just working against him. They're giving away more stacks to the Slark, but it's kind of crazy to think that's Zai's first death this game. I really like the fact that Yapzor did go for this E-Blade. It's a very good way of trying to help your teammates. And
Hanisha. BKB TP away.
That Abyssal range was, I think that was on.
Well, I thought maybe they try and pivot that into a mid push. I mean, they could shift across there quickly now knowing that Zai's gone for 60 and there's no BKB now Nisha. But it seems like Na'Vi, they're kind of in a chill mode. They want to see Secret just come out and punish themselves, essentially.
Yeah, and they just scouted it out. They know that the Roche is up. They've got the Rapier on Slark and the Chen with the Alpha Wolf, so this shouldn't take too long.
Everyone is kind of machine gun moding this one down. The auras. Toughness aura, pack lead aura, speed aura. I believe, yeah, they did actually give the Axe to the Slark. I wondered. Just pouncing around for poor puppy. They look in all the wrong places. It looks like he just dodged death. But they are, you know, they're close to maybe having a way back in there. With Timberman.
Ah, yes.
We're almost there. Now the question is, who's going to die first? Because we've seen that both teams have the means to kill these post ones off pretty quick, pretty clean.
Yeah, I just feel like the Slark is in such a good place though, because the Shadow Dance is something that's very difficult to deal with this game. And now with the Axe, the Aegis, everything, it's a tough one to bring him down.
It is. The one catch here, right, is if you chain stun Slark, there is no kind of immediate save. Of course, this Aegis is your save it for the next few minutes. But if you can wait that out, like there's still a clear kind of path to victory in these fights for Secret.
Yeah, I do think that this starts to become when you ideally try to kill some of the others, but even that is not it's not that easy. Matoma Man already with the Rapier. So queuing up the Axe next or the Abyssal, it seems. Okay.
We'll see if another one ends up going the way or not. I still love how we're always gonna have this repeat pattern. It's like Rapier and then Axe, Rapier and then Axe and Nisha. Uh-oh. We see the weakness of 50-minute games. Nobody has detection. Nisha, He has got the TP. He's going to blink TP away, but Iceberg sees him. He just gets a grab on him as he's about to complete the TP. Dead for 100 seconds. Meanwhile, mid.
Scouting there by Iceberg.
Uh-oh. Now, this is not ideal, because even if Zai gets away, how many stacks are you going to give across the V2? Not as many as he would have liked, so he does actually get away from it, but the Aeon Disc has been popped. So even Zai might be able to stand between V2 and these buildings.
I think they're going to force the Nisha buyback here, most likely.
Speed not on that press yet for V2. Arrowfruit does connect on the general, but this Thrax is fallen. You can buy a little bit of time, but unless you're willing to commit the buyback for on the Dragon Knight, V-Scene is not going to leave. Jump in, Iceberg. Unforward, Abyssal, pounce in, Undying's gone. Buyback from Nisha, too late to change that, and the Egg down zones away the rest of Secret, covering V-Tune's escape. But the Dragon Tail stun, Phoenix in a bit of trouble, critting down, getting him low, the arrow through, and he got to try and save him. Marina's going to go down, but they've lost the Phoenix. Can they find anything in return? They pin one against the wall, Matuma Man dragged in, he only just got another Rapier and it's gone again! And now they're going to find more, they'll clean up Zai as well, now they can just hit onto the throne. We're not going to reach 3 Rapier territory, it looks like 2 is enough for Na'Vi to take the game.
Yeah, General also finishing there with the Rapier of his own. The game is a little bit tough when you do give away these two Rapiers. Some decent carriers for those items too on Na'Vi. I think in this game, you know, maybe if you had gone for a slightly more kind of orthodox build, it would have worked out to your favor. But you know, you never really know with Secret kind of where their heads are at. If you know, if this is the real approach that they would have, or if it's just you know, just testing the waters, trying to figure out just how good this Rapier PA is.
All right. Well, if you were in their situation, would you have bought the Rapiers when Matuma Man did?
I feel like you could get an Abyssal first. I think if you get an Abyssal or a Nullifier, I feel like then it's kind of justified, because then I think you have an easier time sticking on these targets. But
it's, you know what, that's a defensive point, but it's a reasonable one. Noxhill just informed me that since TI5, you've brought 5 Divine Rapiers and lost all 5 games. So I'm glad to see you're learning.
See? Wait,
it's
since TI5, I bought 5 Rapiers
in competitive Dota, and you lost all 5 games.
Wait, I only bought 5 Rapiers.
Only, yeah. You're a very reserved player, it seems.
Damn, that doesn't sound like it's actually true though. I'm fairly certain I've bought more Rapiers since TI5, but
I mean, if you were playing on team right now, you'd probably buy more Rapiers in one series.
That may be the case. We'll see if there are any more Rapiers in this one.
Yeah, could be. PA spent plenty of heroes. We could end up seeing Rapiers, especially when Matuma Man's in the game. But all that to come. But right now, Na'Vi leading the series 1-0.
Place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB. You know for sure who's gonna win.
All right, Dota 2 fans, welcome back. Game number 2 has begun. Trent, I gotta give you the shout out, buddy. You sniped it with the Divine Rapier. You got the pin. It's like you're some sort of a prophet or something, man. You saw it all coming.
Yeah, what can I say? Just get a few years in on this, guys, and you can see what's happening. And I didn't necessarily predict that it would be so similar to the last time we saw the Rapier. Matu just keeps buying these things. He's gonna get one of those coupon cards, like where you get a free sub. You know, soon he's gonna show up to the store. They're just gonna give him a free Rapier. It's gonna be awesome.
That's good. The rewards policy. Man, Slark though, like this hero has some issues. We interviewed a couple of pros. They said this Slark, he's too slow. Kind of feels like you always need one more item. But when he hits critical mass and then gets a Divine Rapier, god damn,
when he gets it,
the window.
Yeah, it's holiday season. Matsu gave him one free Rapier, so. Wisp and Slardar, by the way, on Navi, just to jump into this draft and Sven against them. But man, Navi surprises me once again. The way they play the game, it's okay. Matu buying the Rapier, feeding it away. That can be called problematic a little bit, but that's the style of every PA right now. But the way Navi plays, how defensive they are, they're not making any mistakes in the mid game. Like if you count their smokes. Literally first 15, 16 minutes, that's where they use the majority. And then later on, they just chill and they wait for you to do your mistakes. That's it. Even when they can strike, they just wait on the high ground, send an odd, always want to fly to smoke, to scout out for smokes, perhaps die. But that's it. Very defensive gameplay that works for them.
I do like this answer from Secret, though. It seems like they were pretty ready with how they wanted to play this. Like, if the IO gets left in, we know what our counter pick's going to be. And so, yeah, they get the IO Slardar, which we all know is a very good combo right now. But Sven Omni is a great combo on its own and also has a lot of great benefits versus the Slardar. With, like, the Dispel and everything, right?
But you're picking the Omni Knight with Sven, right? So, usually how Omni Knight came back is he's really strong in the lane. Then later on, Heavenly's Grace is also good, right? In the lane, you cannot sustain the hero. It's like what Warlock used to do, but better, right? But I don't think he can do that versus Io and Slardar. I'm not really sure this lane will be that successful for Secret. Like, Io and Slardar, they can bash you through existence.
Yeah, that is a good point. The lane will definitely be rough, but at least Slardar, like, Sven is the one carry right now, or at least one of the few that he can't just, like, chain stun to death once he's BKB, you know? Sven, you can't let him get those couple crits in on you.
Right.
But it's true.
Like in the mid game, you've got two amazing tools against minus armor, though. You got Warcry, you got GA, and then you got some Heavenly Grace Purification heals mixed in there. Like, this is an amazing way to handle the Slardar, all things considered, without completely
if
throwing
you
the
get
meta
to the
out
mid
window.
game, though, right? As Lizard's pointing out, though, that is the most important thing, is the building blocks of the lane. So
true.
I wonder if Secret's going to need something else to assist with that.
Yeah, we have seen that, right, Zayori, today already in one of the series. OG
Both
versus
games in the
404.
first series.
Yeah, both games. It's literally they were broken down in the laning stage.
Yeah, you're totally right. Now, to be fair, though, I don't think Secret Navi is as much of a mismatch as OG 404 when OG is in their proper form. So, even just heroes aside, you know, those games got out of control like super fast.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a bit of an outplay here and there from OG, definitely. Not
Yeah,
only the
18-minute
heroes,
game
you're
one,
right.
just
Yeah,
a couple of outplays. Yeah, come
just
on,
a couple.
come on, buddy. They outplayed them.
Diving the fountain.
Yeah, there we go. There we go.
Just a couple of out, nothing too serious. We see that all the time. Okay, Secret, they ban out the Drow Ranger and the PA. They have their carry settled in, and now they just want to delete everything that they might find dangerous for themselves.
Like when I see Omni, first thing I think now is Nullifier, right? PA Nullifier, that is definitely one great way to deal with the GA. Are there other heroes that can buy the Nullifier where it doesn't feel too terrible? It's a weird build-up. That's the big problem with that item, right?
I've actually seen Vitune, I think, rush Nullifier on Lifestealer as well.
Yeah,
and it's a good hero with Slardar too, which would be, you know, it's an option for them. Besides that, not necessarily. No one that actually rushes it.
And a lot of heroes just don't really want to buy it. Like, think about Faceless Void. At what point do you mix in Nullifier? It's kind of clunky. It doesn't really jive with his whole kit. You're looking for more attack speed based items.
I like the snipe on the Undying Band, though, right? Get rid of that double heal that we've seen, the IO. That has
It
been
can-
a frustrating amount of sustain.
We have seen the same combo fail miserably, though, right? Like Wisp and Undying when you're
Yes, I think I want to say Mud Golems, I think struggled with it a little bit because they were lacking
Could have
stuns,
been.
maybe.
Yeah, exactly. Could have been.
Yeah.
And it's just when you don't have, but when you have a Slardar like Wisp and Undying are already pretty cold. Undying, by the way, Undying right now for me feels great. Obviously, it's picked all the time, but have you noticed how
back.
teams always fight around cliffs, right? And then you have that
Mhm.
tombstone. It doesn't seem like a big deal to us spectating, but when you're playing the game and you have 10 zombies hitting you, man, that's disgusting. You're so
Yeah.
slowed.
And the 1800 vision night or day. Like,
Yep.
again, you always got to just factor that into a team fight. You just got to drop a free ward down in so many fights. And that's so good with these like giant carries. And the way Dota's played right now is you're just trying to enable the carry, right? And we always think about like, oh, attack speed or oh, stats resistance. But vision is also a great enabler for all these carries because they're also all extremely mobile. Like Sven just needs to see the guy and he's going to Stormhammer his way to victory.
You know, fun fact, Trent. I think the Tombstone technically is a ward, or at least it used to be. That's why, like, the Glyph
That's
stopped
true.
working on it. They turned it into a ward status in terms of the game state. So there you go. It is just a big ward. It's a monolith, buddy.
That's great.
It appears.
Can we get one of those like aluminum cosmetics? So it looks like that one that
Yeah,
keeps
exactly
appearing all
what
over
I
the
was
world.
thinking.
Then Undying can just drop that thing down. Yeah.
That'd be hype.
That's a little too topical, I think.
Leshrac, though, for Secret, a little bit of pushing, some more control, and now Phoenix for Na'Vi. So still a form of double heal. A little different, not as bursty, but some percentage-based healing and damage is pretty darn nice.
Yeah, a bit more team fight as well. You do have this Slardar, so Phoenix shouldn't struggle way too much with egg execution. And there's not too many big egg hitters, right? Like you have Lesh, Sven, and Omni Knight. So
They're going to pick Mirana right here, though, Lizard, and that's going to be their egg hitter.
we've seen this. We've seen this in the last game. It didn't really work out that great, but they did have a Mars that time around, and he's much better at protecting egg than Slardar is.
Give me the Yapsor Grimstroke. Let's do something a little crazy.
Yeah,
Give me
where
a
has
leash. Give me
Grimstroke been?
double lightning.
Real talk. That hero seems so good every time I see him, but he's just completely forgotten about. Now Earth Spirit, so a different flavor and a snap pick into the Lifestealer.
Lifestealer,
Lizard, whoa.
Huge.
Wow, what a call. Slardar plus Lifestealer. Never seen this before.
He's a visionary.
It's Mag and me, man. Great minds think alike. That's it. But no, for real. Like this Lifestealer and Slardar, I love this combo since historically it's my favorite Slardar combination, and now it's decent versus Sven. It's also the Nullifier that Zayori talked about. And I remember one interview with Insania a year ago, maybe even more, when one of the Liquid boys, at least, they said like sometimes you're looking at the item that you need, and then you look at the heroes that can buy those items, right? And Lifestealer, if it is because of the Nullifier, is a solid pick for them.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like Greaves, or sometimes you need a Yule's builder in a lot of games. It's just how it winds up being.
And now you got this beefy Earth Spirit that's going to be jumping in the back line, messing up this Phoenix, making the Wisp's life hard.
I really like that ban from Na'Vi because there's still a lot of mystery to this secret lineup. Like they've run the Zai Omni Knight before. I think they're definitely willing to run a Zai Leshrac too.
Mm-hmm.
Would they ever be willing to run Earth Spirit mid?
I'm
Is
sure they
that-
would. Let's be
Yeah.
real. But yeah, we've all seen the morph Earth Spirit as you discussed earlier from Thompson. So
Okay, I like to throw this out there. Lizard, you're my guy for this. The Alien, Arc Warden. Is this a secret Arc Warden game? Potentially.
So, yeah, you have Sven
Because you have
already as your
Omni
heart.
Knight. Okay.
But you have Sven as your hard carry. If Sven is mid and if he's creating space for you, you can go for it. Besides that, it's a bit greedy. Slardar, like Lifestealer isn't a problem, but Slardar plus Lifestealer are, because they can jump on top of you, eliminate you in 1 second. But if you play well with it, like it could be. It's good versus the egg. It's good versus Wisp.
Because I was thinking not great against that Slardar Lifestealer combo, but with Omni Knight, maybe that offsets it enough that it's possible. But
He doesn't save you. You die way too fast. It's like at any given point in the game, you just die instantly. They might go for it, but I think they're
unlikely. All right.
Yeah, unlikely.
I'm feeling like a spirit here or something. I don't know.
That's a pretty safe bet. Void Spirit.
Yeah, I
Although
don't
that's
want them
usually
to go
their
all in
general
on like a
hero.
magic damage hero like Zeus or something. I feel like they need a little bit of mixed damage remaining just because of this Omni Knight and like you don't want to go all physical like a TA or something and just like go all in on the minus armor.
Storm would have been great. Like Queen of Pain kind of comes to
Mhm.
mind. The Death Prophet is another classic to fit in with this minus armor.
Like, right now, when you're thinking about it, you don't really have a way of dealing with Yegg in team fights. So maybe getting a hero like you just mentioned, Storm. Secret actually banned it out, but would be
Yeah.
fine as a way to get on top of Phoenix for Secret.
Yeah, on their side too. True. And yeah,
Okay.
they'll take the
Okay.
DP. There it is.
Wow.
Yeah.
Another bold one. Very safe for Na'Vi, but great team fight. Double heal with the Death Prophet. So much synergy across these 5 heroes. Very straightforward. You know what they're going to do, but man, it's going to be hard to stop.
Yeah, just a solid draft from Navi. Like they have, when we talk about those check boxes, everything is checked. You have push, you have pick off, you have stuns, team fight. Pretty good draft. Now, Secret to answer this Death Prophet with, is this still Lash mid? What do you guys think? Because
Yeah,
Lash-
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's a great question. I almost feel like there's like an invoker or something coming here, and they're gonna do like Lesh off lane. I don't even know. This draft, I feel like they need someone who can move around the map for the side of Team Secret as well.
Something
And the
mobile.
dispel would be really nice.
Yep. Raise.
Whoa!
Oh, damn.
Oh, well, he can move. He's got a whole skill dedicated to it.
And it's
a
actually
little
Alicia
unfortunate.
Razor, damn. All right. I was thinking maybe they'll put the Razor into the Lifestealer lane, right? And that's how you play around.
Maybe they
around
will.
It,
Maybe
but
they'll do like a
maybe they
lane
will.
swap.
Yeah. But we'll see.
Okay,
Very
so-
interesting. We
Are you
haven't
guys
seen
now?
one
This
once.
is the classic anti-life stealer, though, and
Yes.
kind of classic anti-Slardar hero. Also, Razor he's got a place in the game. We haven't seen him much in this meta, but it's a hell of a Razor game, boys.
He's had-
Where's the prediction here?
He's had one Razor game this entire tournament. It was 19 days ago by Yellow Submarine, and they did beat Namiga.
Wow.
So it can
So
be
Div
done.
2.
It was Div 2, yeah. This is the first of Div 1.
I have to see it to believe it, man. I'm going with Navi again. I love this draft. I love Slardar, Lifestealer, and this Razor. Yeah, it's versus a Lifestealer, but you're gonna die so quickly if they jump you. I like Navi's draft once again more. But Secret, who knows? Creativity.
Trent, will creativity win out?
Yeah. I'll hop on the Secret train. All right,
right.
Yapsor and Zai gonna carry.
There's that hot take I've been waiting for, buddy. He's going in on a Razor. Trent,
Yeah,
I
got
love it. I can't wait to see if this
Madman.
Razor works.
No
Folks,
rapiers.
if you're wild enough to bet on this one, get at it. EGB.com, they will gladly accept your action on this Razor pick. Will you have the big brain to make it big, or will EGB get you? You find out. As long as you have some fun, we're all winning. Now, over to the casters. It's PieCat. It's Killer Pigeon. Boys, we got to Razor.
That we do. I mean, Secret is this close to the patch. Everyone looks like they're just getting ready to settle into what we know, PieCat. They stick to what has been tried and tested. But no, Secret, when they're one game down, they deliver the thunder. They bring us a Razor, a hero that has been all but dead for the longest of times.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't seen this hero in I don't know, so long. You practically forgot the hero exists, but it could potentially be a decent Razor game. I mean, of course, it's kind of good against a Lifestealer. At the same time, I do think that one of the ways of dealing with this hero is just like overwhelming physical damage, which you kind of get from this Slardar, and to DP too to some extent. So I'm intrigued, but I'm not fully convinced here.
No, it could be the magical delivery for Secret to take this and even it up, or it just could be there's a reason we don't see this hero. It falls completely flat. What I love is it should be the classic matchup, right? Like over the years, if there's a matchup I can think of in the mid for Razor, it was always Razor DP back in those days where both of them were just looking to delete buildings.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they were played in the same era. They were kind of it's two go-to for a lot of people. I think that was around the TA4.
TI4, TI5, I think, yeah.
Yeah, and no, it's interesting. I mean, the matchup itself, I think it's kind of a maybe not the most interesting one. I think it's been changed a little bit because I feel like DP used to be slower and Razor maybe slightly faster. So linking up with their DP shouldn't be as easy as it used to be perhaps anymore. But even just getting a couple damage, it can usually get you kind of the advantage you need to get CS.
Yeah, you're trading health for damage, right? It's like, oh, I've siphoned you, oh, you've leashed me, we're both slowed, it's a little bit awkward. But I guess the other interesting part as well, right, is that maybe a big part of why we don't see Razor is it almost feels like his passive is currently very outdated. Because it used to have different components to it, right? I believe it used to have an AoE damage element, but now it's just bonus speed.
Yeah, exactly. There used to be that sort of purgy thing, but now it's just the move speed, which is kind of weird. I think for a spell in Dota to just like this spell just gives you a little bit of move speed, like, you know, and it's an aura. It's come on, you know, we can do better than that.
Yeah, I think I remember someone made a post. They pointed out this, and I think DGen Aura was the other one, which we have an Omnight in this game, where these two spells feel kind of unchanged for a long time in their current format. Rarely ever feel that good.
At least it's sort of, I don't know, it's at least a little bit interesting, but yeah, sure. It's been the same way for quite a while, I believe. I think the numbers have gotten changed, maybe.
Yeah, but it's always been that small radius, and especially with these support Omni-Knights. I don't think we ever see them take a point in DGen Aura because really you're just kind of a heal and sustain bot.
Iceberg tanking quite a bit of these static links. I mean, the damage is very negligible. It's not something you really have to worry about since you have the Siphon. It's just more the damage for the last inning. But he's doing a good job at just using the nuke to get CS.
Yeah, and he's at least returning fire towards Nisha when he steps up. Because, of course, the static link is quite a long cooldown. And Iceberg, he might get this. He decides against dive even further. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, it's actually going to be Zide giving over that first blood. It's surprising as well. I mean, I guess, you know, there is a decent amount of magic damage at level 2 for Phoenix, but you wouldn't really think of Leshrac as being a hero that struggles to get away from a level 2 attempt by a Lifestealer and Phoenix.
I mean, I feel like the issue is if the Lifestealer ever gets on top of you, you are kind of screwed. You've got the dive, the fire spirits. There's just so much slow in conjunction with the open wounds. And yeah, I don't know. I'm a little bit surprised that they didn't put this Razor down here and put the Leshrac mid or something like that. I feel like that would have at least made more sense, but this is kind of weird to me because I'm not really sure what the Leshrac is supposed to do in this lane. You can hit the Lifestealer a bit, but I feel like he's not really gonna care all that much once you get some Regen sent out to you. You can of course you use the Feast as well, so.
That's the thing, you get to like level 5 and it almost feels like he's just going to be untouched. He can just do what he wants in this lane. Whereas, you know, by level 5 of a Razor in that lane, that's probably 3 points to static link and you're just losing everything. Then again, I guess maybe they were thinking a bit about the movement speed difference, right? Like a Lifestealer should always be able to move away with that ridiculous base movement speed.
Yeah, but potentially. You could play for creeps though, but no, who knows? Either way, Nisha is doing well mid.
Always just poking at Iceberg, making sure he stops with that damage. Top, in the meantime, Sven doing reasonably well, but I'm concerned about how much General's already getting. Like the denies alongside this and the fact that there's going to be this Io Slardar as the game goes on.
Yeah, I mean, this lane is just, it's so scary. You've already got the Orb of Venom on General with the Bracer, and you've got this Io with Tether Overcharge. I fear for Matu's continued existence in this lane as we, you know, approach maybe the level 4 or 5-ish territory for Slardar.
Nisha, they might get this actually. Iceberg standing his ground. Nisha is being slowed by the Tep, so it looks like they will be able to move away. But Nisha really would have loved to have got his hands on that rune. Luckily, there was no bolt.
And Iceberg, he was already porting back to base, and there's like Puppy's couriers walking by, but it's like, are you gonna cancel your port back to base and ruin your own game to kill this position 5's courier? Nah, I don't think so.
You know when they first introduced the multiple couriers, you can guarantee mids would have done that. I remember when they first introduced the 5 couriers, and there was like, was it Nature's Prophet, and he would just immediately place deep wards. And teams very quickly learned it actually wasn't worth it. Sniping out couriers in the first 10 minutes and that being all you do is quite a crappy way to try and win Dota.
It's just they just don't give that much gold. But look at this mid lane though. I mean, Iceberg is really he's having a pretty rough time. He's only got 8 CS, and I think most of those are with the nuke.
Yeah, he's already trailing on the XP. And I can't help but feel the moment Nisha gets 6, like we could see potential kill into Iceberg here.
Yeah, potentially. It's not all that easy. You're probably gonna be 5 with the siphons.
Oh mercy.
This is the territory where the lane becomes extra scary. You've got 2 points in overcharge. Slardar with the level 2 bash as well as boots and sprint. It's very easy to get run down by the Sven. And, yeah, I mean, I personally I kind of like Navi's. I do like their lineup. He's gonna get out. Yepsor though might just be.
You can try and start him up, maybe slow him down, bats him away. Yepsor will force the dive in, sidesteps it as well, so always one flies on the tab. But one more hit will kill him. Can he juke this? I think he can. He's still alive.
He had a fire spirit. All right.
I don't know. I mean, it's a level 2 fire spirit as well, so it would have sealed the deal.
Well.
Dodging bullets for Secret in the bot lane. I think as well. Don't really want to give over too much to this lane. Like, you want your disco pony to be strong at the end of this lane of phase, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's the thing. I feel like this disco pony is never gonna be all that strong after this laning phase. If you look at kind of, I mean, Earth Spirit and Leshrac, they're both kind of countered by the Lifestealer. So I'm not sure how you can actually pressure this hero. I think you're kind of gonna have to rely a bit on your other 2 lanes, but that's the thing. I like Navi's lineup because they have a lot of physical damage, both from the Lifestealer and the DP. They have the Slaughter who can actually scale and become a proper core with the help of the IO. And they just have this Phoenix that is, well, the egg is just not going to be all that easy to kill in this game.
Yeah, it's just the case, like, all the lanes are going pretty well. Like, we keep talking about Iceberg getting pressured, but it's not really amounting to much for Nisha. And there's always that concern, like, how do you keep farming as a Razor? It's not like when you had that damage on Storm Surge where you had 2 kind of AoE abilities to easily clear waves and camps.
Yeah, I mean, Plasma Field is not a bad spell for pushing out waves, you know, and also with the Eye of the Storm later on. But I mean, you're definitely not, you know, the same as some of these other mid heroes that can farm a lot quicker.
I wonder what the move is actually going to be, because like typically you'd imagine Secret they want to kind of pivot towards this bot lane, right? Like find a way to take this tower. Like you should be able to with the trap. I just wonder how you actually push into these type of heroes. Like the Phoenix alone could probably hold back your push.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually thinking that they would have rotated the Yepsor to the mid lane much earlier. Bottom.
Oh yes, perfectly timed. Just baits V-Tune in, not a chance to hit that rage button.
He thought he could just tank that stun and then just go on Zai right after, but Yepsor wasn't just waiting there. The opportune moment.
That is the risk, right? Like, if you get caught away from the creeps, Diabolic Edict, even level 2, like, we've seen the type of damage this spell dishes out. And yeah, it's great you've got this rage, but guess what? Diabolic Edict is physical, so even a Lifestealer might struggle to stand up against that. Now with the rotation. He sure is Invis as well. I wonder if they suspect something's up, though.
That was like a huge kind of salvation for Zai. If you look at the net worth, he's still down 1.5k net worth, you know, to the Lifestealer, but definitely sort of semi-salvaging some of that laning phase.
Okay, Roger, he has no place getting away from that, and I think he knows it as well. General luckily saved him, because you know, for the comparison, the other side of the map, after Timberman was starting to recover in this jungle, getting a cheeky IO pick in your farming pattern would have been a beauty.
Yeah, Puppey here. I think they could just kill him, no?
I think now they can. Like, whenever he uses Heavenly Grace, right? That was the issue. Overcharge is a lower cooldown than Heavenly Grace, so he never could save Sven. Probably can't save himself if they just dive with the creep right here. There it is.
Yeah, he should just keep dead here.
He can't even use the ult. I mean, it's probably for the better.
110 attack speed.
Balance in all things. But balance in all things. Oh, the DD.
Shit,
Oh,
yeah,
Iceberg
the
gets
DD.
it.
He's gonna TP out.
He might be dead.
Whoa.
No, he's dead. He's just gone. The DD is way too much. Nicely played by Iceberg, patiently waiting for him to walk up.
Yeah, I mean, he just he read that situation very well. Just pops the X, so he could potentially.
Puppy? Are they
Ooh,
paying
the
him in here?
reload
The
hit,
reload's
though.
coming in. There it is. They're going to arrive. Yeah, he's going to come out. Good enough, though. But Timman just trying to whittle away at Roger. Going to burst him low. They will kill him off first. Iceberg needs to be careful. The XO is running out soon. Zai is going to be brought low, will die. They did use the egg to zone them away, though, so they need to get out clean. It looks like they should be able to do so.
Yeah, I
They're
feel
going
like
to have to leave. Yapsul.
Totally fine here. I think Secret should be the ones who are slightly worried.
Oh, but
Some of them
Timman
now
might get
getting
freebie.
mana, but-
Oh, he can't. He gets to the cleave. Sometimes you look and see the range on cleave and you question it, right? That was actually quite ridiculous that he even clipped on him.
Hey man, it's great cleave, okay?
Yeah.
It's not
Well, I'm asking,
small cleave.
Pos
It's
one
not
question.
medium cleave. It's
Massive
not
cleave.
It's great.
Typical response from Pos once. He's going for this boosted travel burst, so understands he needs to be active. It's just, I mean, I'm waiting for the moment of magic, right? Like, I'm sure you do the same. When are we want to be educated by Nisha. When does this Leshrac become king of the game? When does he find his place?
I mean, I don't think this Leshrac is meant to be the king of this game.
Oh, sorry, the Razor, rather.
Okay, the Razor. Yeah, I mean, I'm not really sure kind of what the idea here is. He's going for these boosted travel. I feel like they're just gonna have some really squishy cores, which is why I'm a little bit worried for Secret. They're also down already 2k. General getting close to this blink. And, I mean, Razor going for these boosted travel, he's gonna have high mobility and they're gonna be able to play the map, but they just don't have a lot of strength in terms of fighting capabilities. And Navi are itemizing to take these engagements very early on, so...
Oh, hello. Always want to fly. Zai? Slight sigh for him in that one. Roll in from Yapsul. He makes sure he don't put it down a Remnant. You don't want to be diving that tier 2 at this point. A little bit of miscommunication though means always want to fly just gets away with that. Like
You're gonna have the blink now on General and 100 gold and the armlet on V-Tune, and I think that's gonna be sort of your kind of first move.
I mean, it's scary because it feels like right now Na'Vi can just go wherever they want, right? Secret don't have a great way of pushing them out of these areas that they force their way into. Just feels like everything is on this Sven right now. And he is at least keeping up and farm, but you know, like you said with that armlet build, this lifesteal is going to be ready to fight a lot quicker than the Timberman is.
Yeah, and I think this Slaughter lifestealer combo, I think they can kill pretty much any hero. I mean, Puppey has to be incredibly ready with the GA, but I think you already see that the V-Tune he's queued up. I know post Manta he's got the nullifier. So
Yep, understands his role. Whoop. Free roll of Secret will just be eviscerated there. Easy move in for a clean kill. That's the blink reveal. Might set up to push on this tower. Nisha, yeah, it's yours afterwards as well. I mean, it's it's not a bad item per se. Obviously, you need it against Slardar, but is it really that item that's going to allow you to dominate this game? Pair it with Iceberg, who's also got the Eels coming, by the way. Like, yeah, you're playing against a Sven, but he's going to have this window where it's a very useful item. And Na'Vi, they are playing towards that kind of quicker timing, right, with this lineup. They want to try and take over the map by 25 minutes.
yeah, at the same time, I do think their lineup actually scales very well. You know, just having this Phoenix as your position 5, it's always a way to make your lineup scale better. The Slaughter with the IO actually becomes a really good core.
Speaking of IO, though, I think it caught out. General Splashy was trying to play, regretted coming here because it turns out they were rotating behind the Timberman. Did at least force out the God Strength, mind you. So unlikely he's going to want to fight anymore.
Yeah, Matu is just going for this kind of rushed axe here. I think he's got the Ogre Club. Yeah. So he's got the Echo Saber, Mask of Madness, and then just going for the axe.
Makes sense. They need some more lockdown, right? Because it feels like right now there's a lot of pressure on YapzOr to initiate for them to find that opening target. And if you miss that roll, like, what happens next is the big question mark.
Yeah, I'm interested to see kind of what the sort of roll size going to try to fit into here. He's got the Greaves queued up, so kind of trying to add to some of that armor, just get a bit more team fighting.
And we'll see someone who wishes they had more armor right now, as Roche is going to be claimed by Na'Vi. Secret not really able to do anything. I mean, you have to know this is going on, but there really isn't any great way you can fight around this pit currently with your lineup. The question, like, when's the timing? I mean, YapzOr is getting close to the Spirit Vessel, so maybe if they kind of like sync up Spirit Vessel with the Ags on Sven, you could see a way that they take a fight here. Because they've done a good job of keeping their towers up, at least. You know, against this lineup, they've only forfeited one tier 1 over.
Yeah, we can see here that the already have now the mech on Roger. There's a 4k lead already, even though it's just a two kill difference. You can see that Na'Vi are just, they're allowed to do pretty much what they want. Already the Manta style on Vtune too. So he's got the armored Manta style. He's getting very strong here.
I mean, I know us as spectators we're gonna say, oh well, you know, this is boring. There's not many kills happening, but I respect what Na'Vi are doing here, right? That they understand that actually it's Secret's job to bring it right now. Like, they are falling behind. It's going to continue to go that way. And for Na'Vi, if they just go in an area and Secret forfeits it, you're fine with that. You don't really need kills to convert this game into a win right now if you're Na'Vi.
No, definitely not. You just want to take as much of the map as you can and just, you know, get as much farm.
Look at hunt for a kill now. The one person who does have kills on his mind is General, and if Zai shows on this creep wave, he's done. You know what's gonna happen. Oh, they don't even give a chance to try and hit a single creep. And instinctively knew where he was.
Yeah, there was a Radiant scan there.
General close to that BKB as well. I mean, if we were worried about Zai's relevance before that, I'm starting to wonder what this support Leshrac is going to be able to achieve as the game goes on at this rate.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, definitely not the easiest job for Zai to find a purpose in this game. It's a very hard game for Leshrac to play, especially from this position 3 role.
I think we're both trying to rattle up range, like what the grand plan is here for Secret, right? Like they had to have had something in mind with this Razor farm pick. Was it? Do you think they just expected to kind of trounce the lane and snowball from there?
You know, a hero that's good against Lifestealer, decent against the Death Profiting lane, probably.
Probably the best opportunity he's going to get is a smoked up. He does have a DD. The problem is that Na'Vi, like, they're not being greedy about this. The way they're shifting around the map, they're always localized. They can always respond to any move the Secret make right now. Wait, you might always want to fly as the opener, maybe. The problem is you don't have the stunts. Nisha and a bit of trouble, needs to move away now. They can chase forward. DP down to half HP, needs to retreat. That DD doing a lot of work. Infest to try and save. Now the turn on Anisha. They have to use the GA to save him. Anisha will be able to walk away, but on the other side, they've lost Matumba Man. He got caught and cut off from his team. Now they can move in for bigger targets. Puppey, next on the hit list, will be brought down. Rollout is going to be interrupted by Iceberg, who has got the stance to stop Nisha from re-engaging, but the slows will stop Iceberg from finding a kill. This Puppey finally goes down. They will find general response, though, and Zai arriving looking for more. Iceberg, Exo's about to end, so he will heal up. Vtune, however, is going to go in on Anisha, and it's too quick. He's gone. They'll move across for more. Zai just trying to burst through him quickly to roll through to try and buy some time for Zai. Leshrac trying to move away from this, but V2 only needs 2 hits. One more will do it. He walks into the base, and he will find it. On the other side, Roger at least brought down by Yapzor, but you know Yapzor is now going to die for this. Everyone on Secret dead, and they barely get anything out of it.
Yeah, Nisha is sort of, I mean, he was dealing a ton of damage in that fight with the DD. He'd stolen like 170 damage, so he was hitting for some 400 hits or something. But then he just walks into the Lifestealer and he goes down, and kind of awkward engagement for Secret. It looked pretty good with Nisha trying to go on the Death Prophet and with the back of the Omni, but the Matoma Man was just like completely separated from everyone and just trying to fight the sort of the other part of Na'Vi, where he just got hit by this Lifestealer and Slaughter, and there's nothing he could do.
That's kind of the big concern in this guy thing, right? Is like, it's the comparison of what the offlaners are doing. Like, if Zai's put in the middle of the fight, he dished out a lot of damage, granted, but the difference is that General is delivering kills to his team, right? Like, he's actually the one going in, he's the one setting up. And when I look at the side of Secret, there is that question. It feels like Nishu's trying to start these engagements, but it's not this CC that immediately leads to a kill, right? It's like, I will scare them away with Static Link. Will one of you now please arrive to stun them for me?
Yeah, he just amps up his team in this game pretty much. General, he's gonna have the BKB though already with the blink here and with the IO. I mean, he is gonna scale, and the issue is, I feel, for both the Sven and the Razor is that they can't really man fight. You know, ideally you want to have this hero that can just stand his ground and keep right clicking, but in this game, Secret are gonna be at the losing end of such a fight.
That's what scary heroes to say that of as well, right? It's like if you said an Ursa can't fight. It's that tier of concern. These heroes should be able to fight by the 20-minute mark. Like Sven, obviously would like to farm, but once you got 1 or 2 items, it's kind of go time. And Razor, it's the anti-carry. You pick it because it can fight from almost the start of the game.
Yeah, it's definitely concerning. You rely on this Omni Knight on the GA pretty much, but V2 is getting quite close now to the Nullifier, only some 350 gold away.
Oh boy. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Zai found, he's not getting away from this. They could try, but the bashes are too much. At least they were actually saving the end with the GA to turn around. BKB from General to move away from Matumba Man, though. I mean, you'd be happy with that. That's a BKB charge, but you can now just reinitiate on the Matumba Man. They're going to get back in, put the overcharger on, and Matumba Man in a bit of trouble. They no longer have GA. They have to stun across, turn around onto the Phoenix. He's gone. No chance to use the egg. Now Matumba Man has to stand and fight up against General. He's winning this one. General, he hangs around a little bit too long. Roger will be there to save him. Buyback will come out from the Phoenix, and with V2 now arriving, Matumba Man is in trouble. He needs it out, and he needs it now. Iceberg wrapping around with the Exo still running. Will scare him away. V2 jumps out to try and pursue, but Matumba Man down to the low ground with the Stormhammer able to retreat away. And Always Wanna Fly needs to be a little bit careful. This could be a dieback if he goes too far. Puppey, however, is going to experience death, as he has been abandoned by his team. They say, you've had your value, you cast your spells, GA's on cooldown, just tank the gank.
A very nice play by Matumba Man going into that fight, getting that kill, and then finding that creep on the low ground to just stun away too.
I mean, it was spooky, right? We saw it. As long as you can, if you can actually split up this Io Slardar combo, granted, like General can't really fire up against the Sven. It's just the everlasting question is, how do you split them up? Like, what is going to be your reliable way to get Roger away from his newly tethered targets?
Yeah, I mean, if the Sven can start hitting them, I think that could be one of the ways to go about it.
The issue's done here. That is Slardar keeping pace for Razor. Razor, who has one spell entirely dedicated to me run fast, not hit me.
Absolutely. Nope.
Oh, nope. He's got the roll again. The silence is there. Once the Nullifier connects, you know he's done here. Secret. They keep making tributes to the great gods Na'Vi, but the god is not appeased. Keeps up. Once again, you kind of gotta look and you gotta go Secret recovery point where. And two your cores are queuing up ACs. I'm not sure that's your. Not sure if that's going to be a big enough recovery point at this rate.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, it seems the Secret are, they feel a little bit disconnected. I think the wonky thing about it is that their heroes, I think they need this Razor to do really well in the laning stage. If you look at their heroes, they don't really have any ways of making plays. They have this Leshrac, but he's gone for Grief, so no Yules on him. They've got the Earth Spirit, and yeah, that's a good setup to, try to do something, but Earth Spirit needs someone to play with, and the Razor is just not strong enough. He's died 3 times. He hasn't really been a part of sort of any kills. He's got these boots of travel. He's trying to get this BKB, but he also needs more armor. It's just it's very difficult for Secret's heroes to play this game right now because they don't really have the lockdown to do it. They don't have the items.
It feels like everything they build is reactionary to survive, right? There's nothing that's allowing them to thrive. There's not this kind of timing on a certain item. I mean, compare it to game 1. Like, compare this draft. Okay, Secret, they go, great. We can't build Divine Rapiers in this one. But on the other hand, you can't build Divine Rapiers in this one.
Yeah, that's it's one way to look at it. There are pros and cons. I think at this rate, it doesn't really look like VTune is gonna need any rapiers, any help. I mean, last game Secret assisted with a 12k gold. Like they gave away. So I mean, there should be like a 24k difference in the net worth, right?
Yes.
They gave away 12k and lost 12k.
But here's a thought: if Na'Vi gave them a rapier in this game, would you still favor Na'Vi?
Probably. It would be, it would be definitely be a different game. I'm not even sure if you probably put on Sven, but he would really need a BKB and this AC, and even then.
We wish he had a BKB right now. General's going to stand his ground, but needs to move away. The reload coming in. The Timberman in too deep. He needs an out. He'll at least try and take General with him, but the stun's going to be there. He does get the kill. The GA is going to come out, but the egg is going to go off, and Timberman going to be burnt up. Looking to take one more with him, but the attacks, is it quick enough? Yes! No, he can't get it. Io's able to move away. They'll clean up the Sven. Zai's going to be chased onto next with the Nullifier activated. They will be able to find him as well, as he's too slow to escape. And it looked like maybe he'd at least be able to take the Io with him as well, but Matumba, man, it just feels like he's always an item or more behind the side of Na'Vi, never able to have the big impact we're used to seeing out of Sven's.
Yeah, I mean, you think about how generally it goes between the Lifestealer and the Sven in terms of net worth. Generally, I would say that the distribution is about similar to this one, only the Sven is usually the one who's like 4 to 5k ahead of the Lifestealer at this point. Just because how much faster you can farm, but in this game, the Sven hasn't really been able to.
Alright. Well, he's shown us why he likes to raise. Like, you always run away from that. The problem is your buildings can't. I think you're right. The lifesteal's ahead in this situation, especially when he's supported by this cast of frontlining type heroes. It's just, Sven has too much work cut out for him in this game.
Yeah, and Iceberg is also, he's dealing a lot of damage now with this Exo. Yeah, there's the Fest. Lost the tether.
That's giving more damage to Nisha though.
Also on Iceberg, so.
Nisha? He's in trouble. They've already lost Zai. Nisha, he might go down as well. It's going to be another kill for Iceberg. They'll turn around the Puppy, who's also going to fall. And they might have left your base, but now Na'Vi, they might just go straight for the throat. What have you got left to defend with? Jump in from the Sven, but the stun's going to be there to control him up. He has got the close strike, has to turn around with the bash. Is it too much for Timberman? He's going to fall. The GG is going to get called. Na'Vi completely and utterly obliterating Team Secret in this second game.
Yeah, and the IO Slardar. I feel like this, these combos, this Slardar hero is especially, I think it just when it gets a lane where it's not terrible, quite decent even, the hero looks so good when paired up with the right heroes. This type of minus armor strategy just seems to be quite efficient in this current patch. Both the PA Slardar, you see here once again the Slardar with the IO, just Yeah, I mean, overall, just I think today was a very good day for Navi. I think they look good. They had some really nice drafts too. I would think.
I think that's what it comes down to, right? Game 1, Game 2. Na'Vi, it just felt like they kind of got what they wanted, which with the first game, we see this from Puppey a lot, right? Like, he kind of wants to see what his opponents are doing and will find a way to counter it. But this second game, it felt like more of the same, where Na'Vi, they got what they wanted, and Team Secret, I mean, almost just tricking us all out of our money with this final pick Razor, like it's the big brain solution to everything Na'Vi has.
Yeah, I mean, I think today was not really the best day for Nisha. I think he was like combined 0. What was his first game?
It was 10
0,
deaths,
6,
not a single kill to his
0, 10, and 13. So not the best series. Like Nisha is sort of one of those players who's one of the better Dota players out there. But maybe he woke up on the wrong side of the bed. Maybe he wanted a different hero, and Puppey was just like, "Nah, you're playing Razor."
Maybe someone bumped their head on the way out of the bed, or maybe this is all a trick to get Razor buff. Take note, Ice Frog. This is what this hero does. Absolutely nothing. As Na'Vi take the series 2-0 back to the panel, where they can explain to us more about why Razor sucks.
Thank you, Killer Pigeon. Yes, indeed. Na'Vi dismantling Secret in this series. Another pretty quick 2-0. Guys, we talked about it in the draft. Na'Vi, very predictable, very straightforward, but boy, was it meta. They executed. They got an okay lane for that Slardar, and then they never slowed down once they broke the game open.
They got everything they needed, and you know what? They have a couple of heroes that they play that are actually good against top meta heroes. Like you saw here right now with V-Tune Slardar, General Slardar and V-Tune Lifestealer. That was so on point. That Sven never had a game. I'm not saying that it's Matu's fault, though. Sven never had a game, but having Leshrac and Razor as your other two cores, that was a little bit suspicious.
Yeah, that was, I don't know, end of the patch. I kind of look towards that,
It's time to maybe experiment, see if there's any sleepers out there. We are going to be interviewing General, though, and it looks like he's already here in the Discord. So let's get right to it. Hello, General. Can you hear us?
Hey, yes.
Hey, you sound great. Congratulations on the win. How's it feel?
Feel very good. Thanks.
Congrats.
That's top 4 secured, I believe, for Epic League. So now you guys are going to be moving into the playoffs in style, starting in the upper bracket. So congratulations again there.
Yep. Cool. Thanks.
When that Razor got picked up, what were you guys saying in the team? Were you guys confident? Were you like, oh gosh, they picked Razor, they messed up?
We thought it's Razor maybe against Nyx. He will go offlane. But suddenly Nisha picked Razor, so we knew he go in mid. I don't know.
Yeah, you were surprised by that, right? We all expected the Razor to be offlane.
Yes.
Can you guess why they did it? Because I'm also I can't understand it. I thought it's a counter in the lane to Lifestealer.
Yeah, I think for them much better to put Razor off and Lash mid, right?
Yeah.
I don't know what was their plan, but we were doing well on bot. So
yeah, well, obviously the plan went well for you guys. So currently now, in terms of the upper bracket, it is now you, Na'Vi, Virtus Pro, and Viking all secured. We don't know who the last team is, but is there any team that you really want to play next in that upper bracket?
Yes, we want to play Nigma.
Ah, okay. So you're pulling for them to win the next series.
Yes, I want Nigma to win, and then we meet them.
You want your revenge, is that right?
Yes.
Ah, excellent. I like to hear that.
Yeah, and for those that missed it, on November 27th, that was a 2-1 series. Nigma did win, but it was a really intense, close series. So that would be a fun one to rewatch.
Yeah, I would like to play against them.
General, I wanted to ask you about Void Spirit a little bit. We're usually on this panel a little cynical about offlane Void Spirit, except for when you pick it. When you have it on the offlane, we're all very excited to see how you make space. how you get into the back line. It seems like you really know the limits of that hero really well. I guess, can you talk to us about offlane Void Spirit a little bit and like your play style? Why is it that you seem to make him work in the offlane so much better than a lot of other teams?
My playstyle is to making space. I don't like to farm. So I found this hero. Okay, I can do on this hero a lot of space without hitting creeps. So I can give Roger farm. We can make our position 4, position 5 big. While I'm spacing, maybe running around. Something, I don't know, just winning time. Doing something weird.
Is Clockwork your favorite offlane? I love that Aghanim's build, by the way.
Clockwork?
Yeah,
I
4
like Clockwork,
bracers,
but
Aghanims.
yeah, it was last patch. Now
Yeah,
these
I
bracers
know,
don't work.
Yeah. It's
Yeah, I
cool
like.
still.
I like, but people now pick Spectre or some Nikes, and you cannot do anything. So in this patch, we cannot see position 3 clock.
Well, we can hope for when the patch drops, maybe position 3 Clockwork can come back. One of our
I
favorite
hope.
things to watch here. Yeah, fingers crossed. All right, well, we'll let you get out of here. We've got a break coming up, and then we've got this last Nigma series. So hoping for that rematch, buddy.
Yeah.
All right, take care. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right. Great to hear from General. First time interviewing him, and I got a little insight about that Void Spirit, dude. That's awesome. Spoken like a real offlaner. I make the space, and Roger takes the space. That's the secret, baby. What are you, dumb? I'm making the space.
It sounds so obvious, but like, you look at General's
I
heroes,
know.
like, what does he play? Bat, Beastmaster, Slardar, Mars. This guy does not hate
Yeah.
creeps. He
Well,
just wants to fight.
That's your offlane right now, right? Like there
Yeah.
aren't many. You can ask Zai this for the last 2 years or so, right? It's the same thing. Like
Yeah.
I'm playing offlane. I get as much as I can, and then Yapsor comes and steals everything else away. It's the way it is.
Yeah.
He was
So-
ready for that answer about Nigma, though. Now I really want Nigma to win, too.
Yeah.
I want that rematch.
Yeah, I'm feeling the same way. Luckily, we're not casting it, Trent, so we don't have to worry about any biased casters here coming in. Any other thoughts about this series, though? Per usual, we jump right into the interview. You guys don't get a chance to break down the second game. Anything else you want to add about Secret now starting in the lower bracket?
Just interesting. Like, I don't really want to talk about Secret that much as Navi, which took series clean 2-0 from them. They've shown so much growth in the last couple of weeks, right? And the way they played that first game wasn't that easy. It wasn't a complete outdraft, but the way they played it was really nice. Yeah, you can say that the Rapier dropping from Matumba Man is a big deal, but they had that game regardless, and they're showing some different approaches to how you should be rotating and when you should be utilizing your smokes in the mid game, which is definitely something that I'll at least look into a little bit more in depth. It's just interesting.
I like that a lot about Rapier stuff. Like, it does feel like a, quote, throw for them to hand the Rapier over, but the game still had to get to that state where they felt like they needed to buy a Rapier, right?
Yeah.
So,
yeah, exactly.
And what's really threatening about these guys now is their drafting style. Like, what do you ban first 2 versus them? Do you just have to ban Chen and Io? Like,
Yeah, it
that's
doesn't feel good.
kind of what it feels like, right? You can't give them one or the other. They seem so strong, but then there's just so many other options that are left in Dota right now. There's your Venge Drow, there's your Mag +1. Maybe they'll just start picking up Omni Lifestealer. Like, they look like they're really prepared to just start bringing whatever strategy into their own folds. So
I think it's a good idea, like you just said. The games that they did lose that I watched, teams usually did ban out the Chen in the first stage. So you get rid of the Chen and then you deal with everything else. I think that Chen just activates them so hard. In the first 16 minutes, they're in complete control.
Alrighty. Well, Nigma Liquid, our final series for the group stage, and one that matters in terms of standing. So this is what we hope for, this is what we play for, and this is what we've got. Lord Gaben is watching over us from New Zealand, blessing us with all of the things that we wanted to see in this group stage. It's been a little bit of everything. We even got a Razor pick in this group stage. Come on. Despite it all, are you not entertained? We know that you are. We hope you come back in about 45 minutes because we got one more series after this break.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Your own style, that's just
All right, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, everything in between, welcome back. This is the moment we've been waiting for, the final series of the group stage, Enigma versus Liquid. It's starting in a few minutes. Lacoste, welcome to the show today. Looking very nice with your sweater. T-Gov, you as well. I like the buttons. Thank you for stepping it up. How's it going, buddy?
All good. All good. You know, whenever I see Team Liquid play against Enigma, I think of a Spider-Man meme when Spider-Mans are pointing fingers at each other.
Yes, that's very applicable here. So before we dive into Liquid Enigma, we came back a few minutes early because first I want to talk about tiebreakers, and I want to apologize for misspeaking earlier. We've gotten some confirmation about how all this works. So bear with me, folks. We have no visuals for this, and that's part of the reason why I messed it up. Even Liquipedia doesn't have the visuals for this. And for a lot of folks, they're saying, well, it's just the same format as Omega League. And as we look at it, it can't be exactly the same because they had 2 groups in their group stage. We have 1 group in our group stage. So there are some slight differences, though it's the same spirit. The top 4 teams in Division 1, they're upper bracket. They're good. It's those middle 4 teams in Division 1 that move into the play-in. And then we've got middle teams in Division 2 that play into the play-in. I'm sorry, the top 4 teams of Division 2 play into the play-in. So the play-in is 8 teams, and of those 8 teams, half of them go to the upper bracket in the playoffs, half of them go to the lower bracket in the playoffs. So in the case of Team Secret, they're not necessarily in the lower bracket 100%, as I said earlier. They're going to play in this play-in event, and that will decide their fate about which way they go. So it's these bottom 2 teams that will then be relegated. That has nothing to do with the play-in. That's really what I confused here, boys. The play-in has nothing to do with the relegation. The play-in is for deciding which teams go upper bracket, which teams go lower bracket.
Yeah, you kind of lost me when you mentioned the term play-ins. I was like,
That's fine.
yeah, this is not gonna work out if I don't see it in front of me.
Well, that's what I look.
Do you want me to get my pen and
visual,
paper,
Lacoste,
Lacoste?
so
I've got
yeah.
the paper on the floor. I can
Yeah.
start scribbling it down if you want. We get some.
T-Gov,
new
you might need to
graphics.
draw us a flow chart for this next panel break so that we can really,
You keep
really
it going.
digest
I'll get my
this.
paper in preparation.
But either way, Lacoste, we've got some fun tiebreakers here. The Battle of the Bottom, as I've been calling it, the Toilet Bowl, as Trent's been calling it, Alliance, Just Error, and Mud Golems. The 3 of them will be duking it out tomorrow in a 3-team round robin, head-to-head. First team to win 2 will be secured, and the bottom 2 will be going down. That's already set up. But we've got a crazy potential tiebreak here, and that is if Liquid win this series, that would put OG, Enigma, Secret, and Liquid all in 5-4 draw, and that would be 4th place through 7th place, which of course is that cutoff for top 4, whether or not you have to play in the play-ins. So we'll have a second set of tiebreakers. Now you're probably asking, well, Zyori, how's that going to work? Are we going to do 2 round robins at the same time, or are we going to stay up all night, or golly, what are we going to do? I got no idea. I have no idea. So we're going to cross that bridge when we get there. And of course, that only happens if Liquid wins this series. If Enigma wins this series, we don't have to worry about it. It's just that toilet bowl tiebreaker that comes into play. So a lot to digest there. I apologize, but in lieu of visual assets here, Dota Radio continues on in spirit, boys. But we got a draft.
TLDR, if Liquid win, 4-way tiebreak. Many tiebreaks.
Plus a
If
3-way
Enigma win,
tiebreak.
doesn't
No
matter.
tiebreaks.
No tiebreak. Just some toilet bowl
Except-
tiebreak.
Yeah.
No
Okay, cool.
additional tiebreaks is
Yes.
probably the way to say it.
Okay. This is exciting.
Yes.
All right.
So it's pretty cool that our final series here really does carry a lot of weight. We got 2 classics, the Slardar opener, and now Team Liquid get their prized Oracle. This is what Insania loves. And hey, having a dispel against that corrosive haze sounds pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, he really shines on those saving heroes whenever he plays it. Like, his positioning is extremely good. Like, whenever I see Ilias, like, before he joined the top tier teams, he was most of the time playing Oracle, and he's the second guy that comes to my mind whenever I see an Oracle pick. You know, just always having that healing salve, sometimes having an urn, just to amplify that healing during the ultimate. It's all good, but most important thing about playing the Oracle is where you are standing.
Oh, yeah. Positioning all day. And now a healer secured for Nigma with the Phoenix and a snap pick Bloodseeker.
I like the idea from Liquid's opening because when you have this first pick Slardar and eventually let's say they go for like a PA or any kind of also core, it's all about movement, right? It's how you enter the fight and you can move around. And Bloodseeker and Oracle, they are two very good heroes to deal with that. Of course, Oracle can take away the sprint, and then of course Bloodseeker with Rupture, it kind of mitigates the Slardar presence within those engagements. So they're kind of soft covering themselves from the Slardar pick, just with these two heroes for sure.
I keep forgetting that sprint is dispellable. Keep reminding me of that because I feel like it shouldn't be dispellable. That's a pretty hard blow to the Slardar. I guess not many heroes that can dispel it, but
yeah, because Slardar right now is really a weak hero, right? So we need to buff him up somehow.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I think I know what you're talking about. You know, sprint was not costing mana before. Then we added 25. Like, yeah, it can't be dispellable. I mean, I'm using mana. You can't dispel that shit.
Yeah. It reminds me of Spirit Breaker Bulldoze a little bit. You know, Dispel is like the hard counter to that. Then all of a sudden you realize you're not nearly as tanky as you thought you were.
Oh, Spirit Breaker. The day when it comes back to meta. I do. That's a soft spot. You know, that's my hero. That's my jam. I'm sad that we haven't seen it too much. But when it does come back, maybe in the next patch, those games will be good.
Well, nothing changed for Spirit Breaker. Like,
it never does, mate. Let's be real.
No, I mean, in the last like 2 months, 2-3 months, it was a top tier pick. Like, it was mostly banned out and picked, but there was no nerves, there was no patch. So why did we stop picking Spirit Breaker?
I thought his agony
shift, right?
would be more significant, but apparently not.
It gave it a small bit of flavor, especially with Viking. I think they're the one team to really kind of rise to prominence, right? But our last teams just kind of shift away from things. Even if there's no patch, teams will just have kind of a soft spot for new heroes. There you go. Can't even talk.
Bans though, all looking pretty good. Lifestealer Storm, two heroes that combo well with the Slardar, and Death Prophet, Drow Ranger, Troll Warlord, all icky heroes that are very much enabled by the Oracle.
Yeah, it's also the idea of like the Drow deals with the Slardar in lane, the DPs that too much push deal with the Oracle, and it's interesting Liquid didn't actually ban out the PA. Is that because they're just going to block pick it themselves, or oh no, they're not. So does Nigma actually value this PA highly? You'd expect so, especially with the Slardar combo for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's a no-brainer. You have PA to find the Oracle. You have Slardar. We've seen it multiple times. How strong it is. Like, you're killing the Roshan. You don't necessarily need to go for Battlefield. Like, you go for different kind of items. I think when you have Slardar in the team, it's the same when you have Anti-Mage plus Mag. So you get Mask of Madness, then you get Deso. You don't get Deso on Anti-Mage, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. But that's where the Bloodseeker covers you from the Slardar PA, right? Because PA naturally blinks in and out of the fight. And through that blink, if you're ruptured, you have to stand still. PA can only really man fight when ruptured, when she has like Satanic, and that's going to be, you know, Battle Fury, Deso, BKB, Satanic. It's a lot of gold that you have to invest to be able to truly enter a fight, unless obviously if you're dictating every fight, that it doesn't matter because you'll be able to blow them up before you get ruptured. But just that's kind of, I think, the idea of Liquid's draft and why they have confidence in not wanting to ban it out. So I think they already have some answers to deal with that potential combo if Nigma were to go for it.
Imagine if they spend all their time and still ending up picking Phantom Assassin.
That would be something.
That's a classic draft, you know. This is where like someone's bickering about if they want the hero picked or not. Okay, you go for a Rubik.
Very safe. Good combo with Slardar as well. Easy setup. Some pretty good steals here. But you know me, Lacoste. I'm just thinking about that tiny Bloodseeker synergy. You rupture them, you toss them back. They've got to move around.
Yes, they do. I mean, it's a good lane. You know, when you have a Bloodseeker as the offlaner, you want to pair him up with any kind of stun. And looking how Team Liquid played, it seems like it's going to be Bloodseeker on the offlane, tiny position 4. They swapped a lot of the roles, but I still feel, you know, the roles for the heroes are going to be the same.
Ooh, the Medusa comes back.
Finally, we see Medusa.
All right, we've talked about her a lot, but she's been left out of many a draft. But another carry that with Oracle, man, she is scary in team fights.
What about Phantom Lancer? I know this is not a top tier carry, but they don't have that much AoE. There's some pretty nice spells to dodge, but would you look at that?
Yep. Whoa, shock, Lacoste. You prepared for this pick? You have
can't believe they did it. Slardar Phantom Assassin. Like,
But more importantly, we should look at the Medusa right now because this is the hero that hasn't been picked that much. It's a hero that naturally does really well against these physical damage cores once she gets to her items. The issue in the Medusa early on, with that amp, the PA still can rip it apart. It's about, can Liquid create the pocket of space for the Medusa to get to, you know, the Manta, maybe even the Butterfly, that +1, and then she can stand up and take a fight. But there's many times we've seen Medusa get picked, not get that farm, and she is just so squishy early on. But again, it's a very good pick going into the later portions of the game to deal with these lifestealers, Svens, PAs. It's just how can they get that hero to that stage of the game?
Yeah, they cannot allow to lose the laning stage way too hard. You know, lose 1-2 towers, especially the mid tower when you're playing against Medusa. When you are having Medusa on the team, to not lose those towers, so they have the entrance to your jungle from different sides. You need to be very careful about that. And knowing how Team Liquid plays, you know, they tend to stack quite a lot. So looking at the Medusa in their hands on paper sounds really good.
I know one ban for Liquid for sure. Invoker, right? Alacrity for PA, mana burn against Medusa, cover for the egg. Get
For
the
sure.
Invoker the hell out of there.
Yeah, 100%. That is a very solid ban. I think the only thing that I think I want to see from Nigma is someone who can at least pressure the stacks that are made. We saw earlier today OG. They played this laning phase, they entered the jungle, still the triple stacks, and then the game's like 4 or 5k lead for them. I'd like to see the same from Nigma, where they can try and utilize that aggression. There's the Invoker ban. And if they have that good lane, they can't just like look at the jungle and go, well, who's taking the stacks? Like, I'd love to see that piece of the puzzle answered with their final pick for, especially for Weeha.
They need a playmaking mid.
Batrider?
Batrider's okay. I mean, not against Oracle. He's not gonna lane against him since it's a
Yeah.
mid, so it could be a bit better for the Batrider. But Void
Sure.
Spirit comes to my mind. Like, just have someone. They have very limited lockdown. It's no real stuns. He can dodge every single thing with the Dissimulate.
That sounds okay. Is it time to bring back the Weehaw Wind Ranger?
Not against Oracle and Bloodseeker. You're just not gonna have a game.
Movement, yeah. It's all about movement, right? I'm just trying to think. I was looking at Liquid's last time they ran Medusa, and they put the Medusa in that mid lane just to give it the farm needed, the XP, and they had these kind of off-lane-esque side lanes, right? The Bloodseeker +1, and then they had the Slardar +1. And that's why you see Nigma's bans being Timbersaw Mars, because it's most likely is going to be that Medusa mid, and then they're looking for another side lane pick for Liquid.
Inquiry. How much do you prioritize mana burn against Dusa, if at all? It's like the silly little Nyx assassin. Like, there aren't many other mana burns besides Invoker.
Realistically, if you do the damage, you don't need the mana burn, right? So when you already have the Slardar amp
fair.
plus the PA, that alone is damage. You just need to be able to...
That's mana burn for
You
you.
need catch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just need to contain the fight. And there's the
Alright.
Batrider ban from Liquid. What are they going to go for? Go for a Zeus.
But
Zeus is a
damage.
very good hero
This is good.
against Medusa, because of course her HP is always going to be full. Therefore, you have that static field, but will burn the mana. And also, Medusa is like a turret, right? She stands in the fight. So when you get the Nimbus as well, it's very hard for Medusa to really kind of duck and weave it throughout that fight because she's contained. So
Static
Enigma has a
field
nice lineup. for sure.
against Dusa. That is a uniquely strong mechanic against that. You're right. I like that.
And
Whenever
Liquid-
I see Zeus being last pick, I always feel like this is a good Zeus game. You know, he's gonna do so much. Like the game yesterday, who last picked the Zeus? It was the last series of the day.
It's a great trivia question.
It was Alliance.
Lacoste.
It was Alliance. Yeah, and
Nice.
they really dumpstered that game.
Yeah,
I just had to think for a second.
No,
It's game 2,
right.
but yeah.
Was that think or click?
No, my hands are here. I was not clicking anything. I have a mechanical keyboard. If I clicked anything, you could hear that.
Nice. Yeah. All right. So for Liquid, they're now thinking about what is their +1 to the side lane to enable this Medusa. I still feel like they most likely will want to run it mid, especially when you have like a Slardar Phoenix off lane duo. That's going to be, or even Slardar Ruby. That's going to be very annoying for a Medusa to want to lane into.
They can do Medusa side lane against the Slardar. It's a range hero, something that you want to ban out. This is why Enigma banned out Drow Ranger. They banned out the Troll, who can transform, of course. But yeah, seeing Leshrac as a response, this is the hero that can buy time. And Like having Bloodseeker that's going to give attack speed to Medusa at the later stages of the game, or Spell Amp to Leshrac. Okay, still, I really love the Zeus pick. Like, they don't have that one guy that's, just going to run in. It's a position for Tiny. If Tiny's not going to get the good time, I'm going to Blink Dagger. If he's not having a good early time, then this Zeus is just going to shine. And we've seen these, like, static lanes where no one is actually getting the kills for the first, 5-6 minutes. And then Zeus suddenly gets level 6. Bam, he gets the first blood.
But I think that it's the flip side to that, though, is how Liquid, they have the answers to what Nigma wants to do in those early fights. Nigma love to try and take fights when they're not really ready and to overwhelm. And when you have the Oracle Leshrac combo, that Bloodseeker, that Tiny, all these early fighters, if they get ahead in that early point in the game and then they start dictating the tempo, there's a lot of pressure on this Zeus to be that tower defender. Nigma don't really have that hero that stands in front of the tower, right? They have initiators, they have re-initiators, and they have people who stand way back, but they don't have that one innate hero that wants to enter the fight, unless
You
PA
have
has that.
Slardar with a hood. That's the front line.
Okay, that's
the
what all
build
you've
for
got.
him. Yeah, exactly. Like, if you look at the lineups from both of these teams, they don't rely on any cooldown. Like, they can keep fighting all the time. So, like, post 15-20 minute mark, we're gonna see just probably constant fighting.
Well, gang, EGB.com, they've got you covered. It's not just picking winners. There's all sorts of things you can bet on, like how many kills are going to be in this game. This might be one such game for that. Do it responsibly, have some fun, but click that link below the stream. Time for the casters. We didn't get predictions. We don't need them because it's going to be a good game. We're just cheering for good Dota. Suns fan, Cinderin, hello. Anybody home? It's your turn.
Hello?
Hello?
Greetings. Salutations. Cinder, they didn't give predictions, so now you have to talk for 3 minutes straight to not only give your predictions, but what the panel would have predicted as well. Can you do that?
I can. Unfortunately, I have to inform you that your microphone is crackling a little bit, but I figured this is the perfect time to say it because I have so much to talk about in this game about how much I love the Radiant draft. I think it's amazing.
I can't tell if you're joking, by the way.
I am not joking. So
Jesus Christ.
This Nigma draft, in my opinion, is really powerful. I'm surprised that Liquid gave some of the things away that they did. Obviously, it is something Liquid have been known to do in some series, where they will give the enemy team some of their best picks. Personally, I think it's a very scary prospect giving GH Phoenix and Mind Control Slardar. I think in many ways it's maybe their single best heroes in this current patch right now, and that Nigma have won a lot of games on the back of these two heroes on these two players. It's not just that. The Zeus pick was amazing. I think the laning stage is set up nicely for them. I'm saying a lot of good things about Nigma, and I don't want to count out Liquid by any means. I do favor them based on strategy. But something that Liquid's lineup really has going for that is they can make a godlike Medusa in this game. You give it Blood Rage, you have Oracle protecting it. They've run this strategy before. They go high ground when Medusa has 2 items and win the game. And that's probably the plan against this PA.
Thank you so much for continuing to talk, Cinderin. I got no fix, bro. There's no rhyme or reason why there'd be crackling. So
it's better now.
Assume that everything is fine. I'm sure
Sounds
it won't
good
be
now.
fine when I get really loud, which happens all the time.
It sounds good right now. You're good.
Okay, good. I did want to mention that I'm really glad that there's a Rubik in the game, so I can confuse him with Undying, as he's going to get tossed into the bot. Beautiful timing there. Thank you for that, Mr. Liquid. As Taiga is going to be pulling these creeps, it looks like, from Kuroki. He's going to get a little bit of harassment off as a result. So let's talk about this bottom lane. PA, Rubik versus the old Tiny and Bloodseeker. Going to confuse him with Doom, of course, because they have the same color combination.
They look so much different. The Rubik Undying, I feel like, you had a bit of a case there. Bloodseeker Doom, absolutely no way.
Well, I actually watched that clip again, and when the first time I rewatched, I'm like, that's literally Rubik. And then he turned around. I'm like, holy shit! Rubik's face just
holy
disgusting
shit! It's
all of a
Undying.
sudden.
Yeah.
But just
honestly,
to be on record, I have no problem with that. They can look like totally different heroes. I don't care.
I think a lot of the time when people talk about, to me, honestly, the biggest thing about the heroes is the silhouette rather than the colors. So when people talk about, oh, this hero looks a lot like this, most of the time in the game you can tell by the size, the way it's postured, if it has any like weapons and stuff. But with Rubik and Undying in particular, their size and their posture and everything actually does look pretty damn similar when he wears that set. So I think you have a case there.
Thank you, Cinderin, for
It's
backing
like when
me up.
when people compare Dragon Knight and Silencer, you know, like most of the time, like, yeah, but, you know, they look pretty different. And one of them turns into a dragon. Oh, Miracle's
Avatos
actually
with
dead.
the blood right. Yes, very nice
Wow.
timing. They're just on the edge of the blood right. That's first blood for Team Liquid. It's now GH attempting to run away here. Looks like the Fortune's End will connect, but Mickey gets bashed. Another more right click here. GH, of course, is a very low armor hero. Looks like the bash is going to continue from Mind Control, just right clicking away from Mickey. But no casualties.
Uncharacteristic for Miracle there. I think he just totally underestimated how much damage this lane can do to him. They're going to do it again. Not in the same extent, but obviously a cute pairing. You blood right on top of yourself as Bloodseeker, you toss someone in, and then you can avalanche to make sure the PA doesn't Blink Strike away. But yeah, good start for Liquid here in this bottom lane. I think getting Bloodseeker is one of those heroes where if you have a bad laning stage, a lot of the time it can feel very underwhelming to me, but he's like very much a snowball hero. So getting that first blood on him, having a nice lane matchup for the entirety of the laning phase here, I don't see Rubik PA doing anything to him, to be honest. He can just farm. All the harass they put in, he's just going to get it back with Thirst. So should be a very good start for Boxy in this. And the good news there is it frees Taiga up. You remember the game we cast the other day with, we had a Tiny Timbersaw off lane, and the Tiny was free to roam and pressure mid. We could see a similar game here, as Miracle might just flat out die again bottom. They missed the toss, it doesn't matter.
Man, Enigma dying in every lane essentially right now. Mid, I saw Weehaw go down to Koikpa's beautiful combo. Actually, he popped his Fairy Fire as well, but Koikpa's still in range to not only get a right click, but the Lightning Storm as well.
Your mic is being weird again.
I'm just going to keep reconnecting. It's Discord. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, Cinderin, all right? You got to put up with
now.
this shit.
Did you change anything?
I changed nothing! As Miracle's going to continue to tank up that blood right. Boxy just about to hit level 4 here in the bot lane. As we have
God, I love when I curse a team. It's the best. Like, man, their draft is so good and their lanes are going to be nice and everything, and then they just get... I mean, it's a couple of kills, okay? Let's not get ahead of ourselves here, but Liquid definitely off to a hot start in 2 of their lanes. Both mid and bottom are looking great. The lane I did highlight the most, of course, is the one that Nigma are winning, which is the Slardar Phoenix lane into Oracle Medusa. I don't think Oracle Medusa have a reliable way of winning this lane. Slardar is very strong against these slow heroes that don't have reliable stuns. There's a little bit of a root, but there's no slow, no attack speed slow. Makes it very easy for him to lay onto targets. And Insania could actually, he needs to be a little bit careful here. He does interrupt the pull, so nicely done. Could have maybe been gone on here, but they will protect the bounty rune with Slardar. And Kuro will also steal one. Click it. Okay. He didn't click it. Now he's maybe gonna... he's dead. For sure. No telekinesis.
I'm using a different microphone just for you, Cinderin. It's my shitty mic, which of course will probably work. Top lane, we have a crush into the bash, onto Insania, and even with the ultimate expended from Weehaw, desperately needs that kill, as he is a little bit behind in terms of net worth. But with that, he's actually bounced back to basically evening up towards this mid lane. And we talked about how Enigma got off to kind of a meh start, and in terms of Weehaw, we've talked about this so many times. That's kind of a standard thing for him in lane, but he's probably better than anybody at bouncing back. Maybe Sumail would be #1 on my list. His bottom lane, Avatos into Blood right again. Miracle, Phantom strikes to the Siege, but looks like he might get right-click down, but the TP here from Kuroki is enough to dissuade his pursuiters.
Kuro didn't bring a salve though, so Miracle, yeah, he survives, but he can't touch creeps with anything else than Phantom or Stifling Dagger right now. That's just, if he comes in close, he's dead, and waiting for this tangle will take a while. Good rotation mid though from GH, using the Icarus dive to get in on the Lesh, set up Zeus for that kill, get him the power rune bottom as well, which would be an illusion. As, well, maybe I have to eat my words. They might be able to kill Taiga here. Kuro is low.
The right coming in again. Miracle is just going to tank it up. He does get the kill in the meantime. Boxy, empowered by all these low HP heroes, will continue to right-click Miracle, who's getting healed by GH in turn. And here comes Weehaw. Rotation from mid, but Boxy is way too quick.
No Thunder God. He'll be okay.
Yeah, another 40 seconds to go as Weehaw's working on a Boots of Travel to start things off for him. But we didn't really talk about the mid matchup. What did you think of the Zeus versus Lesh as just the matchup overall?
I think it's pretty even. It's one of the heroes that, like, Leshrac wins a lot of lane matchups mid, but against Zeus in particular, you don't really have that range advantage where you can bully. Any melee hero Leshrac basically wins against on just the threat of Split Earth plus Lightning Storm, but Zeus can stand several hundred units behind even his own creeps and still cast Arc Lightning for CS, and Leshrac can't match that with his deny damage, so usually you just farm. It's kind of the same logic, right? In a way, the heroes counter a lot of the same heroes in mid. It's about that ranged harass, but against each other, they just both sustain and hit creeps, so yeah, can't say I'm too surprised.
Rotation from Taiga into the mid lane is... Weeha does have his ultimate to work with now. His courier did get killed. I'm not sure if anything was actually on it, though, of consequence, but...
Nick
actually expended Stone Gaze. Yeah, interesting.
Oh, he's going to lose his courier to Bash. That's his treads. Oh, that is so bad.
Yeah, now Mind Control...
So bad, lol, chat might say.
Just going to continue to try and 1v3 here. Has really tunnel vision on Insania. Unfortunately for him, the Crush will not connect this time around, so he's going to get brought down one way or the other, but Zeus helping him get a kill there, so it ends up being a 1-for-1. Could have been a lot worse for sure.
Yeah, killing those treads is a pretty big deal. It's 2.5 minutes roughly that Mickey doesn't have that, so will affect his farming speed.
Boxy getting some help.
He's dead.
Of Taiga. He will die, but the Blood Rite doing massive damage. Taiga not comfortable enough to finish off PA as the wand is still in tow. Insania comes in to attempt to save his friend. Miracle jumps in, will trade his life for the support kill, and Kuroki looks like he'll TP out just fine.
That's a really good play for Miracle because he's dead there regardless. He's not escaping a second Purifying Flames, but he blurs the cast animation so that he can go and take that kill at the very least before he dies. If he was lucky there, he had like a 20% chance of evading that tower shot. Who knows how that could have ended, but realistically it's a 1-for-1. But keep in mind, Liquid did rotate their 5 down here. So Insania leaving that Medusa vulnerable forces Mickey into the jungle and gives completely free space to Slardar as well as Phoenix to kind of do whatever they want right now. So I think if you're Enigma here, you're still pretty happy with that overall.
And net worth basically even at this stage. We're rounding out about the 10-minute mark, which will be the big contest for all the bounty runes, obviously. Miracle did get his hands on an Iron Talon. We'll be going for a Battle Fury. No big surprise there. Yeah, indeed. I mean, to be fair, I mean, again, back in Dota 1, Cinder, I don't know if you remember how PA worked. Well, first of all, his blur literally made him invisible, like transparent, so you couldn't even see
that was... Do you miss that?
You could only see the crits. I mean, apart just from a nostalgia factor, I do, but obviously it was terrible. I hated it at the time. But I don't know how your pubs were, but I was very used to seeing like 5 Battle Furies built on PA. That was actually a standard in my bracket.
Yeah, I played in a different one.
It was really
People
powerful.
only bought 3 in mine.
I actually do believe that.
GH is okay. Good dive. He's Sunrayed just outside of the reach of the Blood Rite, and then Ridiculous South, but walked back in. He just killed himself.
Blood Rite to follow. He's blocking him. Nicely done, Boxy. And they're gonna get a tier 1 on top of that.
Not sure what he was expecting there. That was, I mean, Boxy seized the moment immediately. He had invite. Wait a second. Yo, you used all your stuff. I'm just gonna rupture and kill you. Knew that there was no TP on the Phoenix, so very, very easy kill for him. And GH had no business defending that tower. So a little bit of a mistake coming in. Koikva will claim that tower. Currently, actually not the net worth leader. Surprisingly, Zeus is actually ahead here. They both died once, I suppose, so maybe it's fine. Makes sense.
3 kills for Weeha now.
And
2
now
of
the
them
net
with
worth
his
leader.
ult.
Let's see.
Global range.
Mickey.
Mind control. They're gonna make him use his ult at the very least. Attempting to chase Koikva here with the Boots of Travel as well. So Boots of Travel is on each respective mid player right now. And looks like Weeha will be going for an Aghanim Scepter's mid lane. Kuroki in quite a bit of trouble, but they actually missed the combo of the Avatos. So he will live as a result. Now the rotations have come in for Liquid. Now, Rupture onto GH again. He does have dive, obviously that will kill him.
He has Supernova as well.
Egg is available.
Oh, Taiga totally out of
under
position.
The tower. Avatos combo is enough to take out Rubik, so it's a 1-for-1.
He should be happy he got a trade there. That was...
Indeed.
He was really out of position there. His entire team had already backed off, and he found himself under the tier 1 tower, but at the very least gets the Rubik. Pretty even start overall. I would say the biggest story of the game so far is Miracle being killed 3 times. I think that is the... I don't know if you want to call it the biggest surprise, but I think it's the most deciding factor so far, is that he has been slowed down this much. Medusa is currently ahead by 700 gold versus this PA. And, you know, 3 of the top 4 are Liquid heroes, so they're looking good, but obviously their supports are not thriving nearly as much as both Kuro and GH, especially Kuro with very high net worth for position 5 at this stage of the game on that Rubik. A great 5 to get gold on. Let's remember that the support duo of Nigma scales incredibly well. Versus one of the heroes is Oracle. Doesn't really scale well. You have 1 save later in the game and a Dispel. Yeah. That's pretty much it. Tiny has the potential, but not when this is the speed that it's going at. It's unlikely that Taiga becomes an actual damage dealer. He'll be more of an assassin or a repositioning hero. So with an even score line for Nigma, that is not a bad outlook right now.
Mind Control. He found a couple members of Liquid in the jungle, but lucky for him, Boxy pretty much out of mana right now.
Yeah.
Did have Rupture available, but just no mana to actually use it. It looks like Koikva and Weeha are both going for the exact same items. Boots of Travel into Aghanim Scepter. So, second item Ags. What do you think of that for... Leshrac is the more interesting one because it's up for debate, technically.
Yeah. I don't know how much I like it on Lesh in general, and especially in this game. I'm not completely sold. I think you're very vulnerable. You have an Oracle saving you if he doesn't save Medusa. So I think that's why Koikva is going for this. The logic is, if I have Ags, my damage is so terrifying that I can run in and they have to respond to me. And if they do, I'm going to get saved. If he didn't have a save, I would like it a lot less. But in this way, he's creating space for Medusa in fights to feel safe, because there's too much of a threat coming from him. Usually I would like either Bloodstone or Ewel's more for the defensive potential, primarily. Yeah, but we've seen
technically
Ags
more setup for Bloodright as well. We're gonna see the Bloodright now, but telekinesis into death for Mr. Boxy.
This is a big steal for Rubik. That is such a good spell on Rubik. It's incredible. It's a 6-second silence usually, but then you add Arcane Supremacy. So on Rubik, it's between 7 and I think 8.5 seconds or something if you have Max Supremacy. Maybe even more, actually. The silence is absurd. If you get hit by this on Oracle, you're not playing the fight. So you have to be a bit careful here. And it's also obviously an amazing farming tool for Rubik. Can one-shot creep waves with that and Fate Bolt, and just run away and take the XP. Hit and run. Get items.
Like you said, Kuroki not doing too bad in terms of the farm. Working on an Aether Lens for himself. Mind Control's Blink Dagger, of course, is in his inventory now. We've seen the Atos for Boxy already come to light. Still the Ags working on. But Lesh is
fighting for the bounty.
Rupture, but there's the counter silence from Kuroki. This might dissuade them from going up to the high ground. Looks like they will back off. But in the meantime, looks like Miracle and Weeha end up taking out Taiga.
Yeah, did Taiga get the rune? He did. So at least he died for the rune. You're not too mad about that. It's a position 4. You get the rune, you get killed by 2 cores. It's at 15 minutes in, that's usually fine. Nice blink from MC, gets away from the Atos. Should mention Medusa finished the Manta style very early. I think it was a 14-minute Manta coming out from Mickey. They had a huge Ancient stack that he farmed very easily. I think he got Blood Rage, used Split Shot and Iron Talon to clear that up very quickly. Saw a huge spike in his net worth. Remember a moment ago we said he was, what was it, 700 ahead of Miracle? We're now talking 2.5k.
Egg
He's dead again.
And yeah, Boxy's super dead. Has no TP, so really didn't have any business being this deep into the lane. Of course, we have the vision that he does not, but he will add another death to his counter. Has 3 as of now.
His aggressive plays are creating space and a lot of safety for Medusa and Leshrac, though. It's not like he's dying completely in vain, but the question is, could you have made the enemy team make that rotation as well without dying? Because you already got the push through that you wanted. You had it that deep in. Did you need to take an extra wave? Probably not. So I'm kind of with you that was unnecessary, but sometimes deaths are good in this game. And
so you tell me, Cinderin, every
at the
time
very
we play
least,
together, as long as it's me.
Yeah, it's always a good trade when you die for anything, even a courier or a lane creep.
Or nothing.
Yeah, even that. Your death
Thanks,
for your incessant whining in my ears is a great trade-off.
Oh, Mickey's gonna find Mind Control in his triangle here. Let's talk about Mickey. You talk about how
Dragon
the
Lance, man, this is going
Mantis,
fast.
Yeah, he has a lot of items right now. Now, my question is, do Do you think that he switches up his build at all because there's a Zeus in the game? Like, do you change anything, or you just continue on just being Medusa?
Well, what can you buy against Zeus? Is there anything else than BKB? Is Hood enough? Is that actually valuable? I'm not like, I understand the matchup and what the point is of picking Zeus into it. I'm just thinking, what options does Medusa have except BKB and Hood? I don't really think there is much to solve that. Because any items that you buy, I mean, maybe you buy less stats. Oh, he is toast.
Jesus. Absolutely.
Bit of a counterplay here, Sunray.
I'm not going to be able to find anybody. Mind control wasn't close enough to be able to find some sort of initiation. All the while, Mickey still continuing to just farm away. You talked about the dragon that's being done on top of the Manta. We'll be going for MKB next. Mid lane. Mind control wanted to initiate, but his corrosive haze is dispelled immediately. But there's the ult from Weehaw. Egg to follow. Boxing out in a precarious spot. Attempting to TP out. Will be successful. They'll lose Taiga. But again, if you want to count the Miracle Death early, it's still only a 1-for-1. Position 1-for-4. Liquid will take that.
It did
And
look
Egg.
like Liquid were posturing to take the mid tower, or at least do a lot of damage, though, and that kind of got put to a halt. They did 100 damage and forced a glyph. I think they were hoping for more than that. So with that perspective, not a bad hold from Nigma whatsoever. Of course, Medusa's just chilling, having a good time. I don't think Mickey wants to really get involved in much until he has his next item. Maybe at the MKB timing is when they look to do something. And about this whole Zeus matchup, I thought about it a little bit more. I think maybe what you don't do that you usually would is to get the heavy stat items, right? We see Medusa often by Skadi. Perhaps the better approach is to get Butterfly BKB, so that even when you're not BKB, Zeus's damage is a lot less significant since your health pool is a lot smaller. He also burns less mana. Whereas Skadi might just turn out to be almost a dead item, right? That gives almost no value against the hero, because you're a tank here, but you take more damage. So it's kind of like buying Heart against heroes that have percentage-based damage.
The old Lifestealer approach before they changed Feast.
Could definitely see.
Initiation. Mind
he
Control's
missed
gonna whiff his
completely.
crush, unfortunately, and he's gonna pay the price. One
Not
death for
expecting
him.
to be there.
Yeah.
I'm not really sure what he was looking for. I mean, it's obvious from our vision, right, that Liquid have a lot of heroes there, but from Mind Control's perspective, he had a little bit of help nearby, but not a lot, and there were 5 heroes missing, so...
Yeah.
It's a
Going
little
for
bit crazy.
the double crush, but
It's gonna cost them
ended
the
up
tower.
splitting the
It's pretty
uprights.
big.
Tier 1
They're
will
not
fall.
holding
GH's
that,
egg
no,
is
sorry.
up in 5 seconds. Here's the initiation this time from Boxy, and then Kuroki showing his blood right as well, but looks like he's going to be the first to fall. Avatos onto, the Ruptured Phoenix! Destroyed again! No time to even use the egg this time around, and the Tier 1 falls, and we're at the 20-minute mark, Cinder. Will they get all 4 runes?
This is such a snowbally play.
Oh,
One
Mind
mistake
Control.
from Mind Control, and it ends up costing them mid tower, 4 bounties, and a Phoenix and Rubik. I mean, it's not like all of those mistakes are connected, right? Rubik and Phoenix didn't have to die. They can concede that tower. Kuro wanted to try to deny it, be cheeky. He got A-toast. Then Mind Control was trying, or GH was trying to save Kuro with Sunray, so then he was out of position. A little bit of help your friend syndrome really cost them here a lot. That could have been cut with a Slardar death in the tower, and now lost way more than that. MC actually, did he get 2 runes? He managed to get 2 runes on the Slardar, so it's like, it's not
Yeah,
too
he
terrible.
Once he revived, he instantly TP'd bot as they were pursuing
Yeah.
their own jungle.
All
So
right.
good
So-
move there, and actually forced out the ult from Medusa.
All right.
So it could have definitely been worse for Enigma, salvaging what they could. Still only 2k behind, so I just look at this game as from a perspective, Medusa, just the longer this game goes, the stronger she gets. But again, there is a Zeus.
There's
so
solutions
I don't know if
here.
it works exactly the same way.
I think
Normally would see.
that's a
Rush.
very dead Bloodseeker.
That is burst damage out of control. Bloodseeker dead at the blink of an eye. No buyback to speak of. GH still with the egg. Percentage-based damage to Medusa this time around, and they might just end up being happy with the tier 1 tower if they do get the Bloodseeker. I believe that is the 4th death. Yeah, 4th death for Bloodseeker now.
Yep. And this is something to keep in mind about the Medusa, right? Like, traditionally, you're like, oh, Medusa's mega farm, Medusa's gonna just go high ground and win, but there's Static Field, there's Sunray, so double percentage-based damage that can really hurt her mana shield. And usually Medusa strategies work in a very specific way. Medusa goes, hits tower, has protection behind, and the enemy team has to fight into Medusa. The problem is there's insane single target burst on the Nigma lineup, so they can smoke around and just hit the backline. And Medusa will not be in time to save that backline. If you get Slaughter amped plus Zeus ulti, PA 1 crit, you're dead.
Koikfa staying alive. False promise applied to him as well as mind control is going to pay the ultimate price, but Egg does get expended. So they at least will not get the Phoenix yet. And Taiga trying to pursue, has the Avatos and Blink available, but not be in range to find anybody in the meantime. Roshan still available, and this is something you definitely want to try and deny against the PA Slaughter lineup. The problem is they don't really have, I mean, they don't really have great right. Maybe once they get the MKB from Mickey.
Yeah, they can take it. It takes a little bit of time, but a Blood Rage Medusa is not too shabby at it.
True.
You have Edict. It helps. It's not, like you said, it's not great, but do they have a medallion? They don't. I would imagine they want to buy Solar Crest this game for their Medusa.
Taiga's dead.
Yep.
Wrong place, wrong time. Now, let's go back to the build for Mickey, because obviously he went for this right-click build. I think BKB probably has to be next, right? Or do you think he can afford to go something else? This is Roshan.
I just don't know. I have to say I don't know. I think if he goes BKB, the problem will remain the same, right? Where, yeah, you're not gonna die, but how do you protect your teammates if Nigma get the jump? That's still my biggest fear here for Liquid is if Slardar, Zeus, and Phoenix just get to cast their spells and soak, PA will kill 2 or 3 heroes behind Medusa. Oh, they might try to go on Medusa here.
Yeah, with the newly minted Aegis, he's gonna pop the Stone Gaze, and Slaughter will turn to Stone immediately. But Oracle's already dead, so that's their save. But Miracle, way in front, ends up expending his Aegis in turn. And Weehaw tossed into the brunt of the damage. 50 seconds on the deck for him. No buyback whatsoever. It looks like the fight's gonna break up a little bit as Oracle buys back in the game. Avatos is available. Avalanche is more than enough just to take out Kuroki on his own. And all alone is this poor Miracle PA.
Huge for Liquid. A couple of things there. First of all, the arena of the fight. They had super good ward on the high ground, so they knew exactly what was happening from Nigma's play there. Insania just got off Ghost Scepter when he got jumped by PA. Almost got one-shot, but survived, and it cost so much time for Miracle, and he got rooted and turned around on. He doesn't have BKB yet, so if he gets caught this close to the enemy tier 2 tower, they can just overwhelm him. So really, a lot of things there from Liquid going very, very well. And they might look for more here. Koikva? Who's killing who exactly?
Atos is there to ensure that he'll be able to pick up that kill. And another toss coming into fruition, but the Leshrac will die. So that is a huge kill for Nigma, despite not having their PA available right now. They're able to get the opposite position too. Mind control, blink TPs to safety.
This is still really good stuff from Liquid. They're going to take this top tier 1. Yeah, you lost Roche, but you immediately took the Aegis away because of the area. Once again, the area of the fight, more important than anything. Nigma couldn't really connect, and they don't have that BKB on PA yet to keep her safe on her second life, so
well, let's
they
talk about
capitalized
that for a
massively
second.
here.
Obviously, I mean, this is not like a super weird build or anything, but Battle Fury Deso, do you think the BKB should have perhaps come online sooner, or is it still fine the way that this is going for Nigma?
I mean, you can make a case for going BKB after Battle Fury because you have Corrosive Haze, but I still think I worry a little bit that then you're way too reliant on Slaughter. Then you pose no threat unless you connect. And a lot of the time what makes PA so damn good is that there's a fight happening somewhere and PA just assassinates somebody else on the side on her own. The Slaughter synergy is amazing later in the game when you need to kill cores in straight up man fights, but we're not really there yet. So I think Deso is probably most of the time the item you want to go here. It's just in that type of specific fights, you obviously hate that you don't have a BKB, but then you probably just played the fight incorrectly, right? By taking it there to begin with on the enemy territory.
Yeah, still quite a ways away from finishing the BKB for himself.
God, he's so
but
big on Dusa. Oh my.
Yeah,
He's going
so-
Scotty.
he's not changing the build at all. So after all that talk, it's literally just cookie cutter Medusa build.
We'll see. I'm not completely sure if I don't know the math here about like how much tankiness you get versus how much damage you take against both Sunray and Static Field. You might want the Scotty regardless because you want to have a reliable way of sticking on PA and Slaughter. You want the slow for yourself. You have the MKB, so you hit the PA almost all the time.
Liquid looking for Weehaw. The Avalanche does connect into the toss, not able to toss back to his team, but Weehaw spending everything in his arsenal to try to take out Taiga. It's not going to be successful, and Weehaw will die in the midst of Nimbus. And now the egg used as well, and that's easily right-click down for Liquid as they have an 8k net worth lead now.
Yeah, not really in position together in this moment. Like, Liquid are just really quick to act when they see a hero out of position. I think showing his Zeus up here it's not really a play that they can make if they don't have protection from a stun, right? You want the Rubik or the Slaughter there to diffuse a situation like that. Instead, you only have the Sunray, but that's not going to stop them. They don't care. They're just going to keep running at him and overwhelm him with that damage. Tier 2 tower falls bottom. This is Liquid's... This is how their strategy wants to work. It's really come together.
Is ruptured right now. It's going to get tossed into the fray and brought down. That combo again working out for Liquid. And they're going to take out Kuroki in the midst of the tier 2 tower.
Man,
and Liquid are starting to run away with this match. And I mean, you talked about Mickey's farm, Cinder, and he wasn't even involved in that fight. But look at the net worth discrepancy right now. Not even remotely close.
No, Nigma have really fallen apart. All these deaths that they've had, especially in the PA, has just given Medusa such a massive lead. 0 deaths on Mickey. He's been allowed to place triangle with Blood Rage the whole game, pretty much as he would like. And as much as I really like the Radiant lineup, and I stand by that, but they can't afford to make mistakes like this against this lineup. If you trip up too many times and Medusa gets this big, even if you have these counters, she might be too much to handle. Like, there's an Oracle save. He's 2 items ahead of the PA, it feels like. It's too much.
It doesn't feel like. It's 8k. That is 2 items ahead, for sure. A little bit of a whiff initiation there for Taiga. But again, Mickey just right-clicking from afar. There's the toss into the back line. Mind control taken out from pure right-clicks after the fact. And we'll see if Liquid want to reset or not. Yeah, 40 seconds on the deck for mind control, but...
That's a lot of respect shown. Maybe they really feel like they can't do it with the Zeus in position and ready and the Phoenix. Like, they still don't have enough. They were kind of low on resources on a couple of heroes, so I guess fair enough. Like, Leshrac was low on mana. There was a top wave of the tier 2 that he can farm and push out. And you probably don't feel in a hurry, right? That's the other thing. Like, if this game was closer, maybe you would feel a little bit more pressure to, okay, we have to take this lane of Rex now that we've got this little moment of opportunity, but you're definitely feeling the advantage here. You know you're far ahead.
Yeah, they can expand their lead just by pushing out the lanes, getting those neutral items that are starting to spawn now. 30-minute mark is approaching, so the outpost having control of that is a big deal. Taiga with its Invis rune, this could be pretty dirty. Another potential setup, although Boxy not quite in range to set anything up. But Nigma now are just obviously playing a little bit scared, having to group up, invade their own triangle. But as you can see, no creeps available to take right now. And the tier 2 tower looks to be next. Mickey, the siege tank himself. Right click from afar, level 23.
Oh my god, it's so disgusting.
Yeah, it's pretty dirty. Won't lie.
Give him 70 attack speed right there. Just keep going.
What's the damage you take? How much per second?
2.5%.
Oh, it's percentage base as well. Okay.
Yeah.
So even from his own team taking percentage base damage.
Yeah. How many ways can we make it challenging for Mickey and he's still not gonna die?
Yep. He is only 1-0 with 8 assists, but there's the Avatos combo. Zeus. Taiga, the rupture again. Weehaw is dead, but he doesn't have buyback this time around. Taiga, 17 to get out.
Oh, the perfect save!
Fate's Edict will save him from that magic damage, but the Rax is already gone. The buyback from Weehaw expended. Now Mickey, he is actually getting somewhat low. We'll use Stone Gaze, Mind Control. Ends up getting tossed in, I believe, by Rubik. He's just going to get Avatos to death, it looks like. Mystic Snake to follow. Koikla looks to be dead. It's going to pop that Essence Ring and stay alive a little bit longer, but will fall shortly after. Miracle now already popped his BKB. He's just getting right-clicked down by Mickey, and the False Promise not enough to keep him alive. So the position 1 and 2 are dead for Liquid. We'll see if they end up buying back. Probably not, as Taiga able to Avatos poor Miracle down to his death. And Weehaw, this looks to be a potential dieback, as Blood Rights are being exchanged from each respective team. But Weehaw does live at the cost of Kuroki. So I'm going to call that a 3 for 2, but there were buybacks as well.
Yeah, it's definitely still a big Liquid win. You saw a little bit of the promise of what Nigma's lineup can do because they managed to burn through all of Medusa's mana because Zeus got to cast a lot of spells, Phoenix got to do the damage, but it's still... There's a lot of damage done to that base. They lose a lane of barracks, and the trade-off isn't really even that great. You get the Dusa, but it cost you Zeus buyback. You still lost your PA again. This is Miracle's 7th death this game. Not a very common sight for a Miracle to have this many deaths in a game. He's really been targeted super hard, and to me, this combo of Tiny Bloodseeker have really run this game. I think Taiga and Boxy have played super well. Just constantly quick on the trigger finger, really. It doesn't take much of a misstep for Nigma before they're on him. That Atos and that toss, it's a kill. And clearly these heroes were picked in tandem when you saw how the draft went down. I think Nigma were not even... It wasn't even on their minds that Tiny was a ban here after the first Phase 2 Oracle and Bloodseeker. Don't think you can blame them too much for that. It's not really one of those common combos you look for necessarily.
I mean, it feels like a meme combo, but it's working
It's so much more stable because of Atos. It makes such a big difference. It gives Bloodseeker the opportunity to set up for Tiny. It's such a big change because usually... If you want to call this a meme combo, right? The catch that you have will be Tiny blink tossing, and then you need to rupture kind of during that. But with Bloodseeker being able to set up the Atos plus Bloodright, first of all, you give your Tiny a lot of time. You give yourself time to hit a rupture and get vision. And then, if the enemy team responds, you even have other plays. The Bloodright is zoning them off. You have the potential of choosing a secondary target if you want with the Tiny, and when the help comes in, it's just it's a very, very nice synergy actually. These two heroes have.
It has taken, I believe, pretty much every hero from 100% to 0, essentially.
Yeah.
In just one combo. It's crazy. Now imagine, Synderen, just imagine when the 3 toss charge... I'm not sure we're going to get to this point of the game, but Taiga, 3 toss charges with Boxy's Aghanim Scepter double rupture.
Yeah, and then they both have E-Blade Dig in 5.
Yes. See, I like the way you're thinking.
Yeah, me too. It happens in your games, not in this game. This is not.
That's not true. I actually watched you recently. You played a 60-minute game recently. Mind Control, Avatos combination. There's a rupture again inside of this Nimbus, but it's going to matter now. They're going to take it out very quickly. 49 seconds on the deck. Mind Control does have buyback this time around. We'll use it immediately as Roshan, we can see, is available for the taking.
Do they have a smoke on the Dire? There's going to be a game-winning smoke if they have it. They don't. Mika has double damage.
Ooh.
So
yeah, that's
any fight right now,
filthy.
Dusa hits for 400 million damage. Gotta be careful. He hits for, what is this? 523 damage per hits. Very
well,
nice.
with split shot, lowering that a bit, but then you're hitting multiple targets.
Yeah, so then she's hitting for 2,000 instead. If you like that more, then yeah, I guess.
I'm a little bit surprised. They're playing very disciplined right now. I was going to say I'm a little bit surprised they didn't go for the Roche, but 25 was just about to be picked up from Mickey, which he now has. So split shot using modifiers, Scotty on multiple targets, very helpful. And it looks like that is what they were kind of waiting for.
Yeah, he's going to lead the
maybe
charge.
for a potential pick.
Didn't find anything.
Yeah. Mind Control. There's the initiation. The egg on the other side, but my lord, Oracle actually taken out immediately by Mind Control. Looks like he will be the trade of sorts as the egg does officially go off. So 2 kills quickly for Nigma, but Miracle stuck right next to a Leshrac. That's not something you want to see as GH continue to get right-clicked down by Mickey, the siege tank himself. Buyback onto Boxy. And with that, this should be a free Roche for Liquid, which is the Aegis and the Cheese this time around.
And that, honestly, that was such a well-executed fight from Enigma, but it's just too little too late. That was their best team fight of the whole game. They got I think they got a 4-man Shiva from the Phoenix, went in the middle, placed a very good egg. They one-shot the Oracle with the PA Slardar, but still, there's just too much in the tank, and it makes you wish for them that they took some sort of fight like this 10 minutes ago, but it's easier said than done. This was under very controlled circumstances on their side of the map. They had the high ground advantage. So there were a lot of things going their way, just not the 16,000 gold they were behind, and they could not compensate for that in that instance. Leshrac and Medusa just pumping in these fights. If you don't kill them and the fight remains static, eventually your heroes fall. They just can't sustain against all this.
and this will be a free mid laner Rax. They cannot go for Megas because the tier 2 is still up and running for Team Nigma. I mean, they could technically go for the throne, but based on how Liquid has been playing, super disciplined, don't think they're going to do that. Yeah, we're going to see the back off now. Toss requires no target now for Taiga. It's always nice.
Yeah. Really nice with Bloodseeker. If that rupture is there, you're just free to toss people wherever you want.
And we're getting close to the 25 for Koikva, which is one of my favorite talents in the game. And even with Aghanim Scepter, I don't know if we see the Lightning Storm. I mean, I guess we do occasionally.
Yeah.
The Diabolic Edict just feels,
It's
from
incredible.
a casual perspective, just ungodly for
It
pushing.
is so good. It's not
Well, he
only
does
for
have
pushing
Ags.
either. It's a lot of damage in teamfights too. Like it's
Yeah,
just
true.
you can't ignore how much this does. Oh, they're in on Tiny.
Yeah, they actually use False Promise onto Taiga as Mind Control looking to be brought down. Ruptured in the river. The egg is expended. We'll be able to right-click this down. It looks like it will survive and go off eventually. Mind Control dropping extremely low. They do get the Tiny, but it's going to cost them both Slardar and Rubik. And now the chase is on. Taiga finds poor little GH on that Phoenix. That is enough for the kill. So it's a 3-for-1 with the buyback now on Liquid. So 5 versus 2. They're just going to go down the top lane.
This is more than likely the end of the game unless Liquid back off. I think if they can see that there's no buybacks here, they feel very confident. Phoenix doesn't have it. In their
So
minds,
what's
they're
the
probably
point-
forcing a Phoenix buyback here, but it's not there.
We'll
Oh,
talk about
Zeus.
this in a second. Taiga again. Yeah. Goodbye,
GG.
Weeha. That should be GG. I just want to quickly talk about this. Aghanim Scepter for Leshrac, but you go 0 talents for Lightning Storm. He ignored both of them. Just seems weird, right? Just seems counterintuitive. I need the numbers on this.
I still think this is. I just think these talents are most of the time just better. I don't think he needs the slow. I don't think he needs lightning storm damage because the edict is still more powerful overall. Oh, Mind Control's super dead.
Yes.
Better get Taiga. Are they gonna back off here with their megas? No.
I'm not
Seems
calling
like they want to
GG
keep
yet.
going.
That is technically a dieback for Tiny. But yeah, I mean, Aegis is still in there for Mickey. As Kuroki jumps right next to him, has the toss available, brings him back into the midst of Miracle, who's just getting right-clicked down with that MKB. Weeha's dead. Nigma just dropping like flies. The Aegis finally consumed, but it's going to cost Nigma their entire team as GG's finally come out. And Liquid take a 1-0 lead in this best-of-3 series.
Very nicely done. All right, I was very excited dog about that game.
Thank
I don't
you,
know if you can hear
Onion.
that. Yeah, he is.
Appreciate
He's a big Liquid fan. He loves that water. Maybe he needs some right now, but yeah, solid game. Solid game, really. I think they played. Super well. They played to their win condition. Understood how to build up this Deuce and Leshrac and play. Really, once again, for me, this Bloodseeker Tiny combo was just filthy. This game, I think they did so much work. Loved Nigma's draft. I think they got it handed to them this game. I think they got outplayed. The lanes, the start for PA went terribly in that bottom lane, and it really hurts. I'm not sure how much of that is on play and how much of it is on what options they really have in that laning stage down there. So maybe you could have done something about that to give Miracle better conditions to carry this game. But don't want to take anything away from Liquid. They're super good with this Bloodseeker Medusa strat. It's there to stay for them for sure. You gotta maybe respect that if you let them have that first phase Bloodseeker. It's something to look out for.
Koikva was 18-3. I
Yeah.
did not notice that during
And we
the
didn't
game.
talk about him
Holy
that
jeez.
much, but basically what happened in most fights was that this Bloodseeker Tiny set up the fight, and then the Bulldozer just gets to run in, right? He literally,
Right.
he went Ags BKB, and he just went in every fight, and he feels so confident because he has an Oracle backing him up should he get focused, but most of the time they don't have that luxury. The PA Slaughter have to go on supports because they can't kill the beefy boys yet. So he just gets to be this battery getting in there. I'm going to check the damage stats here. I'm actually genuinely curious. I think he, like you said, probably did a lot more than we expected. So I'm going to have a look here.
36,000.
36K, so top in his team. 50% above anyone else. That's It's a solid Leshrac performance. Very well
Yep,
done.
pretty good.
The whole
I
squad
mean,
played great. It was a very good game from
He
them.
did get one of the early kills against Weeha, but Weeha did catch up, so it's not like he
Yeah.
just overran the mid lane completely. But just as a team, Liquid outperforming Nigma in game number 1. So we'll take a quick break, ladies and gentlemen, and be back with game 2 after this.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Yo. this a roast me session?
All right, boys and girls, we're back. Lacoste, T-Gov, hello. Enigma, Liquid. Game 1 goes the way of Liquid. I just got a DM as we were loading in that made me chuckle. Zyori, please fix Suns fans' microphone. Also, keep up the good work. We're working on it, folks. We're working on it. Wires are being moved around. Mixers are being swapped out. Everything that we can do is being done. Welcome back, though. Liquid.
It was a good first game. I think you look towards how they won that game. A lot of positives. Miracle dying 3 times in lane obviously didn't help them, and I didn't think I'd be starting this segment, so I was hoping Lacoste would say some stuff. Honestly.
Oh, so it's my turn. Yeah, I mean, when I look at these two drafts, I still would prefer Nigma's draft. I feel like the execution was really not on point. They gave so many easy kills to Team Liquid, and I don't think you can afford to, allow it to happen against what Team Liquid has. Like, they got the first Roche. I think this is the time that they needed to try to get some kills, get more advantage, but man, they evaporated. I love the build on Lashrak. Like, I immediately message you, T-Gal, like, this is it. Watch the damage coming out from Lashrak. Eggs into the Aghanim Scepter. I mean, Boots of Travel into Ags, and he could afford to go for that because he had Oracle sitting behind him. Like, when you think about it, yeah, he wants to save Medusa, but Medusa was not in those fights. Medusa was just farming while they were fighting, so Lashrak can draw the attention from the enemy team. Like, he's full glass cannon.
For me, though, this game... for me, this game was all about how Nigma, they distributed their farm really well across their entire team. The supports were pretty high net worth, and that's why there wasn't that big gold lead at the start of the game. The issue for me was, for Nigma especially, Liquid's early aggression, it got these quick pickoffs. But then you look towards that Roshan, like Lacoste mentioned, they get that Aegis. It's completely free. They just barrel into the side of Liquid, take this really poor fight under their vision, then PA automatically dies, blows up, loses Aegis. Like, that point there, to me, was like the moment in the game which was like, okay, Liquid know they can just easily win this game because that first Aegis had big timing. It was completely thrown away. And for Nigma's lineup, they needed that Aegis to ride that wave of momentum and to keep chaining those kills together. Go for that second Roshan, pressure the high ground. But because of that mistake, it just unlocked the game for Liquid. And then they had that comeback. Support's got the levels they needed. I think at one point, GH was level 14, Tiger was level 10. Like, there was such a disparity in levels as well.
But what Taiga did, he only needs 8 levels on Tiny and the Blink Dagger.
And
That's exactly what he needs. Like, I think he was the MVP, at least for me. Like, so many back tosses.
Sure, 100%.
Bloodseeker made his job easier with the Rod of Athos, and providing vision with the Blood Right, the easy setup, but so many rupture combos with the toss. It was just a pleasure to watch. All right, let's focus on this one, try to reset. Enigma, Magnus, and Sven. It's a strong combination, but if I had to choose like a better partner for Sven, like I would still prefer that he gets, someone like, let's say Slardar instead of a Magnus, because he already has a cleave. I don't think Sven is the guy that benefits so much as compared to the others coming out from that cleave.
Yep, but we have seen this a few times, and it can still work. I think we've seen this more with like the position 3 Magnus, right? Where it's kind of just more a regular Magnus, not that position 5 Empower bot. But I agree with you. It feels a little weird. I also just, for one more moment back at that game, that was really great nuanced stuff, but I was just going to say Insania Oracle. I mean, I don't know that we need to elaborate much more than that. We felt the power of the Oracle in that game, some pretty clutch edicts against that Zeus there, huh, boys?
Yeah,
come on, show a little love to the supports.
Okay, when he plays a saving support in Savnia. I'll escort myself out.
Bye, Lacoste. Thank you for being on the panel. Is Lizard or Trent here?
Yeah. I was disappointed, T-Gov. As a position 5 player, I thought you'd give a little shout to the position 5, but that's okay. That's okay.
I would, but I just feel like Lacoste touched on it. It was Tiger, that other support that really kind of sealed the deal for me.
Yeah, I'm sure Insania loves getting overshadowed by Taiga on the panel. The position 4 gets to make all the plays. I just sit in the back and press heal, right? True. That's all I do.
We mentioned the vision, right? Technically, there was vision. There was an indirect.
All right.
But
all right, I'll give you that one.
You are right, for sure. A lot of analysis at the end of a game, they'll happily just get in the coattails of like the core. So, yes, for sure. This game felt like the supports were really sending it home for Liquid.
Yeah. But what about this Invoker first phase here? We talked about it last game, last phase banned. Liquid snatch it early.
The question for me is, the last time they ran Bloodseeker Invoker, was Koika on the Bloodseeker and then Boxy playing that Invoker in a dual offlane scenario, and they had that mid-Earth Spirit. The question is, are they going to do something really gimmicky again, where Tiger suddenly goes to that mid lane on a new hero, or is it going to just be a simple, Bloodseeker offlane, mid opposition 4 Invoker? It'll be interesting to see what they do.
I mean, they are preparing to buff up one carry once again.
Yeah, they are.
Bloodseeker with the blood right. There
One
is
the
the
Oracle.
save. Who's it gonna be?
Who's the raid boss?
Phantom Assassin looks fine against the Sven. She's still available.
Yep.
I mean,
what are the other options?
Do we consider the
Still
Medusa
PA?
that's been
No, you
banned?
said PA,
Okay.
sorry,
So what about Terrorblade? That's another big one that comes to mind.
I don't think you want to play against the Sven Mag. Doesn't feel
much?
that great.
Okay. I thought with Oracle maybe that would tip it over, but
I think
okay.
TB against Sven is fine. It's the idea of the whole, you're amping up that one core, and it's all about that cheap amp, right? It's constant go, and TB's more of an on and off hero. Do you have a meta, do you know? And I think cores that aren't locked into that type of cooldowns will benefit more, and that's why
Somebody a little more dynamic. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
DP from Nigma. Weeha has actually been playing a lot in his pubs recently. 5-6 games. He got told off for playing Gyrocopter, and now he's having to play normal mid hero, so that's why he's been practicing some Death Prophet.
It's another hero that gives you an earlier Roche, something that also Slaughter gives you. Team Liquid's out of time. I believe they spent all of their
That's
time.
okay.
And would you believe that it's a Phantom Assassin?
Not gonna
Another
overthink
game.
it.
Whew.
Okay.
Another PA against Sven. I can already see chat complaining. Give patch. Sending those frogs. Couple of big W's.
At least it's not Void, I guess, from the player's perspective. I like watching Void more than these two heroes, but hearing No-Tail bash on Void earlier today really put it all into perspective.
But maybe that was all just strategy from him. It's he thinks Void's high value, so they're going to ban it out, and then later in the tournament,
It's hard
they
to sell.
You know,
That's true. You're interviewing these players, end of a big game, a lot of viewers, a lot of people listening. That's their opportunity to spread that propaganda to the frog.
exactly.
Yeah, I can't trust them.
Ban the Void, but don't ban the Morph Earth Spirit, guys. Haha, gotcha. For Nigma, though, it's interesting if they want to put that mag in that position 5 role, or if they are going to put it into the offlane. And that's kind of what they're deciding right now, as they need to decide, position 5 pick, most likely.
Position 5, yeah, most likely, because it looks like it's going to be Invoker plus a Bloodseeker lane, and you could get some good skewers. I don't think they're putting that much of a pressure. It's still a strong lane, you have that mini stun to keep you inside of the Blood Right, but it could work. So most likely position 5.
Well, the key difference in this game alone is the carry for Nigma. If he gets ruptured, last game, he dies. Sven, though, with the Yag, Superman, you're fine. You're just flying through the air. And then you land, and then you're like, well, I got to stand still again. So
I will say, though, just looking at this draft, if it is a 5 Magnus, I like the DP with at least one form of healing. It can be like a Phoenix or something that's not a burst heal. It doesn't have to be an undying level, but any kind of save or reset can just enable her to do so much more. So DP plus Oracle is such a different beast than just DP with a minus armor draft.
My concern for Nigma right now, they're so locked into these big cooldowns of DPO, God Strength. And when you have this Phoenix type pick, it's another cooldown. They go for it in the end. But my fear is if they don't hit with their big spell, suddenly you have Liquid resetting going again. They're not really locked into anything. You have this PA. Once she gets her items, I guess that's the key identifier here. Once she gets to her Battle Fury Deathwave +1, they can go for these constant aggression. Before that, the Nigma can play every time we have DPO, we use our egg, we use our God Strength, we'll take that free objective, we'll take that free Roshan. But when you get to that point where PA has her timings, that's where the whole script will flip and Liquid will be able to punish those timings and non-stop go. So Phoenix is a good pick for that early point in the game. There aren't any egg hitters, but it might fall victim to the later tempo of the game that Liquid wants to set.
They don't have the real egg hitters, at at the early stages of the game, but there is going to be Bloodseeker's Q, Invoker with the Alacrity, Phantom Assassin. Once she starts to get the items, it's going to be easy. The only BKB piercing ability that they have is Mag's RP. You know, Mag's a really good hero for protecting the egg once they start grouping up, but I'm a bit worried about the cooldowns. Like, they have 4 out of 4 long cooldowns on Nigma, while Team Liquid has none.
Yeah, false promise is like your only cooldown.
Coup de
It's,
grace, yeah.
Not a big deal. Yeah, big cooldown there. A couple of offlaners getting banned out. Beastmaster, the Slardar, now Lesh removed by Nigma.
I just really hope Liquid goes super creative here with this last pick. Like they put that Quaker in the offlane Bloodseeker, and they allow Tiger to move into that mid lane again. I just really want to see Liquid just really lean into how they've been playing the tail end of this group stage, or they just go for a normal pick. It's fine, but I just pray that one game.
That was really smart. Either they go for something different or they don't.
Thank you, Lacoste. No, I've learned everything I have from you, so I just thought I'd try and impress you right now. Did I impress you, Lacoste?
You did. You really did.
Yes!
You made me
Well,
chuckle.
Guys, I've learned something in this group stage, and it's that Axe is not that great of a hero right now. I was so excited for this guy just like a week ago, and then Lacoste poo-pooed it, and then we saw it, and now I'm poo-pooing it, and I'm very nervous for Nigma. That's a tiny last pick for Liquid. We've seen this a number of times now. Great catch, great initiation. Thoughts
Is
here?
it
2-0?
is it
or
the
just-
tiny
Is it
mid?
Insania? Is it Insania mid? We had an interview with him. You know, you asked like, when's the time he's gonna play mid Oracle like OG?
He
Noel
clearly
did.
said, Lacoste, he clearly said he will not do it because obviously 2-time TI winner has done it before. He cannot beat that. So I don't think Insania will be going mid, but maybe a tiny mid.
A lot of people were watching that stream, you know.
Yeah.
So as I already said, he's spreading the propaganda. He's giving the lies to all the people. Like, we're not gonna
So
play
smart.
it, and in the end, he ends up playing a mid Oracle.
All right, so predict it this time, boys. Game 2, who's taking it? Are we 2 for Liquid? What do we got?
Yeah, I think Liquid have that kind of no allegiance to cooldowns where once they get the PA to her timing, they're going to be able to prop her up into this great game. Nigma, they have to get this Svenna game. They need Axe to have a game. They need DP to have a game. And there's so many factors they need to take into account that if they don't take that early lead and hold it, I think Liquid will just be able to continuously whittle down Nigma. So yeah, I think Liquid has this.
We talked about Team Liquid, like what they do with the lanes. I still feel this is going to be boxy mid Invoker against the Dead Prophet, and Taiga will play
that's
position
true.
4.
Yeah, that's
so,
true.
like, this is the flexibility that Team Liquid has, and if they can, you know, just try to reset without the casualties, they have really good heroes. You have Invoker to, you know, use Tornado, EMP, you have Oracle, so they can play around these long cooldowns that Nigma has and just punish it.
All right. Short cooldowns versus long cooldowns. Let's see what happens. EGB.com, folks. That was a weird way to say it. EGB.com. Check them out if you want to play some action on this series. They've got all the odds for you. You know where to find the banner by now. It's below the Twitch stream. Get at it. Now, Suns fan, Cinderin, take it away. I can't wait to hear the vocal chocolate. Suns fan, please carry it.
Hello? Hello, Cinder?
sound
Are you
great.
there?
Vocal chocolate.
It made me really, really hungry as an American. Cinder, we have a PA versus Sven, a hero. One hero has an inherent cleave, the other one has to buy it. One has an inherent blink strike, the other one has to buy it. Who will prevail in this very unorthodox matchup of heroes we never get to see?
And
Sven
the guy who
versus
has
PA.
the cleave also has another cleave to give him double cleave in his
True.
team.
Yeah. Well, it's not quite double, Cinderin.
No.
I believe that Sven's cleave inherently is still more cleave in terms of the
It is
AoE.
correct.
You know,
It is bigger and it is
not
more
to
damage.
correct you.
No, it's okay. You get to be right sometimes.
Thank
it's
you.
not technically double. It was a manner of speech.
Thank you, Cinder.
I don't know. I just this is such a this patch draft for me at the stage that we're at right now. It's like who can make the bigger big boy? We have a Sven with Empower. Well, we have a PA with Blood Rage and Alacrity. They're looking to make these carries into absolute monsters. I think the thing that the panel spent the most time on is the cooldown reliance, and I think that's what's really important here is that when Nigma take fights, they have to invest. It's like a cost-benefit thing where if the fight goes okay or doesn't go amazing, you open up a lot of avenues for this Bloodseeker Tiny that kind of just trashed them last game to play freely, because without these big spells, this Radiant lineup doesn't really look that scary. Like, if you don't have Exorcism and Supernova, your plays are pretty limited until Sven has 3 items. So what I want to see from Nigma this game, I want to see them get off to a better laning stage, get Miracle not as far behind as last game. But I do worry a little bit that whether Magnus Sven are able to pull that off against this lane. I don't think Magnus Sven is a much better lane against this PA Tiny than this Bloodseeker Tiny than the PA plus Rubik was last game. But we'll see. Maybe things will go very different this time in this lane.
Yeah, we're gonna have a fight for the rune. Toss to start things off. Into the Fortune's End. Kuroki taking a lot of damage with that blood, right? Will survive at the end of the day. So let's talk about this Bloodseeker Tiny combo that we saw last game. Oh! He cliffed himself, Kuroki! On the cliff, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think Toss can reach.
It can if you... It can.
Insania is coming up. There's the toss onto Insania, and Kuroki will die. First blooded in the most embarrassing fashion possible. So Liquid already with an excellent start.
It could be more embarrassing than that. He could have also dropped his boots.
Okay, sure. I mean,
And
you can
then
say
be
that
like,
about
"Where are
literally
my
any
boots?
scenario.
Where are my boots?
Well, he's back in lane already, looking scary. So I was expecting something like a Snapfire to come out as a last pick for Liquid as position 4 for something for the egg, but I didn't realize that Tiny was still in there. So Liquid or Enigma let Liquid pick Tiny last. They had the opportunity to ban it. They're not scared of this combo.
They
Do
banned
you think that was just an aberration, or are we going to see that?
Yeah, I don't know. I felt like
craziness
maybe
again?
they thought last game that they played poorly and gave too many kills, and it's not just the combo itself, but it's how they did, which I would not disagree with. I think they did not execute too well. Oh, he's actually going to get killed there. And that they thought Medusa was the bigger problem in this build-up strategy. But yeah, in my perspective, I don't think they need more against the egg than this. I think you have enough attack speed between Alacrity and Blood Rage. If you're in position in the fights to hit the egg, you're going to be fine. The challenge is to ensure... Oh, quick toss there. Just almost got skewered by Kuro. Taiga is still fine, though.
Weehaw on its Death Prophet against Boxy's Invoker mid. So switching up a little bit positioning-wise here. What are your thoughts on the hero versus hero matchup from the mid lane?
Should be DP favored in the start. I think most ranged heroes have an inherent advantage against Invoker on the early levels. His damage is pretty weak. You see he has 50. He had 58 against DP's 74. So that is like playing a melee hero against a melee hero with Quelling Blade. Pretty disadvantageous. But over time, Invoker, as he gets some levels, as he gets the second null, he closes the gap, and then he starts being really obnoxious with the mana burn. But for now, Weehaw should be building a slight advantage as he is. But doesn't look too bad for Boxy though. He's 8-1. It's mainly the denies against 9 and 7. It's a big deny advantage for Weehaw.
We'll see how that lane progresses overall. Do you think this bottom lane is gonna be able to pressure Miracle enough to keep him from just free farming away? It's a Sven Magnus versus Tiny Bloodseeker.
Well, I'm thinking again from the perspective of last game. Last game it was PA Rubik, so this time the boys are beefier, right? Both PA and Rubik were less beefy, but they also had less play potential against the lane. I would say on Sven Mag, you're not really doing much to Bloodseeker again, so it's kind of similar, but you're harder to kill. Maybe that's enough. I still worry though that they just eventually start harassing Miracle so much that he needs to invest his gold into regen, and once that happens, then then you're still winning the lane by a pretty significant margin. Currently slight lead for Quickfoot, but Miracle out of regen. Kuro has 1 salve, 1 tango. It's not too much to work with.
Top lane, Cinderman. Mind Control has been cutting these waves left, right, and center. Purifying Flames, the second one to come from Insania, is enough to take him out finally. GH dives away. He got 3 waves worth of farm, basically solo. It wasn't solo XP, but got all the last hits. So that's at least a good start from that perspective.
Yeah, that's fine. Even though he dies, he's still top net worth. It's obviously better if it's avoidable. I didn't see the whole play. I don't know how it started, but cutting with X.
A lot of Fairy Fires being popped here. Weehaw's going to get tornadoed by Boxy, but there is the Crypt Swarm to finish him off. That must have been like basically exact damage. That was really close. Level 3 Crypt Swarm.
Oh, I
enough
thought for a
Weehaw
second he was
get
going to get regen there. Oh, you got a haste.
I used my
That's
fairy
also-
level 1.
Haste is also really good. He's going to be able to go to base faster and get that refill. Wait, so Boxy used his Fairy Fire by mistake in base, or what is he saying? Maybe.
Yeah.
He used it
I
by
guess
mistake,
so.
didn't have it.
He just has to let him know that I would have killed you
Yeah.
if I didn't F it up.
I would have killed you if only I didn't fuck up. Yeah, exactly.
It makes him feel
Yeah.
better at the very least. I think that's fine. Up Stormhammer in the bot lane. Taiga is going to get the toss off though from Miracle. Kuroki missing the skewer, but Taiga's still in a lot of trouble. A couple more right clicks would
Blood right in a
suffice.
second. Kuro needs to be careful here.
Miracle continuing to chase. Blood right is going to connect onto both heroes.
Oh no.
And the first to fall is the poor Magnus. Now Miracle finally will get some retribution. It's a 1-for-1, but now Quickly is just going to continue to right click.
Earn.
Yeah, Earn already picked up. Damn, that was really
Nicely
fast. But
done
the
by
deny into
Miracle.
neutrals.
That's
That is a
pretty good.
huge freaking stack. Jesus.
Yeah, that's crazy big. I think Taiga wasn't expecting that he was going to be in vision there for Stormhammer, but Miracle somehow found just a brief moment, really. I don't think that would have been more than like a half a second later. He would have been fine. As again, MC will get cut now. That's the one benefit to dying on Tiny.
Boxy dies again. So this time with the help of both Kuroki and mostly GH. Able to secure this lane for Weehaw, who had the Exorcism pops. He's going to be able to do at least a little bit of damage to this tier 1 tower. They're going to pop the fortification though. Tiger's going to be back in 10
here.
seconds. Yeah. Maybe a slight switch of lanes potentially. Well, Taiga still has the Avatos available. There's the Blood right to set it up.
Oh, he felt the
Toss not able
toss.
to get it off though. There finally gets it off into the tier 1 tower. Invoker on his way. Another TP as well, but Weehaw not taking that much damage. Cold Snap gonna keep him in place. Tornado to follow, but it's just not enough damage, at least not yet. But there's the Blood right. There's the setup. Finally, they're able to take out Weehaw. It takes the entirety of Team Liquid essentially to get this done, with the exception of Mickey in the top lane as a PA.
Interesting to see as well in this game, by the way. They chose to go for the Earn on the Bloodseeker, right? Usually you see Quaswex Invokers loving to get this item to make the play themselves, but might be prioritizing for Boxy to go in a different direction here, getting maybe a quick Solar Crest for the PA. Wouldn't be surprised to see that come out. Maybe Quicker wants to get the full Spirit Vessel. It's decent this game. You're against DP as well as the Phoenix. I do think it has a lot of value, but currently not eyeing it up. Was queuing up something else together with the one, then changed his mind.
Mind control, top lane. Showing off his newly minted Vanguard as in the river, GH and company surrounding Taiga. He's going to get off the Avalanche, but it's getting extremely low, and the Sunray should be enough to finish him off. But will he get denied by Roche? It is not to be this time around, young man. The mind control just continue to do the axe thing. You know, this is exactly what you want to do. But now he has that Vanguard to actually tank a lot of this damage now. Still no boots. Doesn't need them. Like, I wished I knew the math on what is worth this for mind control. Like, if he knows he's going to die, is this still worth it to get all these waves? Probably. Because now, there's some of the damage coming in as Mickey's coup de grace finally able to proc. Here comes Taiga to help things out. Avatos available as always. And mind control will eventually die. It takes them forever to take him out.
And they brought Boxy for that too. It feels a lot better to die there when Invoker also rotates.
Oh, dive is available.
No crit.
Looks like he'll be
no
fine.
crit on the dagger. That would have maybe been enough. Well, Taiga's thinking about it. He is thirsted, so he can see the Phoenix.
Toss. Global toss range. Next buff for Tiny, for sure.
Yeah.
It's a tier 1 tower.
Just what we
mid.
need.
I mean, maybe in Dota Imba or something. I mean, Dota Imba apparently had the Sven Ags.
Oh, I was going to say Dota Imba has had more and more of an influence in this game because it's reminding me more and more of it. So,
Sounds like you're a real fan.
yep.
Syndrome.
Definitely need more carries to be 6-slotted minute 20 in your games, guys. Don't, everybody get on board.
What if they gave the same love to your support? This top lane, Mickey is going to get called into the Exorcism, into the Culling Blade, and this looks to be a tier 1 tower as well.
Nigma are doing a much better job this game at just flat out playing their lanes, right? The bottom lane went much better, so this time Miracle is currently top net worth. Weeha's been playing well in both lanes, to be honest. He did well in the last game on Zeus as well. And this time around in the top lane, both, again, GH finding the opportunity to rotate mid, I think twice now on the Phoenix, while Axe is getting very good farm behind that tower. So definitely setting themselves up for a good mid game.
Ooh, Koikva. Try to set up a kill onto Miracle. He's going to have some support both from Insani and Taiga, able to take out the Courier, and that might be where this ends. A little quick, Blood Right in another 1 second. Avalanche not going to connect. Mickey is also here. They really want this kill. Miracle is going to pop his ult in tow, though. He's going to get the cleave. Easy kill onto Bloodseeker, and with the support, they should be able to find more. PA is next. Taiga tanking this tower. Doesn't look like Kuroki will be able to finish him off, but
kids, remember this moment. Remember this moment. This was when Liquid lost this game. Don't forget this moment.
Yeah, that was pretty bad.
That did not go well whatsoever. Not only do they fail the kill, they lose 2 cores in the process to basically just Sven pressing all his buttons and killing them. They didn't have Oracle to save the Bloodseeker. He wasn't level 6 yet, understandably so. It's only 9 minutes in. And they kind of just blocked each other there in the trees, so they couldn't run away. And that was a little bit of a mess, to say the least. With that, Miracle should be running away with the net worth graph. 2,000 gold lead over PA minute 10.
Yikes.
That is really, really big. That's the entire gold discrepancy right now is between the carries.
Rupture was used, but like you said, Miracle's like, I have no reason to even move. Like, I'm fine fighting this under the tower. As Mickey is going to find Mind Control into the jungle. Mind Control has a level advantage right now, and the farm advantage over the opposition's position 1. Definitely not a good start here for Liquid. Mid-tier 1 is going to be saved, though. Not quite deniable yet. Mind Control does finally have his brown boots, but we'll be going for Blink next.
I just love how Mind Control's playing this game. I think it shows such a good understanding of what role he has. Like, I think a lot of people in this situation are worried about dying. They're like, oh, I'm farmed, I should be careful. He's using his farm to pressure the opponent very effectively. Like, if he dies, it's to 3 or 4 hero rotations, and if they don't rotate, then he's just keeping them from hitting creeps. This is a damn it if you do, damn it if you don't situation. Quick foot, nice silence.
The silence will prevent the RP, but the Stormhammer is there regardless. It's the entirety of Team Nigma in this bot lane now. Weeha's Exorcism has already been activated, so this tier 1 tower will at least take heavy damage, if not fall outright. But they're going to use this smoke to initiate onto potentially Insania, but didn't have the vision required to set that up. Still working on their Blink Daggers, of course, as Kuroki might be the sacrificial lamb, as he is mega dead. But like we said, tier 1 tower does fall bot.
Yep.
And in terms of the Battle Fury watch for Mickey, still a ways away. Close to finishing the broadsword, but still has a 1,400 gold claymore to follow. I mean, what minute mark are you usually happy with having a Battle Fury MPA, would you say?
Don't know. I mean, what do you mean by happy? Is it I had free farm happy, or this game was difficult, but I'm happy I got it?
Good enough. Let's say
good enough.
The point of no return where you're like, all right, this was good enough.
I think in this patch, anything after minute 14 is considered slow, I guess. Probably, with this build-up.
Don't have a lot to deal with him. Just Avatos. Look how little damage that does, as Taiga has to be forced to just walk away. Weeha gets the solo kill mid onto the tier 1 tower. So in terms of the tower advantage, it is 3-4-0 at the current point in time. Huge advantage for Nuke. I mean, that's basically their entire net worth lead, is these tier 1 towers.
It's the tier 1 towers and the fact that Sven has 60% net worth than any other hero in the game.
Right.
Okay, maybe that's an exaggeration, 40%, but you know, that's a lot. 13 minutes in, this is like an Alchemist. This is what an Alchemist gold distribution will look like if Alchemist is having a good game, usually relative to other heroes. So, yep, looking amazing for Nigma right now. This was what might worry you, was if they don't get off to this kind of start, the tempo can just completely outpace them. But now that the laning stage went very well and they have this insane team fight, Liquid are going to be very cautious to fight into them. They need skirmishes, but their Invoker bought a Midas, so your game plan has just changed. You're like, okay, early didn't go the way we wanted. We need to scale now. We need to slow it down a bit, push out the lanes, don't look for fights.
Yeah.
I think it's going to be difficult to pull off, though. Sven monster is coming for you pretty soon.
Yeah,
You're
and
gonna
his
have
lead
to fight.
is still ginormous. Has the Echo Saber with the Mask of Madness. Going for the BKB first before the Aghanim Scepter. I mean, they're going to have the initiation of Mind Control, who will have Blink Dagger very, very shortly. So perhaps doesn't really need to prioritize the Ags quite yet. I mean, there is a lot of magic damage from Invoker and Tiny alone. This tier 1 tower bottom is still going to survive, and it looks like Nigma wants to defend it if they end up trying to prioritize that, but you can see Liquid smoking into their own jungle. There's the Atos reveal. Looks to be a kill onto Kuroki one way or the other. They find it pretty easily. Miracle can pop that ult. 3 shots, Taiga. Good Lord Almighty. Mind Control with a nice Berserker's Call. And there's the cleave continuing to come. The Culling Blade through the False Promise. Didn't really talk about that interaction, but that works wonders. 4 for 1 in favor of Team Nigma. Whew. And now Stormhammer dispels enemies. It's been picked up from Miracle, so Yules will not really help them out in any way. Not that they have one. They definitely can.
Yeah, it also dispels Fate's Edict, which could turn out to be interesting, right? It doesn't dispel it on himself, but it dispels it on the target. So if somebody is getting saved from, say, Phoenix Sunray or yeah, just some magic damage, random magic damage coming out from DP or the Magnus, whatever it is, you can get rid of that Edict defensively as well. Although most of the time Insania will probably be hoping to press it onto Sven. However, you know, the cast range isn't the greatest, and usually when you're Oracle and you show yourself to Sven, you get one shot because Sven's very big and then you die. So, gotta be pretty careful with that. Fortunately, you can itemize against Sven by buying all sorts of defensive items like Yules, Ghost Scepter. Lol, just kidding, don't buy them, you're gonna die anyway, you're just fucked. Like, good luck, you know? Don't show yourself to Sven for the rest of the game, stand really far behind, and wait for someone else to get jumped. I mean, obviously, this is a little bit of a, you know, you have to play it like that.
Top lane, Mind Control, he's going to get ruptured and tossed. There's the combo, attempting to TP out, but will not be successful. So Liquid finding a little bit of that juice from game 1. They just need to do that 10 more times to get back into this game. I mean, this is a monumental lead for Nigma.
Definitely
16-minute mark, 6k net worth lead, and most of that is on Sven, it feels like. Bloodseeker looks like he'll get initiated with a nice tornado from Boxy onto really 3, and that'll save Koikva at the very least and break up this fight entirely.
I mean, I'm obviously, you know, I'm half kidding with the Sven thing, right? We've seen a lot of games where it's crazy, but what you need to keep in mind in this game is that positioning really is paramount against Sven. It is the one primary way you can solve a super farmed Sven is by having a save hero and having really good positioning. You have counterplays to Sven in this game until he gets... I mean, he has the BKB, but then at least he doesn't have the Ags yet, right? When he gets the whole package, it gets difficult. When he has BKB and Ags, whichever one of the two he has, but not the other one, you have solutions. If he has Ags, you can tornado him instantly when he lands, or you can save the target of the stun with the Oracle. If he has BKB only, he doesn't follow, and then you can counterplay once again with an Oracle save. You can maybe, you know, some of your heroes can flat out just escape. Like, you have Bloodseeker who can be fast, Invoker can Ghost Walk. Maybe you have some cute toss saves, whatever it is. PA.
Insania is dead. Just wanted to update you on that.
Thank you.
As Nigma able to take the Aegis, put it on Miracle. Like you said, does have that 10-second BKB and just not working on the Aghanim Scepter. Top lane, Taiga attempting to get out of dodge, but the egg is able to finish him off. Mickey does get the trade, but not able to take out the egg himself. And with that GH, okay, Atos into the Blood Right. Looks like it will be in time, but here comes Miracle. Big boy in tow. There's the Stormhammer.
No miss.
All right.
What level is Blur?
Definitely
Level
helps.
2. Okay, I mean...
Okay, yeah, he's not a high level then. But it looks like Miracle and company should be able to clean up Koikva pretty easily. Although the Tornado, again, very nicely done. And with that, Koikva will live.
Actually, super sick save there. That was a very good spell combo from Liquid, but they do lose their PA. That's the big kill. Miracle is waiting.
Yeah,
scared away Tiny from completing that TP. He has Aegis. He's
up.
not really scared of anything.
And this will be a tier 2 now. So the tower advantage continues to grow. Liquid did get that one tier 1 bot, but that's pretty much it in terms of building damage overall. And now with that, Nigma able to take this outpost pretty early. Probably will be able to secure this to the 20-minute mark.
Yeah, that's that's really big. It's just another thing to add to the pile of things Nigma are doing right in this game is getting this tower with that Aegis. Just keep on expanding that lead and the map control that they have. They've just hit another critical timing. They got level 12 on Phoenix. Usually, I would say for this dire lineup, there's tools and ways of killing the egg, but it just feels really difficult with the state of the game. GH can egg very aggressively. If they try to go for it, there's going to be a Stormhammer with eggs soon. There's going to be an Axe Blink call that you need to deal with. You need to deal with a Blink RP. The many ways they have of protecting this egg makes it almost always just a flat-out hard disengage for Liquid, and that's tough. It means if you get jumped by any of these stuns, the egg feels safe to follow through.
Ghost
Oh,
Scepter
good
is
call.
going to save Boxy for now, or I should say Koifa, but not for long. A 2-for-0 into the tier 2. And yeah, I just can't see, I mean, even from itemization standpoint, you talked about Invoker having to go to Midas to try and catch up, but that's not going to pay off for quite a while. And then from Mickey's perspective, does have the Battle Fury, will be going for Deso, but we've been seeing him just melt regardless of the damage he's outputting. This is another one of those type, like we talked about it last game where you thought it was still fine. Like this game, do you think that it's still right to go for the damage over trying to survive? But maybe even with BKB, it's not going to make much of a difference against Miracle, who's this ridiculously farmed right now.
I think you have to wipe this. So.
BKB popped on Miracle, Taiga dead. And mid-racks to follow. God Strength still activated right now. And the 20-minute racks is Nigma's. And with all these towers on, especially the top lane, they could technically go for a second lane if they wanted to, but obviously with God Strength now down.
Wait for GDS. Just
Nexus
chill.
is another 70 seconds.
Miracles, Axe is flying out to
Did
him.
you say GS?
GDS.
GDS.
Yeah.
It feels like it's longer than saying God Strength. Just as
Is it?
long.
I don't know. I think it's mainly a thing in the CIS community, actually, to call it GDS. I think that's what... I don't know why
That sounds like
that
a
is.
performance-enhancing drug. I guess
I mean,
kinda
it's pretty
works that way
accurate for Sven, to be honest. It is full-on doping mode. You get enraged, too. I think that's one of the side effects. I think it's fair enough. Mask of
Foam coming
Madness
from the
and
mouth.
doping? Dude, it is out of control,
Yeah,
man. He is
that's true. That's a good point.
full-on
Alright, I'm okay
rabies
with it then.
mode.
Uh-oh, Boxy's found out. And I'm just going to go on a limb here and say that he is dead. Let's see if I'm correct, Cinderin. Yup.
Nice,
Mind
you
Control
were right
not
today.
able to chop him down, though. Hey, I was right once earlier as well. You
Alright,
commended
that's
me.
a personal best.
Don't
2 in
forget
1
it.
day. Oh, and Sanya.
He is also dead. I'm going to call it now. There we go.
Alright.
3 times. I'm just going to do this the rest of the game.
Damn, you can get so many predictions right in the game if you say people that get jumped by Sven will die. That's actually incredible.
Nope. Top
What do you
lane,
think?
though.
If Taiga gets jumped by
Rupture.
Sven, do you think he's gonna
Ooh.
die? Oh,
Mind Control looks to be
I think
fine for
Koifa's
now,
dead.
Cinderin. Yes. Very good. Wherever
He is
Miracle
dead.
goes, people die. Mind Control is going to live. We'll go on a limb here and say Mind Control is also dead, Cinderin. God, I'm good. Man, we as a team, we're 100% accurate on calling who's going to die this game. I think
Yeah.
that should not be forgotten.
I'm 150% and you're 50, so we average out to 100. That's true.
Yeah, that's definitely how math works. Miracle Aegis has been consumed
yeah,
by
it actually
Roshan
is.
himself. Now, here's the real lore question: is we're gonna wait for Mickey to get destroyed by Miracle, but Insania is there with the save. Insania will likely die as a result of this. Indeed, that is the case. Now, the question is, can Miracle go through this false promise? It doesn't matter. Jesus, horse. Just cleave off those creeps. Thank you, Miracle. This game is not even remotely close. Good
Foxy, why
God.
did you have to go and try to help?
GG is called.
I mean... Oh,
Sven
my
in a
God.
nutshell, ladies and gentlemen.
Shannon, 3-game series. We haven't had that in this tournament so far. Every series we've had has been a 2-0 beatdown.
Yeah, but
this has been a
does really
1-1
count as a game?
beatdown.
This
We've
is
had a
not a
1-1
game.
beatdown. Very good. Absolutely smashed this game. Wow.
Ooh.
That was filthy. I really think the key difference once again between game 1 and 2 here is Miracle had a much better time, and this play bottom that failed from Liquid was really costly. They rotated so many heroes to try to kill the Sven. He gets a double kill basically on his own, and you just blew out all steam from it. You needed to play recovery mode the whole time. Invoker goes Midas, Boxy needs to farm the jungle, and it's just the Miracle show. You're just giving him so much opportunity. Also nice to see Axe work. I think X did a great job this game. Mind Control, great farm. The dagger reveal got them 2 kills. He kept finding double calls, including on Insania. So very well played by Enigma in this game. I think that was great turnaround from game 1 from them, right? Just full on reset, just back to work.
Well, I mean, we shouldn't be too surprised with that based on the
Yeah, that's
history
true.
of. I mean, both of these teams, I feel like coming off of a 1-game stomp going against them, they would be able to come back and not let that affect them. But yeah, Miracle 13-1 on Sven, absolutely crushing everybody. And that is going to be the end of game 2. So stay tuned, friends. We'll take a quick break. And with that, we will finally cast a game 3. Can't wait.
EGB, your esports betting world. The only place to find the widest choice of popular games and matches to win real money. Choose your bet on a single event or express of several matches with dizzy odds. Serving the market for 7 years with over 800,000 users. Join now to get your bonus for the first deposit up to $600. EGB, you know for sure who's gonna win.
Start it up.
All right, folks, back again. Our final game of the group stage, the game 3 decider, Liquid versus Nigma. Nigma secure game 2. It was a quick one, 23 minutes of gameplay, 26 to 12. They slaughtered the Insania Oracle this time. Well fought by Liquid.
Yeah, it was absolutely beautiful from Nigma. Don't worry, it was beautiful from Nigma, right? Just when we were mentioning their draft and what it had, what the capabilities, it was about winning the lanes and holding that aggression the entire time, keeping it at the throats of Liquid and not allowing them to get to the point where they can pick apart the cooldowns. 20 minutes later, game's over. You know, they played phenomenally. It was beautiful. Also, I just got banned in Twitch chat for typing in all caps. So, yeah, that's really sad.
Well done. Let that lesson,
Someone
or let that be a lesson to
unbanned.
everyone else out there.
Yeah.
You know, watch the shouting in Twitch chat. The bot is angry today.
is.
TGov just learned firsthand. Yep, Sven pops off again, and Mind Control made that axe look more than playable. And I feel silly now for poo-pooing on it, but we're going back to some familiar stuff here. Magnus Sven on one side, Oracle Slardar on the other.
Well, where do we start for Sven? He has built-in Battle Fury. He has AoE armor. He has stun. He has a Dispel. He has double damage. Am I missing something?
He has free armor, free move speed as well.
Free move speed, yeah.
Yeah.
I just like
what
how
else
you
is
said,
there?
where do we start with Sven, as if it's some sort of a new advent. Like, well, where do we even start with this guy? I mean, there's so much to go over. We don't have any time. Like,
And then we'd already done it in about a minute. But no, yeah, Sven is a absolute, he's a delight of a hero in the meta. Of course, he pretty much is the full package. And teams, of course, at this point, they should know how to deal with it. And you see from Liquid's response to the Sven, like they knew it was coming. You see that Mag, you got that Sven vibe coming through. Liquid, they go for that Slardar. It's much more potent here in the lane. It can actually apply pressure. And it was mentioned during the cast of those two games. It's simply Nigma played really well that game because, Miracle, he had that platform to play off. Of course, when Liquid rotated into that bot lane, giving Miracle that double kill, kind of propelling his game even further, it was easy for it to become the Miracle show. Game 1, he died 3 times, completely different story. He relied on his team. And that's where Liquid, with this Slardar pick, it might apply that pressure to mitigate that factor and then allow Liquid to actually have some entry into the game.
by the way,
Yeah, go ahead, Zuri.
well, I wanted to ask if you guys agreed with what Cinderin said in that game about the moment that Liquid lost when that PA died down in the bottom lane, I believe. Do you agree with that general
I have
sentiment?
Synderen
of, like-
muted. I only listen to Suns fan.
Oh, okay.
It's much more enjoyable. You guys should try it.
I'll have to try that for this game 3. But was
Yeah,
that kind of the
I
time
agree.
that it
I
flipped
agree,
though?
you
Was
know,
that really
because-
the? Okay.
You gave Sven double kill. They came in hot in the laning stage, and after 10-minute mark, they almost killed all tier 1 towers, and they just rolled over Team Liquid.
Yeah.
It's one of those things that simply, when you have the cooldowns, if you're the one dictating the tempo, you can play off of that. But anyway, we now have Nigma with the Mirana pick.
Mm-hmm.
It's about, I think, just having that lane pressure, and especially if I like the idea of Mirana being that hero where if you know that your character's gonna have a slightly hard time and has to retreat to jungle, you need that support that can come into that safe lane and deal with that pressure. Kill that catapult off, or at least have that wave clear. So that Mirana is that kind of mitigation factor with that catapult clearing, allows Sven to go jungle. Magnus can do his thing, and they're not going to instantly lose towers nonstop.
Okay, I think Team Liquid will go back to traditional lanes, traditional, heroes being played by the players. So we're gonna have Dark Willow 4, Oracle played by Insania, and Boxy Slardar. So pretty simple stuff coming out
These
in game 3.
Iconic heroes, right, for the players. So
yeah.
It's the perfect strat. We've seen Liquid innovate and be very creative this tournament, and now it's time to just go back to your roots. What do you do best? And this Dark Willow is so classic. So much damage, a perfect counterpart to that Oracle, who's very good at saving folks, and Willow's good at killing folks.
Again, a reminder, this game is not only important for Liquid to force out tiebreakers. Actually, it's simply, if Liquid win, we get massive tiebreakers tomorrow. If Nigma win, we have different tiebreakers with the losing teams. But this was a 4-way tiebreak, lads. This is, if you want to see more Dota, you want Liquid to win.
That's true. So much
If you're a
so
Nigma
that
fan, of course.
I don't know that we've figured out the broadcast schedule tomorrow.
No,
If we have
no idea.
The bottom 3-way tie, and then this middle of the group 4-way tie, and I think the tiebreaker is just a round robin of those teams. So of course that could still go even again. To which the follow-up is another round of tiebreakers.
So we could have endless Dota.
Yeah, there is a point where there just aren't enough hours in the day to play all of these tiebreakers. So we'll see what happens. Jury's still out on all that. It's been a live feed in the Discord, I'll tell you that. But Tidehunter, now for Nigma. Haven't seen this guy in a hot minute.
Been popular, mostly banned out, I would say, when you don't have any abilities that match up well against the Tidehunter. Doom is still available if they want to play that mid. There's not a single hero that Tidehunter is afraid of. Looking at the Oracle, Dark Willow, Slardar is pretty set, Okay, so Viper, they want to break the Tidehunter. That's one way to deal with him, You can't crack in the Atos, which Viper usually buys, so he's going to stay inside of
Well,
that being
now
broken.
Lacoste, come on, buddy. Don't forget, you're breaking the cleave, too. Sven can only kill one person instead of your whole team.
That's why they took Magnus with him, so you can't break that. Pretty smart.
Okay, that is really smart, actually.
Also, BKBs do exist.
Well, eventually, sure. Yeah,
That's
BKB,
true.
that'll come into play.
I know.
Great item against the Viper. I can't argue there.
Enigma's heroes, and to me, it looks like they're happily going to be playing on that kind of back foot where they're going to defend their towers, wait for Miracle to come online, and when we see that kind of beautiful period of the Echo Mum BKB, then they're going to go. Then they're going to look to take the fights, but before then, they're just going to happily farm up, defend their towers. That's why we see the Tidehunter pick, one of the best offlaners for mitigating this early pressure. And Liquid, like we just mentioned with this Viper pick, it allows them to get the Tidehunter out of that lane, out of that defending position. They just need to actually have a hero that can hit the towers right now, because I'm seeing 3 killers and a support and a saving support, but no real pressure to structures, and that is going to be the weakness to Liquid if they actually look to cross that river.
Right now, they're thinking, can we pick Tiny? And I think they should maybe look towards something else. Also, seeing Lina make it to that final banning phase certainly speaks to how much Liquid likes that Dark Willow, right? They could have picked Lina if they wanted to.
I mean, look at the bans. Nigma banning out Earth Spirit and the Void Spirit, which are not a traditionally bans. Maybe when you play against Team Liquid, because they showed what they can do with Earth Spirit on mid lane. But, Lina is usually up there, just being straight up banned.
The question is, what is the carry pick for Liquid here? Is it like some Terrorblade? Of course, it's not too comfortable against Tidehunter, but just for the idea of get that Aegis and try and win the game.
What about
might
Troll?
play Liquid.
Is
Troll as well?
available?
Yeah.
Troll
should be
you
okay.
have a
Yeah.
combination.
Yeah.
You have okay-ish laner. You're not the melee against
Oracle
the
Troll,
Tidehunter.
classic.
Yeah, the classic combination.
Mm-hmm.
Just
We've been throwing Troll out a lot, and he really hasn't been getting much love. Of all the carries, him and Terrorblade have ended up being pretty low on the pick rate, and they go the other way with the Ursa.
They want to threaten the kill on a Tidehunter instead in the laning stage, just have that kill presence, and it also opens up the Roche. Like, you probably have the 2 best Roche-taking heroes in the game, Ursa and Slaughter, so Nigma will have to be careful about that one.
And you have the save from the Oracle. That's like 2 great ways to buff up this Ursa, damage and healing.
I guess it could be a cool new answer to the Sven as well, because when you get to the point where Sven is just ripping through heroes, if the Ursa just presses in Rage Rate, that damage reduction, he's actually able to stand up into that initial burst, and then the Oracle after layering in. It could be a nice concept, but it very much puts Liquid into that position of they need to take their fights. They will, of course, be able to abuse Roshan with the Slaughter plus the Ursa, and they're going to look to try and pressure non-stop. The question for me is simply, how do they end the game outside of getting those perfect team wipes and the instant kind of objective? Because poking into high ground, they're not that good at it right now, or
they're not
ever.
Invoker's still available. They need the hero that can lane against mid Viper. They know it's a matchup, so you want to get a hero that can try to out-region it. It's good at disengaging things against the Ursa. Okay, this also works.
Lots of regen
great
there.
against Ursa, just in general. And there are going to be some really costly spells coming out from like Dark Willow and Oracle. So Bogdan's Ward is really good. Like, you have 3 cores. I mean, Viper relies on some magical damage, but also prefers to use the right clicks. So Pogna pick, I'm really liking it here.
I like the idea of just when the game gets to that critical point, you're going to have the Decrypt come into play, and also Liquid, they're going to run at you as a brute force, right? They're never going to be able to make these cuter plays. And where Pugna, if he dictates these early rotations, especially behind the likes of a Tidehunter, suddenly Liquid aren't able to run as a death ball into the Sven. They're reacting to this little Pugna pushing your tower. Fast forward 10 minutes, Miracles hit his timing. They can actually maybe play into Liquid. But this is going to be very exciting to see how Liquid play their draft, and it's going to be an all-out bloodbath for them to be able to win this game.
Definitely. Roshan, certainly in contention. The Pugna, it looks good. We'll see if they can do it. Tiebreakers on the line here. Last game of the group stage before we get into tiebreakers, then the play-in, then the playoffs. Still so much to come. But now, the decider. EGB.com, they've got you covered. Click the link, put up some money, and maybe you'll win some. Maybe not. Just remember, there's a risk with every bet, but get at that action if you're so inclined. Now, Suns fan, Cinderin, Are you excited for this game? Suns fan, tell me how excited you are on a scale of 1 to 10.
You're muted, Suns fan.
That's how
But I'm
excited
excited.
That is how excited I am that I don't even
Got
bother
so
responding
excited
with
you
a
pressed your mute button. You slammed
Thank
the keyboard.
you. Thank you so much, Zyori. Thank you so much, Cinderin, for being a great friend.
You're welcome.
Just have to mention that Mickey has one of the best very rares in the entire game, Dipper the Destroyer.
Yep.
To go along with one of
Love
the
that
best taunts in the game. I cannot wait to see that all game long.
There it is.
One of the few taunts that actually takes advantage of a cosmetic, believe it or not. That's a little trivia question. And when I say trivia, I mean the most useless information you could possibly know
Yep,
has just
you're the
been
man for
given
that.
to you, Cinderin. Thank you.
Thank you.
Who do you like in this game?
I'm excited for this game. You know why I'm excited? I love Pugna. I love this hero. It's so fun to play. It's so fun to watch. It makes moments, you know. It has so many things that just make for clutch moments, whether it's insane nether ward damage, it's the clutch save with Decrepify, it's the suck, it's whatever you want it to be in the game. Pugna will bring it. Or it's just going to die miserably, and that's also funny. So if there's a Pugna in the game, there's going to be fun. That's just how I see the hero. It always does stuff. Now, it has a lot of good things going for it this game. It's great against Viper in lane. It's great against the Slaughter and Ursa. They're very physical-oriented heroes that need to attack targets, so Decrep good both offensively and defensively there. Not too good against Oracle, though. I think Oracle is one of the better supports at dealing with it because of its innate ability to handle Decrepify. Oh, they missed the arrow. That's not a good start. Kuro has to skewer away.
Yeah, well, at least he's not on the cliff this time around. But Mickey's getting chased by Miracle. Stormhammer another 6 seconds. Kuroki going to be chasing him as well. As GH in the meantime getting blocked by Insania. See if they can do enough damage to actually finish him off. Looks like they will have enough. That is first blood going the way of Taiga and a Stormhammer to follow onto Mickey. But it looks like he will be fine. As
Really
more
nice
blocking from
body block.
Insania.
Oh.
Kuroki can't quite get to the cliff again. Been struggling with that one a bit, although this is more to get away than anything. So a lot of damage being done. First blood for Liquid. Still a
Yeah,
lot
that's
of
a big
regen,
win.
of course, for Enigma, but yeah, overall a win in the first engagements here for Liquid.
You're aggro tri-laning into Willow Oracle supports with these three. I'm not sure this idea from Nigma is going to pay off as well as they hope. In my opinion, this is not a good lane for Magnus. He wants to be, if he's tri-laning, he wants to be in the safe lane so he can skewer into tower and follow up on the Sven stun. But here, that's not a possibility. Instead, you're now kind of stuck in the enemy's safe lane where they have two ranged supports that are going to bully your Mag plus Mirana, and they'll win that trade every time. They have way more spell damage. They have the reach. Kuro kind of has to run in as a wall like this, and he can do that a little bit, but regen is going to become a problem over time for him, so he can't consistently do it. So what was your trade-off as Nigma that made you do this? You want to give Tide a good game. He's going to lane against Slaughter. I actually think Slaughter is your Tide looking really weird too. What just happened? I'm not talking about the
He
blue
has the
form.
Dire Tide thing?
He was golden for me. He was like actually solid gold for a moment. I don't know how that happened.
That's a new cosmetic that 1% of the time you turn golden. Taiga in
Is
the
that when he
meantime,
gets
top
frozen
lane.
pushed?
Looks like he will survive through
There's
this
when he
onslaught
gets
of damage.
crushed!
When he gets, oh, you're right, he does turn golden.
When
What
he
the
gets
heck?
crushed, he turns to gold.
Huh.
It's like Hand of Midas for a
With the
while.
cosmetics, Miracle dies in the top lane. This wasn't my fault this time.
I'm
Cinderen's
sure
talking about
the
cosmetics.
observer was watching there. They know what to watch. Then
Cosmetics.
Yep.
Absolutely. Alright, so another kill going the way of Liquid. This tri-lane not working out in favor of Nigma at all. So, I mean, it's still relatively early, but 12-2 for Ursa. Then 3-0.